Chapter 170. White clothes, one arm, snow-white hair, blue eyes. If not by Ning Bing, who else could it be? Before the ice blade even reached his body, Fan Yuan felt a cold aura assaulting him. Like a cold star falling to the ground, the killing intent was cold and merciless. Fan Yuan's eyes were eerie black. Not moving in the face of danger, he leapt backwards and poured his primeval essence into the sky canopy goo, creating a white armor to protect himself. With a muffled sound, the ice blade heavily struck the ground, and in that instant, a pile of white icicles burst out, protruding from the ground. Crack, crack! The sharp icicles protruded all the way, extending in a straight line towards the direction Fan Yuan was retreating, forming an ice path. Fan Yuan lightly flipped to the side, dodging it. The mountain path was narrow, and he slid down into the valley. Hee hee! Fan Yuan, oh Fan Yuan, why do I always want to kill you when I see you? Tell me. Bai Ning Bing excitedly shook, laughing maniacally. His laughter attracted the gazes of the other Gu masters in the valley. Seeing Bai Ning Bing and Fan Yuan, their expressions varied. Lord Bai Ning Bing, I'm here to help you. A Bai clan Gu master who was standing at the side shouted, pouncing towards Fan Yuan. Clan leader, it's our clan's Fan Yuan. A Guyue clan Gu master shouted. I know. Clan leader Guyue Bo's expression was uncertain. He dodged the Bai clan leader's attack, and made up his mind, shouting, Deal with this first. Fan Yuan had mysteriously disappeared before the wolf tide, causing Guyue clan's higher-ups to be suspicious of him. Adding on the huge pressure from the Bai clan Gu masters, no one went to help Fan Yuan. Bai Ning Bing looked at the arrival of his helper. But he was furious, shouting at the person. Go away, this is my battle, don't interfere. Lord Bai Ning Bing, you lost an arm, it is detrimental to your battle. You are our Bai clan's hope, we cannot touch you. Let me clear the obstacles for you. The Bai clan Gu master shouted. As he leaped, he charged in front of Fan Yuan. He activated his Gu, and an orange-yellow light surged out of his palms. Bang! He patted the ground lightly. When the yellow light entered the ground, a mound of earth immediately rose up. The mound moved rapidly towards Fan Yuan, growing larger and larger. Suddenly, the mound exploded. A yellow and muddy hand appeared. This hand was incomparably huge and was as tall as an adult. It grabbed at Fan Yuan from afar, and its might was suffocating. Fan Yuan snorted disdainfully. The gigantic hand was about to grab him and kill him. Suddenly, a dark golden light surged out of the aperture, forming a dazzling light band that wrapped around Fan Yuan's body. When the giant hand reached him, it was twisted a few times by the dark golden belt of light and shattered. What kind of goo is this? Bai Ning Bing was shocked. The dark golden light dissipated. The true appearance of the goo worm was revealed. It was more than a meter long and as wide as 2 fists. The dark gold carapace exuded a domineering aura, and the sharp silver teeth on both sides of its body flickered with a cold light. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Come! Fan Yuan shouted, and shook his right arm. His right hand turned into a palm. The chainsaw golden centipede's countless legs climbed agilely on his body. Its body twisted like a snake, coiling around his right arm. It opened its mouth and swallowed Fan Yuan's right palm, all the way to his forearm. Fan Yuan swung his arm, and the meter-long golden centipede swung its tail. It drew an arc in the air, making a light sound. At this moment, the golden centipede shrunk its body to the limit. Its length of nearly 2 meters immediately shrunk to 1.5 meters. At the same time, its 2 legs shrunk into the carapace. Only 2 rows of silver teeth were left. At first glance, it was as if Fan Yuan was holding a dark gold and silver sword with a pointless blade. The Bai clan Gu master who came to help was shocked. He had never thought that the chainsaw golden centipede could be used like this. Gu masters nurture Gu, refine Gu and use Gu, all of them were profound. Fan Yuan's usage could be said to be bold and imaginative, pushing the limits of one's imagination. In fact, this usage was not invented by Fan Yuan. In his previous life, 300 years later, there was a new talent of the demonic path, known as the Chainsaw Mad Demon. He used the rank 4 Lightning Tooth Killer Centipede, which was one of the directions of the rank 3 Chainsaw Golden Centipede's advancement. But in this life, Fan Yuan's usage of it was unprecedented. "I'll show you." Fan Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, activating his aperture's primeval essence and pouring it into the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's body. Buzz! 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 The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 rows of silver teeth started moving crazily, letting out a manic sound that caused one's heart to tremble. Thunderwings goo! Fan Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light, and a pair of eerie blue lightning wings formed behind him with a swoosh. Swoosh! The thunderwings flapped, and he shot out like lightning. Fast! 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 This speed caused the Bai Clan Gu Master's pupils to shrink, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The aura of death assaulted him, and he screamed, activating his strongest Gu worm. His body shone with a thick yellow light. The yellow light was like armor, but before it could fully form, Fan Yuan had already charged towards him. His black hair danced in the wind, his eyes like lightning, like a demon god coming out of a nightmare to kill his way into the mortal world. His movements were fierce, completely stretching out his muscles, and the strength of 2 boars burst out to the limit. The golden centipede was like a sword, drawing a beautiful golden shadow in the air. The saw-teeth spun crazily, fiercely slashing at the Bai Clan Gu Master's waist. Crack, crack, crack! The yellow light armor was crushed by the saw-teeth, and before it could fully form, it disintegrated in an instant. The saw-teeth pierced into flesh like cutting butter. Fan Yuan swung, and his flesh was minced into pieces, his spine snapped, and his organs were instantly destroyed. The Bai Clan Gu Master's upper body flew up, but his lower body remained on the spot. Plop! His eyes were wide open, looking at his lower body in horror, and he died in extreme shock. This commotion caused the attacks of everyone in the midst of a fierce battle to stagnate. They looked at Fan Yuan, their gazes filled with shock and anger. This Bai Clan Gu Master was a rank 3 elder, and was quite famous. But Fan Yuan's attacks were wild, pressing forward with indomitable will, killing him in an instant. His body was covered in blood, and the Bai Clan Gu Master's flesh and bones were still on him. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 rows of saw-teeth spun crazily, such a ferocious might that people could not help but look at it. "What a good Gu worm!" Bai Ningbing shouted, his eyes suddenly shining with crazed excitement. "Fan Yuan, you did not disappoint me! Let's fight!" He shouted, his expression as passionate as fire, pouncing towards Fan Yuan. "Noisy!" Fan Yuan's expression was cold as ice. He turned around and counterattacked. Bam! The Chainsaw Golden Centipede and the ice blade fiercely collided, and with a cracking sound, the saw-teeth cut into the ice blade. Ice shards flew in all directions. The next moment, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede broke the ice blade, and swept towards Bai Ningbing's face. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. He decisively gave up on the ice blade and retreated, pulling out a distance of over 2 meters. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede was only 1.5 m long when shrunk. Including Fan Yuan's right arm, it was still a little short of Bai Ningbing's size. But Fan Yuan willed, and the Chainsaw Golden Centipede suddenly extended its body. This? Bai Ningbing was shocked, not expecting such a change. He was hit in the chest by the centipede's tail. Even with the protection of the ice muscles, a large wound was still cut open. At that moment, he felt a strong force surging towards him. He unavoidably flew backwards, crashing into a huge rock behind him. Blood splattered on the surface of the rock, but the ice muscles quickly stopped the bleeding. Bai Ningbing coughed violently, and was about to get up when he suddenly heard a thunderous wind. The wind howled in his ears. An unprecedented sense of danger filled his heart. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, and without raising his head, he quickly rolled away. Bam! The next moment, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede descended from the sky, carrying a fierce aura as it heavily struck the huge rock he was lying on. The silver edges of the blade moved crazily. The huge rock crumbled. If this attack landed on me, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing felt a chill in his heart, and an unyielding anger rose in his heart. Ever since the battle with Guyue Qingshu, he did not suppress his cultivation, and allowed it to grow freely. Although he lost an arm, his cultivation was still intact, but he was actually suppressed by a rank 3 initial stage Fang Yuan. Unwillingness. Humiliation. Anger. Kill! He roared, and with a flick of his wrist, primeval essence poured into the ice blade Gu in his palm, creating a brand new ice blade. Seeing Bai Ningbing charging over, Fang Yuan sneered, and went on the offensive. He had obtained the black and white boar Gu, and his strength was above Bai Ningbing's. Right now, the chainsaw golden centipede was as light as a tree branch. Cut, chop, hack, twist, twist. The golden centipede's blade moved crazily, and in Fan Yuan's hands, it was sometimes agile like a bee, sometimes heavy like an elephant, sometimes fierce like a tiger, and sometimes soft like a snake. More importantly, the golden centipede moved according to Fan Yuan's will, shrinking and lengthening at times, sometimes long and sometimes short, sometimes straight and sometimes curved, making Bai Ningbing very uncomfortable and unable to defend against it. He screamed loudly, retreating step by step, his body full of injuries. His white battle robe had already turned into a ragged beggar's attire. Fan Yuan's black wind danced, and his expression was cold as he displayed his proficient sword skills, blade skills, axe skills, and rod skills. He combined all of them together, and the chainsaw golden centipede became a deadly weapon. Gu worms also depended on who was using them. Good one, Fan Yuan! Bai Ningbing screamed. Countless ice blades were destroyed, and he finally realized that he could not fight with Fan Yuan head-on. His body was bathed in blood, and his ice muscles' defense was almost broken, but this made him even more passionate for battle. If close combat was not possible, then long range. Blue bird ice coffin Gu. Bai Ningbing pulled some distance away, and spat. Birds flapped their wings, flying towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was not flustered, and his expression did not change. With a flick of his left wrist, the blood moon blade intercepted these ice birds, causing them to self-destruct in the air. Others were usually only good at using one hand's moon blade, but with Fan Yuan's rich battle experience, he could use his left hand's moon blade skillfully and skillfully. Bai Ningbing saw that this did not work, and used icicle Gu. Icicle after icicle flew out, and mixed with the blue birds, forming a concentrated attack. Fan Yuan only had one long-range method, and could only choose to intercept the more threatening ice birds. As for the icicles, he dodged them, and used the sky canopy Gu to block them. Bai Ningbing finally gained the upper hand, and was about to increase his battle prowess when he suddenly saw Fan Yuan sneer, and with a flick of his right hand, the chainsaw golden centipede left the ground, and quickly burrowed into the ground. The hidden threat was simply too great. Bai Ningbing was stunned. She cursed out loud and hurriedly leaped back. Chapter 171. You forced me to do this! Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, forming an ice blade. At the same time, he secretly activated the whirlwind Gu and fierce wind Gu. The white ice blade storm rose again. At first, it was only a small wave, but soon, it expanded. Icy winds howled, frost and snow flew everywhere. Ice spread on the ground, effectively restraining the chainsaw golden centipede's underground assault. This ice blade storm was Bai Ningbing's unique move. It also displayed the battle talent of this northern dark ice soul physique. This was the combination of the ice blade Gu, whirlwind Gu and fierce wind Gu, forming the profundity of both offense and defense. Without the cooperation of two or more defensive Gu worms, it was impossible to resist. The fierce winds howled, the blades froze, and the white storm spun like a huge beast awakening, opening its mouth and wanting to swallow Fan Yuan. This was the simultaneous attack of three Gu. The attack was fierce and fierce, able to freeze all life. Even with the sky canopy Gu's defense, Fan Yuan might not be able to block it. As the storm approached, Fan Yuan showed a disdainful expression. The lightning wings on his back spread, and he flew backwards like lightning, pulling a large distance away from this ice-blade storm. Now was different from the past. If it was before, his movement speed would not be able to match the storm, but now, the storm could not catch up to him. Fan Yuan's eyes shone, and he nimbly made a turn in the air, flying towards the valley. The ice-blade storm chased closely behind him. "Don't come over! Get lost!" Be it the Bai Clan Gu masters or the Gyue clan, they were all cursing and shouting. Fan Yuan sneered without saying a word, charging forward with his head down. From the ice-blade storm behind him, Bai Ningbing's laughter could be vaguely heard, chasing Fan Yuan relentlessly. "Don't even think of going any further!" A Bai Clan Gu master stood in front of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan hooked his hand, and a thick golden line jumped out from the ground, landing on his right arm like a huge sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The violent sound of the saw teeth moving could be heard, causing this Bai Clan Gu master's eyelids to twitch. Fan Yuan held the chainsaw golden centipede in his right hand, while his left hand shone with a bloody light. The Blood Moon Gu was ready to fire, and his whole body was covered with a layer of white armor. The lightning wings on his back shook violently, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Behind him was a white storm the size of a small mountain. His aura was simply monstrous, and his eyes emitted a fierce killing intent. It was as if he had become a fierce general who could move freely on the battlefield. He wanted to trample all his enemies into minced meat and chop all his opponents into broken bones. Oh! That Bai Clan Gu master felt an unparalleled pressure. Veins popped out on his forehead as he suddenly shouted, encouraging himself. But as he shouted, he saw Fan Yuan charging towards him with an indomitable will. He suddenly stopped shouting and started running. He was scared. The fear in his heart caused his fighting spirit to slacken. Fan Yuan didn't care about him. He rushed towards the dying Thunder Crown Wolf in the valley. Strong winds howled with ferocious momentum. Wherever he went, Gu masters would avoid him. The Thunder Crown Wolf roused its spirit, turning its head towards Fan Yuan. Lightning flashed in its sharp teeth. The dignity of a myriad beast king made it unwilling to accept death, and even at death's door, it had to retaliate. Just as Fan Yuan was about to crash into the Thunder Crown Wolf like a meteor crashing into the earth. But at the crucial moment, he suddenly stomped his feet and rushed into the sky, flying diagonally out of the valley. Not long after he flew out of the valley, he heard an intense explosion behind him. The Thunder Crown Wolf's miserable howls and the Ice Blade Storm's roars mixed together. A move like the Ice Blade Storm could be said to be Bai Ningbing's ingenuity, but it had a flaw, which was that it was difficult to control. Of course, this storm collided with the Thunder Crown Wolf because of Bai Ningbing's personality. The Thunder Crown Wolf was fiercely suppressed by the White Storm. It was already on the verge of death, and now it was even harder to resist. Its scales were sliced into pieces, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and its white bones were exposed, but they were quickly cut into pieces by the ice blades. Damn it! Seeing this, the Gyue clan members all cursed. The Bai Clan Gu masters also showed a pained expression. With Bai Ningbing's method, after the Thunder Crown Wolf dies, there would not be any valuable loot left on its body. But Bai Ningbing did not mind. Instead, he spun faster and faster, as if enjoying the pleasure of killing a myriad beast king. One by one, Gu worms turned into rays of light, flying out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. These wild Gu worms were living on the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, mutually benefiting each other and working together to survive. Now that the Thunder Crown Wolf was on the verge of death, they were like the crew of a shipwrecked ship, naturally abandoning this sinking ship and escaping for their lives. Catch them! Quick, stop these Gu worms! The two clan leaders shouted almost at the same time. The scene was in chaos again. The clan elders attacked each other, trying to stall each other. The two clan leaders could not free themselves, and in the end, only 2 or 3 clan elders with movement Gu worms managed to fly out of the valley. The wild Gu worms scattered in all directions. Fan Yuan concentrated, trying his best to distinguish them. Unfortunately, my investigative Gu is the Earth Communication Eargrass. It cannot strengthen my vision. This Thunder Crown Wolf definitely has a healing goo on it. Whether I can catch it or not will depend on my luck. This was purely a test of luck, but Fan Yuan had no other choice. There were thousands of investigative goo worms, but he only had the Earth Communication Ear Grass. His lightning wings spread, and he charged towards the nearest goo worm. This goo was covered in a layer of blue light, and was flying far away. Fan Yuan caught up to it, and stretched out his hand, grabbing towards it. Whoosh! An intense electric current burst out from its body, attacking Fan Yuan. Lightning wings were formed from electric currents. It had speed, but was not agile. Fan Yuan grunted, and relied on the sky canopy goo to take this electric current. He could have gone against it and grabbed this goo, but he wisely chose to give up. This goo's ability had already been exposed. It could activate electric currents to attack enemies, and was clearly an offensive goo worm, not the healing goo that Fan Yuan wanted. Fan Yuan gave up on it, and pounced towards another goo worm. As he got closer, he could see the goo's full appearance. Its body was like a light blue glass, flying in the air, and its semicircular shell had turtle shell markings. Thunder Shield Goo. This was a defensive goo, able to form a semicircular electric shield. Fan Yuan had already decided to let it go, and looked around, finding his third target. But at this moment, a white figure rushed out from the valley, holding an ice blade and shouting Fan Yuan's name. Fan Yuan sighed, knowing that luck was not on his side. He could only settle for the next best thing, grabbing the Thunder Shield Goo in front of him. The Thunder Shield Goo raised a lightning shield, and the eerie blue electric currents flickered, attempting to block Fan Yuan's hand. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, and the spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked out. This Thunder Shield Goo immediately withered, as if it had died. The shield dissipated, and it fell towards the forest below. Fan Yuan lightly grabbed it, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined it. Stealth Scales Goo. His body rippled like water, and he disappeared on the spot. Fan Yuan! Bai Ningbing shouted, lightning flashing in his eyes. This was the rank 3 Lightning Eye Goo, able to borrow the power of lightning to see through invisibility. But it did not have the ability to see through things. Fan Yuan paid attention this time, and although he was invisible, he still used the rocks and forest to hide his tracks. Bai Ningbing looked around, and roared in anger, finding nothing. Fan Yuan found a hidden spot, and immediately sat cross-legged, activating the Tusita flower and spitting out the Yuan stone. Although he advanced to rank 3, the primeval essence in his aperture was only 42%. Although he had the upper hand in the battle earlier, he could not maintain it for long. Now, there was only a thin layer of primeval essence left in his aperture, less than 30%. Goo Masters needed primeval essence to activate goo worms. Without primeval essence, a Goo Master's battle strength would plummet. In extreme situations, they could not even win against mortals. The Yuan stone continued to shrink, and natural primeval essence continuously poured into Fan Yuan's body, and the primeval sea in his aperture started to rise. When he was rank 1 and rank 2, he could use the Yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence at an impressive speed. But after reaching rank 3, because the quality of the Goo Master's primeval essence greatly increased, he needed to consume even more Yuan stone, and take a longer time to replenish it. The sounds of Goo Masters fighting could be heard continuously, and after 8 to 9 minutes, Fan Yuan finally filled his aperture to the limit. He came out from his hiding spot, and found that 5 clan elders had died in battle. Among them, there were 3 from Gyue clan, and 2 from Bai clan. Every clan elder was the pillar of the clan, and to think that so many had been sacrificed at once. Gyue Bo and Bai clan leader fought intensely, both feeling heartache over the losses, and their eyes were bloodshot. Other than that, there were 3 groups surrounding the wild goo worms. Ordinary Goo Masters did not have the help of the spring-autumn cicada, and it was very troublesome to capture wild goo worms. They had to capture the goo worms, but they could not be too heavy-handed, and had to have a sense of propriety. 8 to 9 goo worms flew out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, and no one knew how many the clan elders had captured, but there were still 3 left. The clan elders surrounded these 3 goo worms, chasing and intercepting them. If one side attacked, the other side would definitely interfere. This caused the situation to be in a stalemate, with no one gaining an advantage. "Water cage goo, cover!" a bi-clan goo master shouted, and spat out a water ball. The water ball expanded to over 2 meters, and covered the wild goo worm, trapping it within. Bam! At the next moment, a golden moon blade slashed the water ball cage, causing it to explode. The goo worm swaggered away, escaping without a trace. Seeing this goo worm fly far away, the bi-clan goo master scolded loudly. The goo worm was in their hands, and they let it go just like that. The Guyua clan goo masters were even more furious. All the goo worms were supposed to be their spoils of war, but the bi-clan interfered, and they did not get any benefits at all. "Bi-clan's grandson, despicable and shameless, die for me! Guyua clan, you can't hold on any longer. Our bi-clan will definitely rise up, and trample all of you under our feet." Both sides were enraged, and were in a frenzy of hatred. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they fought fiercely. Fan Yuan watched the goo worm fly away, and could only focus his attention on the other 2 groups. In the middle of each group, there was a wild goo worm. Maybe there was a healing goo, but the possibility was small. Fan Yuan knew that there was no such thing as having your wishes come true in this world, but even so, he still wanted to give it a try. However, just as he was about to charge forward, wolf howls came out like a bugle call, rising and falling. Following that, a horde of lightning wolves rushed over like a tide. There was no lack of bold lightning wolves and frenzied lightning wolves, but the most shocking one was a giant wolf the size of a small mountain. Thunder Crown Wolf. "Is there a 4th Thunder Crown Wolf?" The clan elders were shocked, and shouted in fear. Chapter 172. The wolf pack surged forward, howling as it approached. The situation took a turn for the worse, causing the 2 clan leaders and the clan elders' expressions to change. Although the 2 clans had successfully resisted the wolf tide, they were in a precarious situation and barely held on. Now that such a strong wolf tide had appeared, they had no strength left to resist. At once, the clan elders and the 2 clan leaders stopped fighting. "Didn't the report say that there were only 3 Thunder Crown Wolves?" An elder cried out involuntarily. "That's not right, this Thunder Crown Wolf is injured, and the size of the wolf pack isn't very big." Guyubo forced himself to remain calm. "Don't tell me, this is the Thunder Crown Wolf that attacked Xiong village?" An elder slapped his forehead and shouted. The possibility of this was quite high, with an 80 to 90% chance. The clan elder's mood was still heavy, and someone said bitterly, "This wolf pack has already appeared here. Doesn't that mean Xiong village is already— Damn the Xiong village, why are they so useless? They can't even defend against a wolf tide." Someone cursed loudly. But there were also people who were optimistic. "Look, this Thunder Crown Wolf's front limbs are heavily injured, its muscles and bones are all atrophied." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and their dejected morale was slightly raised. It was true. This Thunder Crown Wolf's hind limbs were well developed, but its front limbs were short, and its muscles atrophied. This caused it to only use its hind limbs when running, jumping like a kangaroo. "Wait, this doesn't seem to be a Thunder Crown Wolf." Bi-clan leader suddenly thought of something, and his body shook. "It's a lightning leakin." Fan Yuan already had an answer in his heart. 5 tigers, 1 tiger, 3 dogs, 1 mastiff, 10 wolves and 1 leakin. The leakin was also a wolf, but it was much smarter than a wolf, and often acted as the wolf pack strategist. This lightning leakin in front of them looked like a Thunder Crown Wolf, so it was normal for investigative goo masters to misunderstand it. But it was a true myriad beast king, with intelligence no less than a human. This lightning leakin might be weaker than a normal Thunder Crown Wolf in terms of close combat. But it had human-like intelligence, making it far more dangerous than a Thunder Crown Wolf. Adding on the countless lightning wolf army, it was no wonder Xiong village was exterminated. "Let's go!" Fan Yuan flapped his lightning wings and flew into the air. The elders in front of them had already fought for a long time, and their battle strength was greatly exhausted. It was utterly impossible for them to pose a threat to the wolf pack. More importantly, they were suspicious of each other, and it was difficult for them to work together. Fan Yuan turned around and left. The myriad beast king was no joke. Even though there were still 2 wild goo worms flying around in the field, he did not care about them. They had to retreat, or else they wouldn't be able to leave. Knowing one's own limitations and being able to let go were the most important things in the world. Let's retreat. The wolf tide is too strong. We can't defeat it. Go back to the stronghold and set up the defenses. Even though the elders had yet to recognize the identity of the lightning leakin, they all had thoughts of retreating. But at this moment, the lightning leakin suddenly howled and opened its huge mouth. The wolf fangs were jagged like blades, and between the fangs, a mass of black gas appeared out of nowhere, condensing into a black ball in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The black ball shot out explosively, drawing a slightly curved black arc in the air before smashing onto the ground. It missed? This Thunder Crown Wolf is done for, its aim is too terrible! The elders shouted, while Fan Yuan flew even faster. Boom! The black ball of smoke suddenly exploded, and with an intense explosion, the black smoke spread out in all directions. The momentum was incomparably fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered an area of 100 li. This is a rank 4 wolf smoke goo! Fan Yuan's heart sank. He had already made the most accurate and sensible reaction at the first moment. However, the black smoke spread too quickly and enveloped him directly. For a moment, he felt like he was in the middle of the night, unable to see his own fingers. The choking smoke was everywhere, making breathing difficult and extremely uncomfortable. But luckily he had the Thunderwings goo. As long as he flew upwards, he would be able to escape the range of this wolf smoke. Crack! At the next moment, a bolt of lightning split apart the layers of black smoke, like a lightning snake or a mad dragon, crossing 100 li and striking towards Fan Yuan. This was the lightning leakin's attack. Lightning was so fast that it was hard for people to react. But at the crucial moment, Fan Yuan's battle instinct surpassed his thinking speed, and he reacted first. Lightning Shield Goo. Sky Canopy Goo. A circular lightning shield suddenly appeared beside Fan Yuan. At the same time, his body lit up with a layer of white armor. The raging lightning was so bright that it was blinding. Like a roaring heavenly dragon, it bombarded the lightning shield first. The shield only lasted for less than a second before it was torn apart by the devastating lightning. The lightning struck Fan Yuan's body. At that moment, even though Fan Yuan had closed his eyes, he still felt the piercing pain. A huge force surged and knocked him down. He almost fainted. The lightning wrapped around him and numbed his muscles, almost making him forget to breathe. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Intense pain assaulted him, causing him to wake up. He endured the pain and numbness all over his body, and quickly climbed up. The lightning shield goo was already dead, and the Thunderwings goo was also affected. It was on its last breath and could not be used anymore. The Sky Canopy goo's injuries were not light, and it was slightly dispirited. After all, it had suffered such a strong impact from the lightning. The lightning leakin's attack just now was definitely the power of a rank 4 goo. The higher the goo's rank, the difference in power of a rank was like heaven and earth. A rank 4 offensive goo needed at least 2 rank 3 goo to defend against it. Of course, the reason why the lightning shield goo died was because it had fought for a long time, accumulating many injuries. To think that this lightning leakin thought so highly of me! Fan Yuan laughed bitterly, observing his surroundings. It was pitch black, and there was thick smoke everywhere, making it impossible to tell his location. Be careful, that lightning crown wolf has shrunk to the size of an ordinary lightning wolf, and is hiding in the wolf pack. At this time, from the depths of the black smoke, an elder's shout could be heard. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk when he heard this. This lightning leakin was too cunning, and very vicious. It seemed to want to capture all these goo masters in one fell swoop. Just now, it targeted Fan Yuan, and did not want to let a single one go. The surroundings quickly lit up with countless pairs of wolf eyes. Low growls and the sound of the wolf pack's charging wind could be heard towards Fang Yuan. In such a pitch-black environment, the Gu Master's vision was greatly hindered. But the wolf pack had no problem, because these lightning wolves had abandoned their sense of smell and had excellent vision. I need to escape as soon as possible. Who knows if I will meet that lightning leakin? Even if I don't meet it temporarily, I will be surrounded by the wolf pack. With only 40% of my primeval essence left, I won't be able to fight a battle of attrition. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, and he activated the earth communication ear grass. More than 10 roots grew out of his right ear, spreading outwards. Countless sounds could be heard. There were wolf howls, sounds of battle, the panicked growls of clan elders, and the blood-curdling screams of lightning wolves before their deaths. Too chaotic. The earth communication ear grass's scouting range was very wide, but it could not differentiate the details. Fan Yuan frowned, and could only move towards the side with fewer sounds. But very quickly, he encountered a pack of more than 100 lightning wolves. The lightning wolves charged out of the black smoke, each of them extremely fierce. Fan Yuan summoned the chainsaw golden centipede, and at the same time activated the sky canopy Gu. The chainsaw spun crazily, and the golden centipede was like a large sword, twisting the black smoke and slashing at the wolves' bodies, creating a rain of blood and bones. Fan Yuan was like a drowning boat, cutting his way through the thorns. One by one, the lightning wolves died under the chainsaw golden centipede. But soon, there was a second one, a third one after another, charging towards it. This lightning leakin is too sinister, actually letting the wolf pack surround me from behind. Fan Yuan rushed in one direction, and after a while, he kept encountering lightning wolves. He suddenly understood. He retreated as he fought, and soon, his whole body was bathed in blood. The pressure was too great, and the surroundings were so dark that he could not even see his fingers in front of him. The wolf pack charged at him from all directions, making it hard for him to deal with all of them alone. Guiyuebo, what do you say? At this time, the Bai-clan leader's voice came from deep within the smoke. Fine, let's work together and break out of here first. Guiyuebo's shout followed closely. This was also because of the situation. Only by working together would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, if they fought alone, their primeval essence would be quickly depleted by the lightning wolves, and they would be eaten by the wolf pack. Their ending would definitely be miserable. Howl! Damn it! The next moment, a wolf's howl was heard, followed by an intense explosion. The two clan leaders shouted at the same time, and could no longer organize the clan elders. Obviously, the lightning leakin had launched a sneak attack. It had intelligence that did not belong to a human, and once it attacked, it destroyed the two clan leaders' plans, and disrupted the clan elders' plans to resist. Without the two clan leaders suppressing the situation, could the clan elders cooperate sincerely? This was a huge question. I can't. I have expended too much primeval essence. I need to borrow other people's strength. After charging for a while, Fan Yuan felt tired. He had the strength of 2 boars, but his muscles were still aching all over. His primeval essence was already insufficient, and there were injuries all over his body. The sky canopy Gu could only be used intermittently. The chainsaw golden centipede's body was dim, and its teeth were already broken. In a short period of time, it had killed no less than 1,000 lightning wolves, and among them were a few bold lightning wolves. Among them, a few had defensive Gu worms, and were harder than iron and stone. The chainsaw golden centipede was not invincible, and without its teeth, its cutting ability fell drastically, becoming a tragic sight to behold. Fan Yuan did not linger, and moved as he fought. He relied on the earth communication ear grass, and tried his best to distinguish. Once he heard the frenzied lightning wolf's heavy footsteps, he would immediately change directions, and try his best to avoid it. He could not fight a 1,000-beast king like the frenzied lightning wolf alone. Once he was pinned down, and fell into a heavy encirclement, he would definitely die. I can't accept this. Suddenly, the clan elder's miserable cries came from the thick smoke, and the voice stopped abruptly. In the black smoke, the wolf tide surged, and many clan elders died tragically in the wolf's mouths, letting out unresigned howls. I can't hold on any longer. Fan Yuan felt the aura of death, but his expression was cold. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer his heart became. His heart did not waver in the slightest. In his previous life, there were many more dangerous situations than this. The current situation was not too bad, and the two clan leaders were still fighting with the lightning Leakin, so Fan Yuan still had hope. Eh? There are sounds of fighting ahead. Fan Yuan heard the sound, and immediately changed his direction. He could not hold on any longer, and whether it was the Guyue clan or the Bai clan Gu masters, it was beneficial to him. Kill! 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 From afar, he could hear the Gu masters' loud roars, and was in a fierce battle. Fan Yuan rushed over, but his momentum suddenly stopped. Bai Ningbing. Chapter 173. Bai Ningbing's body was riddled with wounds, panting heavily. When Fan Yuan rushed over, the two of them were stunned. Fate was such a strange thing. Just a moment ago, the two of them were mortal enemies, wanting to kill each other. But at this moment, they needed to work together to have a chance of survival. Cooperate with Bai Ningbing? Fan Yuan's eyes flashed, thinking. Although Bai Ningbing is crazy and aware of his fate, it does not mean that he does not want to live. Survival was a person's primal instinct, the most basic need. In truth, it was because of Bai Ningbing's strong desire to live, and the unchangeable fate of destruction that he developed such a personality. In this world, there was no such thing as an eternal enemy. Cooperating with Bai Ningbing would be a good foundation. But how could she open her mouth to convince him? Fan Yuan, I did not expect it to be you. Bai Ningbing spoke first, laughing loudly, his tone unyielding. Then you shall accompany me to death. To have you accompany me to death, the end of my life is quite interesting. Interesting? Fan Yuan pondered, smiling as he slowly walked towards Bai Ningbing. The surrounding lightning wolves attacked. Fan Yuan swung his hand, the chainsaw golden centipede whistled, slapping 2 to 3 lightning wolves to death and sending them flying. Up until now, the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of teeth were mostly destroyed. Its cutting ability was greatly reduced. It could only slap. With these wolves surrounding us, wouldn't it be more interesting to have a life and death battle? Fan Yuan slowly approached Bai Ningbing. His lips curled into a cold smile. Bai Ningbing's eyelids twitched. He did not expect Fan Yuan to be stronger than him. But this was in line with his intentions. If Fan Yuan's attitude softened, in order to survive, and blindly cooperated with him, he would look down on Fan Yuan, and would even feel a sense of humiliation, wanting to kill Fan Yuan. In this world, some people were like that. You blindly treated him kindly. He would instead think that you were easy to bully, and look down on you. You were unyielding, yet you received respect. You really want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Ningbing narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous aura. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. He slowed down his pace and said in a leisurely tone, 100 years of life is like a dream. What is the purpose of living in this world? It was nothing more than a trip. They were just witnessing something exciting. Although I don't want to die, I'm not afraid of death. I am already on my way. I won't regret it even if I die. This was what Fan Yuan was thinking. Who hasn't died since ancient times? Even a rank 9 Gu master. Even the human ancestor only had a long life, not eternal life. In the end, he still had to face death. So what if I die? What's the big deal? Even if Fan Yuan really died in this wolf tide at the next moment, he would not regret it. It was all because he had already fought for his goal. He had tried his best and lived according to his wishes. Let go of life and death. Only then can one see the magnanimity of life, only then can one truly be free and unrestrained. Bai Ningbing heard this. His entire body trembled violently. He kept saying that he wasn't afraid of death. But that wasn't because he was truly carefree. He just couldn't see through it, and couldn't let go of life and death. When a person is afraid, he becomes a slave. To think that he, Bai Ningbing, was just a slave under life and death. But this couldn't be blamed on him, he was still too young. Many things needed to be experienced before one could truly see through them. However, Fan Yuan's words had opened a window for him who had been conflicted about this. Witnessing something exciting, already on my way, no regrets even if I die. Bai Ningbing mumbled and suddenly asked, Path? What is a path? Fan Yuan sneered and continued to get closer. Everyone has their own path, I don't need to tell you my path. How would I know your path? In this world, many people don't have a path from birth to death. Some people walk on the path, constantly searching, walking towards the Holy Land in their hearts in the darkness. Bai Ningbing's sky-blue eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Path? Not bad, I want to find my path. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was hard for others to understand. It was like a man who bitterly chased after a girl but couldn't find her, and suddenly one day found the correct method. He was also like a treasure hunter who had been stuck at the last checkpoint for a long time, and one day, he suddenly found a way to break through. It was like solving a difficult problem, and bitterly pondering for many years without any progress, and suddenly found the correct method to solve the problem. Bai Ningbing had no path, and couldn't find the meaning of life, so he was lost. Fan Yuan couldn't directly dispel his confusion, but he beat around the bush and gave him hope. He gave him a consolation for facing death. As long as you are on the path, even if you die without regrets, death will not be scary. I feel that I'm about to find my path. Bai Ningbing clenched his fists, his expression became extremely excited. He looked at Fan Yuan and said meaningfully, I finally understand the difference between you and me. You are already on the path, but I'm still wandering. He suddenly laughed, and his excitement was bordering on malevolence. Fan Yuan, if you want to fight, I will definitely accompany you to the end, but not now. Why don't we work together? I have the lightning eye goo, but my vision is obstructed, and I can only see for 30 steps. After we escape, we can choose another day to fight, and work together with our old enemies. Don't you think that would be more exciting, more interesting? Oh, how can I believe you? I'm not asking you to believe me. You can choose to believe me, or you can choose not to believe me. You can leave your back to me, or you can attack me at any time, and sneak attack me. It all depends on your mood at the time. Bai Ningbing laughed and shrugged his shoulders, giving off a carefree aura. Thick smoke billowed, and the surrounding wolves howled. Fan Yuan lowered his eyelids, as if thinking about Bai Ningbing's suggestion. Actually, convincing a person is very difficult, but also very simple. The key is to accurately hit the person's mind. All right. Fan Yuan stretched out his hand to stroke the chainsaw golden centipede's dark gold carapace, and raised his eyes. But you better be prepared for my sneak attack. Bai Ningbing opened his mouth, laughing evilly. A wave of air assaulted him. Black smoke was thick, and the sleeve where the arm was cut off fluttered in the wind. In the thick smoke, it was extremely difficult to determine the direction. The narrower one's vision was, the easier it was to get lost. But Bai Ningbing had the lightning eye goo, and his detection range was 50 steps. Now that he was restricted by the thick smoke, his detection range was reduced to 30 steps. But this was still much better than Fan Yuan's naked eye. But Bai Ningbing only had the lightning eye goo, and did not have a clear understanding of the big picture. He could only see the scene in front of him. Sometimes, when he charged, he would end up being surrounded by the wolves. On the other hand, Fan Yuan had the earth communication ear grass. The thick smoke could weaken one's vision, but it could not block the transmission of sound. The surroundings were filled with sound, and the earth communication ear grass could detect up to 200 steps. But Fan Yuan could only go with the flow. His vision was too narrow. He could only see a tree and a rock beside him. Without any reference, he could not determine the direction. Cooperate. Bai Ningbing's lightning eye goo, and Fan Yuan's earth communication ear grass. The two goos stacked together, complementing each other, and immediately slowed down the situation. This is the south. If we go in this direction, we will face your Gyue village. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with electricity. Then he said, No, there are too many wolves there. We need to take a detour. Fan Yuan's right ear whiskers fluttered in the wind. Hee, then let's turn towards the southeast, how about it? Bai Ningbing licked his lips. Fan Yuan squatted down, his whiskers rooted in the soil, and listened carefully. During this time, the lightning wolves charged over, but were all repelled by Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan listened for a while, and stood up straight. There is a gap in the southeast, but we need to hurry, it is closing up soon. Then let's charge. Bai Ningbing said, but was not in a hurry to move. He was still wary of Fan Yuan, and did not dare to charge at the front, exposing his back to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, he was also wary of Bai Ningbing. Finally, the two were 5 steps apart, and fought side by side. The lightning wolves howled, attempting to surround and kill them. But relying on the lightning eye goo and the earth communication ear grass, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing avoided the strong points and attacked the weak points, continuously moving around, seizing a good opportunity to break through. The advantage of information was undoubtedly displayed at this time. Either Bai Ningbing or Fan Yuan would be in a difficult situation if they were to fight alone. But now that they worked together, they actually had the initiative, and were able to move with ease. After fighting for a while, the view in front of them suddenly widened, and the bright sunlight caused the two to squint their eyes at the same time. We broke through! Bai Ningbing raised his head and laughed. Fan Yuan looked back, only to see a thick black screen behind him, like the bottom of a black pot covering a vast forest. Intense explosions and angry roars could be heard from the thick smoke. Obviously, the two tribe leaders were still fighting with the lightning leakin. To think that working with you is quite enjoyable. Bai Ningbing slightly turned his body, smiling. I feel the same. Fan Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But at the next moment, the two's eyes shone with sharpness. Ice blade goo. Chainsaw golden centipede. The long ice blade drew a cold light in the air. The thick golden centipede slapped horizontally, bringing with it a whistling wind. Bam! The two collided, and the ice blade left a wound on the golden centipede's back, before breaking into pieces. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing both jumped back a step, their eyes revealing intense killing intent. A short cooperation could not change the hostility in their hearts. Fan Yuan's black hair fluttered, and Bai Ningbing's white robe fluttered. There were too many similarities between the two. But precisely because of this, the two became natural enemies. Black eyes and blue eyes stared at each other, almost creating sparks in the air. But the killing intent on both sides gradually retracted. Humph! I don't even need to do anything, for the heavens will take the life of a dying person. The most important thing now is not Bai Ningbing, but the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Once the lightning leakin attacks Gyue village, it will not bode well. I need to take this chance and act decisively. Fan Yuan thought in his heart, his eyelids drooping. Bai Ningbing's eyes became brighter and brighter, muttering. Path, no regrets, yes, even Ren Zhu has to die. There is life and death, as long as it is interesting, so what if I die? Thinking of this, his eyes shone with a dazzling radiance. Ha! I have also found my path, and that is to witness the excitement of this world. Fan Yuan, we will fight another day. At that time, I hope your death can bring excitement to my life. Saying so, he leapt backwards, and after pulling some distance, he turned around and left. Although he was in a sorry state, with injuries all over his body, his face was ashen, and his only arm was crippled. But his back was straight like a sword, and he was no longer lost. He had found his path. Chapter 174. Fan Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing's back until he was far away. Witnessing the wonders of the world. The young man's black eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Bai Ningbing, who was no longer confused, was in even more danger than before. Life and death no longer bothered him. The closer he was to death, the more he could display the unparalleled power of the northern dark eye soul physique. But you want to fight me another day, heh? Fan Yuan laughed lightly. You are destined to be disappointed. The moment he escaped from the smoke, Fan Yuan decided to leave Qing Mao Mountain immediately. Although the battle with Bai Ningbing was interesting, there were no benefits to speak of. Bai Ningbing defined the wonders of the world on Fan Yuan because he was too young and his horizons were limited to Qing Mao Mountain. But Fan Yuan was different. In his rebirth plan, Qing Mao Mountain was just a starting point. As long as he had great ambitions, he would have a broad heart and not care about small conflicts with others. It's time to go. The lightning lichen is more cunning than the thunder crown wolf and harder to deal with. With the current strength of Bai clan and Guyue clan, it will be hard to resist. Unless a rank 5 expert appears and turns the tide. Or the two clans work together. Bai clan and Guyue clan had a grudge against each other, so they had to work together if they worked together. But even if they worked together, they would not be able to cooperate sincerely. Fan Yuan was not optimistic about their future. Qing Mao Mountain's situation will depend on the outcome of this crucial battle. If both clan leaders are killed by the lightning lichen, then Qing Mao Mountain will definitely become the lightning wolves' territory. If only one clan leader is left, then if they work together, the other clan will definitely be sacrificed as cannon fodder. If the lightning lichen is killed, the two clans will definitely suffer heavy losses and need to recuperate. The clan will reorganize its internal affairs and I will definitely be investigated. Fan Yuan was very clear about this change in situation. This was the world of Gu, where an individual's strength was above the collective. Thus, the higher the Gu master's cultivation, the more he could turn the tide. Whether it was Bai clan, Guyue clan or the Lightning Wolf pack, as long as any one of them had a rank 4 expert, he would definitely be able to turn the tide. But no matter what the situation was, it was disadvantageous to Fan Yuan. It's time to leave. Although he still lacked an ideal Gu worm in terms of treatment, how could everything in the world come true? I will return to the village and take the heavenly essence treasure lotus, as well as a healing Gu from the clan treasury, then I will be on my way. Fan Yuan took one last look behind him. There was still a violent roar coming from the black smoke. He turned around and left, heading towards Guyue's village. He had the status of a clan elder. He could use this to forcefully open the clan treasury and obtain Yuan stone and Gu worms. This was the most turbulent period. Everyone was in a state of panic, and this was the best opportunity to take advantage of. But if this moment passed, regardless of the outcome of the battle, the overall situation would be decided. It was difficult for Fan Yuan to fish in troubled waters. The Thunderwings Gu could not be used for the time being, so Fan Yuan ran in the forest. The wolf tide washed away everything, making the dangerous mountain paths safe. Soon, the Guyue stronghold came into sight. Who is it? Fan Yuan suddenly stopped. Two strangers appeared in front of him. These two were dressed in Gu master attire. One was older, tall and straight, steady like a mountain and deep like an abyss. The most attractive part was that he wore a bronze mask on his face. This mask was simple and unadorned, revealing an ancient aura. There were 3 openings on the mask, revealing the wearer's eyes and lips. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, revealing a dignified, righteous aura. His lips were pursed, the lines like they were carved by a knife, showing this person's unwavering will. The mask could not cover his ears, and his sideburns were white, showing this person's age. The other was a young man. His eyebrows were straight like swords, his eyes were clear and bright, emitting a sharp light as he looked around, like an eagle or a tiger. Looking at his appearance, this young man's age was similar to Fan Yuan's. But this person's belt had a silver plate, and on the silver plate was carved the word 3. At this age, he was already a rank 3 Gu master. His cultivation talent could be seen. This was a young genius. But Fan Yuan's gaze only paused on the young man for a moment, before turning to the older man. This young man's skin was slightly dark, his lips were also pursed, and his whole body emitted a capable and vigorous aura, not to be underestimated. But her slightly bulging chest, the details of her hands, feet and throat, allowed Fan Yuan to see through her identity as a young girl. Fan Yuan never underestimated women, but compared to this heroic young girl, the middle-aged man beside her had such a great background that he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Tai Shueleng. Fan Yuan's heart shook, secretly revealing this middle-aged man's identity. He wore a bronze mask, and on the purple crystal plate on his belt, there was a word carved, 5. He was a rank 5 Gu Master, the law enforcer of the world, solving cases like a god, the #1 southern border divine investigator Tai Shueleng. He was impartial and emotionless. Many demonic cultivators had been captured by him, and many evildoers had been beheaded by him. He was a role model of the righteous path, traveling the southern border, solving countless cases, and had a great reputation. Little brother, please enlighten me. Tai Shueleng cupped his fists towards Fan Yuan. He had been famous for a long time, and was also a rank 5 Gu Master, but his attitude was very polite and easygoing. I see little brother's body is full of injuries, and you seem to be in a hurry. Could it be that your clan leader and the elders have encountered some trouble? He continued to ask. Fan Yuan's expression naturally changed to one of anxiety, surprise, and even suspicion and fear. Who are you? How do you know this? That's right, we were chasing the Thunder Crown Wolf, and encountered some trouble. We met a lightning leakin. I was just about to rush back to ask for help. I am Tai Shueleng, a friend and not an enemy. I just came out from the Guyue village. Little brother, you don't need to go back to ask for help. Under the beast tide, humans are one, and we should advance and retreat together. I will naturally contribute my meager strength. Tai Shueleng immediately said without hesitation. Damn it, to think that I, Guyue, will die here today. Humph, even if I die, I won't let this lightning leakin have an easy time. Guyue clan leader and by clan leader were full of injuries, and their primeval essence was almost depleted. They could feel the thick aura of death. The thick smoke had already dissipated, and the elders were all dead, leaving only the 2 clan leaders. The lightning leakin was not in a good state either, and some of the injuries on its body were so deep that bones could be seen. It gritted its teeth and hid behind the lightning wolf army. Its eyes shone with a cunning light, but it did not personally join the battle. Come on, you coward! The Bai family patriarch roared. But the lightning leakin shrunk back again, and let out a wolf howl, commanding the ordinary lightning wolf group to charge towards the 2 rank 4 Gu Masters. Cunning thing, sigh. Guyue and Bai clan leader looked at each other and sighed. They had originally prepared a powerful counterattack before they died. But the lightning leakin had intelligence that did not lose to humans, and did not fall for it. My life is over, damn it, dying in the mouths of these ordinary lightning wolves. Just as the 2 clan leaders were raging, a voice came from afar. Both of you, persevere! The voice reverberated in the forest. The 2 clan leaders' bodies shook at the same time, and when they turned around, they saw a tall figure flying towards them. The figure swayed, freely passing through the wolf group. After a few breaths, he stood beside the 2 clan leaders. You are? The 2 clan leaders asked at the same time. I am Tai Shueleng. Hiss, Bai clan leader sucked in a breath of cold air. He was surprised, happy and suspicious, not knowing why Tai Shueleng was here. Guyue knew the reason, and was overjoyed. So it's divine investigator Tai. Just as he spoke, the wolf group approached. A bunch of evil beasts! Tai Shueleng's voice was like thunder, and with a low growl, he activated the goo worm in his aperture. Boom! A formless aura suddenly exploded, radiating in all directions. This aura was like a mountain, indomitable and unshakable. It was like the firmament, looking down on the world, seeing through all living beings. Righteous goo. Only a goo master with a righteous heart could use it. Righteous goo could cause fear in the hearts of evildoers. Within a certain range, the weaker the enemy's willpower, the more they would be weakened. Tai Shueleng had once used this goo to make a rank 4 goo master throw away his armor and lose his fighting spirit. This was a weapon that could subdue the enemy without even fighting. Howl howl, the lightning wolves' momentum stopped. Under the pressure of this aura, their legs trembled, not daring to move forward. Howl! The lightning leakin at the back howled, trying to command the lightning wolf group. Such guts! Tai Xueling stared, and suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing towards the lightning leaken. Rumble, the air rippled, and a huge black iron hand broke through the air, grabbing towards the lightning leaken. Rank 5 Iron Hand Grappling Goo. The lightning leaken had a crafty nature, and lacked bravery. Adding on the injuries on its body, it did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly dodged. But this black iron hand firmly locked onto the lightning leaken, chasing after it. The lightning leaken could not escape, and with a loud growl, its ferocious nature roused, clashed with the black iron hand. The hand collapsed, and the lightning leaken was heavily injured, its bones almost breaking. It let out a whimper, not daring to find trouble with Tai Xueling anymore. Finally, it looked at Tai Xueling and the two clan leaders with hatred, before turning around and running away with its tail between its legs. It's escaping! Quickly stop it! The two clan leaders shouted, but Tai Xueling just stood at the same spot, not making a move. Divine Investigator, please make a move! Guiyuebo cupped his fists and pleaded. Tai Xueling slightly shook his head. At this time, Fan Yuan and the young girl also rushed over, and saw the scene of the lightning leaken being forced away by the iron hand. Father! You are injured, how can you fight? The young girl ran over, stomping her feet in anger. Her reproachful tone revealed deep concern. Roanan, this lightning leaken is extremely crafty. Only by forcing it to retreat is the best way to deal with it. Tai Xueling said indifferently, and suddenly his body shook. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood was a strange green color, and when it landed on the ground, it instantly corroded a patch of green grass, giving off an unpleasant smell. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. Father, how are you? The young girl, Tai Ruanan, quickly raised her hands, wanting to treat Tai Xueling. No need to make a fuss, it's not like you don't know about this injury. I will feel much better after spitting out some blood. Tai Xueling laughed, waving his hands to reject the treatment. Seeing this scene, the two clan leaders, who were still harboring resentment, immediately revealed a look of shame. Divine Investigator is impartial, and even though you are heavily injured, you still helped. We are deeply grateful for your help. I have long heard of Tai Xueling's great name. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Truly admirable. Thank you, Divine Investigator, for saving my life. The two clan leaders cupped their fists and thanked him. Lord Divine Investigator, please come to our Bai clan as a guest. We must repay you for saving our lives. The Bai clan leader said again. At the side, how could Guiyuebo just watch as the Bai clan pulled Tai Xueling away? He knew Tai Xueling's motive, and smiled proudly. I already know why Lord Divine Investigator is here. You were asked by Jia Fu to investigate the murder case, right? Our Guiyue clan will definitely cooperate with you. Hearing this, the Bai clan leader's expression instantly changed. Tai Xueling said, That's right. However, I am not the leader of this investigation. My daughter Tai Ruanan will be in charge. Oh? In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on the young girl. Chapter 175. What? Father, you want me to solve the case? The young girl pointed at herself, her face full of shock. What, you're not willing? Tai Xueling smiled. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Tai Ruanan reacted and said excitedly. Tai Xueling nodded and sighed. His tone was complicated. You are determined to walk the same path as me. These past few years you have been by my side and have been influenced by many things. Only when a young eagle flies independently can it truly grow up. Father is already old, this injury cannot be healed. I can't accompany you for the rest of your life. A new generation replaces the old, the rest is up to you. Father, don't be discouraged. Isn't there still hope for a cure? The young girl's voice trembled as she sobbed. You and I both know how slim this hope is. People need to learn to recognize reality, Ruanan. Tai Xueling smiled and turned to face Guiyuebo. Guiyue clan leader, rest assured. My daughter has already learned 70 to 80% of my skills. With my guidance, I will not let your clan suffer any injustice. You're too kind. Gyuebo quickly cupped his hands. Young heroines are not inferior to men. They are heroic and are also the descendants of heroes. How can I not be assured? Please come to the village and let the two of you wash away the dust. The dishes were laid out on the table. The fragrance of the wine filled the air as it formed a line in the wine jar and poured into Tai Schwelling's cup. The wolf tide had just passed and Gyue's village had entered its most difficult period. A large amount of resources had been consumed, resulting in a shortage of food and resources. There were even mortals who starved to death. But even so, in order to receive Tai Schwelling, Gyue's clan still put together this banquet. As the clan leader, Gyuebo sat on the main seat with Tai Schwelling and the young girl Tai Ruanan beside him. In addition, there were Gyue Zhong, Gyue Guyen, Gyue Lian, Gyue Yao Ji, as well as Fan Yuan and the others. They were all clan elders. Before the wolf tide, the Gyue clan had dozens of elders. But now, only this table was left, and there weren't even 10 people left. Not only that, all the elders present were injured. This was especially true for Gyue Lian, who was seriously injured in the resistance battle 2 weeks ago and had been hiding in a secret room to recuperate. He was originally lying on the bed. But when he heard that Tai Schwelling was coming, he forced himself to stay strong, to attend this banquet. However, this allowed him to escape a calamity. Meanwhile, his old rival, Gyue Emochin, had followed the chief to hunt down the Thunder Crown Wolf, but had been killed by the Lightning Leakin. If it wasn't for Brother Tai's help today, I'm afraid I would have become the Lightning Leakin's meal. Gyuebo stood up, held the cup with both hands, and slightly bowed as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. I did what I could. Tai Schwelling raised his glass. He took a sip of wine. He was strict by nature and did not gamble or whore. Restrain oneself, and never drink too much. Because of this, he never got drunk. Gyuebo drank the wine and looked around at the people in the banquet. His eyes were red as he sighed and slowly sat down. Tai Schwelling had seen this kind of situation many times, and comforted him. Chief Gyue, please don't be sad. As long as the people are still here, the mountain stronghold will prosper again. Furthermore, the Lightning Leakin is also injured, and the Lightning Wolf pack is also greatly depleted. In the next few years, they probably won't attack again. This time, the wolf tide has passed. The worst period of the wolf tide had indeed passed. In the next few months, although there would still be lightning wolves appearing, their numbers would become fewer and fewer, and would not form a large scale. The wolf pack would no longer have the power to directly attack the mountain stronghold. The Lightning Leakin would return to the wolf's den and recuperate there, slowly reorganizing the remaining wolves. Many lightning wolves would be summoned back, and the death of a large number of lightning wolves would greatly reduce the wolf pack's need for food. The wolf pack could once again be self-sufficient. In the next few years, the lightning wolf pack would gradually grow, and during this time, there would be new 100 Beast King Bold Lightning Wolf, 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf, and myriad Beast King Thunder Crown Wolf. Prosperity leads to decline, decline leads to prosperity. Be it humans or wolf packs, they all followed this law of change. Although the young girl's words were correct, humans were not plants. How could they be emotionless? Chief Gyue knew this truth better than Tai Ruanan, but the pain and sorrow in his heart could not be avoided. The sacrifice was too great. Just the higher-ups of the clan had lost more than half. The Rank 2 and Rank 1 Gu masters had even more casualties. The entire Gyue mountain stronghold's strength was at rock bottom, and could not withstand any more disturbances. Why didn't you all counterattack, and directly destroy the wolf's den? At the side, Tai Ruanan did not understand and asked in confusion. That is because there are over 10 Thunderchi worms living in the wolf's den, numbering close to 1 million. There are also large numbers of wild Gu mixed in. It is hard to do anything unless the 3 clans join forces. Gyue Yaoji opened her mouth and explained. As she said this, she suddenly snorted, casting a sinister gaze towards Fan Yuan. But this possibility is too small. Even in our Gyue clan, There are clan elders who shrink back at the last moment, and when the wolf tide attacked, who knows where they hid? Hearing this, the other clan elders could not help but shift their gazes towards Fan Yuan. Earlier, Fan Yuan had been exploring the flower wine hidden treasure in the rock-cracked secret cave, causing him to miss the battle against the wolf tide. In everyone's eyes, this was a sign of being crafty and being a coward. Thus, the clan elders looked at Fan Yuan with dissatisfaction, disdain, and a faint anger. Even Guyue Bo's expression was not good. As the clan leader, he hated people like Fan Yuan the most, who did things his own way, was mysterious, had his own plans, and did not let people feel at ease using him. The atmosphere at the table suddenly changed. The Tai father and daughter also felt this change, and followed everyone's gaze, looking at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's youthful appearance had already attracted the attention of Tai Ruonan as a peer. Fan Yuan calmly drank his wine. Even though everyone's gazes were focused on him, he did not seem to notice. His expression was indifferent, as he had already expected this situation. This matter is troublesome. He sighed in his heart. Although he was worried, he was not panicking. Tai Xueling's appearance had seriously ruined his escape plan. If he took the heavenly Yuan treasure lotus and destroyed the foundation of Guyue's mountain stronghold, this would definitely cause the Tai father and daughter to capture him. The name of divine investigator was not just a rumor. With his current methods and strength, as long as Tai Xueling started to pursue him, there was absolutely no possibility of failure. Even if he did not take the heavenly Yuan treasure lotus, his mysterious disappearance would still be investigated by the clan. Because it involved Jia Jinxing's death, he would be investigated by the Tai father and daughter. If he left without saying goodbye, in their eyes, it would be a guilty conscience, fleeing to avoid punishment. Without any other choice, Fan Yuan could only choose to stay and observe the situation. Although he was blamed by everyone, this was not the worst situation. If he left directly, he would be messing up the situation and messing up the situation. Is the wine good? Guyue Yaoji laughed sinisterly, looking straight at Fan Yuan. Are you not going to explain? Fan Yuan slowly put down the wine cup, looking up at Guyue Yaoji's broken arm. It was said that the older one was, the wiser one was. In order to save her life, Guyue Yaoji cut off her own arm, using injury as an excuse to escape the clan's mission. This had happened in Fan Yuan's previous life. Who would have thought that Guyue Yaoji would do the same in this life? Her abandonment of the rook to save the king was indeed effective. To prevent being killed by the Thunder Crown Wolf, she did not participate in the pursuit, so her life was saved. She was now making things difficult for herself, partly because of old grievances, but mostly because she wanted to burn the fire on Fan Yuan, to reduce the attention of others. What do you want me to explain? Explain that you cut off your own arm in order to drag out an ignoble existence? Fan Yuan sneered. What? Guyue Yaoji was shocked and angry, suddenly standing up from her seat. She opened her eyes wide, pointed at Fan Yuan's nose, and screamed. You little bastard! You dare to bite me, slander me, and frame me! How can you be so despicable? How did our Guyue clan produce such a thing like you? Guyue Yaoji! Guyue Bo's expression changed, and he shouted. Sit down, we have an important guest here, where is the propriety of yelling? Guyue Yaoji wanted to continue scolding, but seeing the Guyue clan leader's gloomy expression, she could only swallow her words back into her stomach. She angrily glared at Fan Yuan, and angrily sat down. After Guyue Bo dealt with Yaoji, he shifted his gaze to Fan Yuan. Elder Fan Yuan, I need an explanation. When the wolf tide attacked the village, where did you go? Fan Yuan, he is Fan Yuan? Tai Xueling's eyes flashed with a strange light. In Jia Jinxing's mysterious disappearance, Fan Yuan played an extremely important role. Before Tai Xueling came here, he naturally received a lot of information about Jia Fu. But he did not expect that this young elder was Fan Yuan. All of a sudden, Tai Xueling's interest was aroused. He had solved countless cases and was able to deduce the truth from the clues he had left behind. Looking at everyone's reaction, He guessed that Fan Yuan had retreated at the last minute. However, the facts that people know are often superficial. What is the truth? No matter what the truth was, Fan Yuan's answer would reveal a corner of his heart. This would be very helpful in solving the next case. Feeling Tai Shuiling's attention, Fan Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression did not change. He lightly swept his gaze over everyone, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. There is nothing to explain. But since you've asked, I'll just say it directly. I was very scared at that time, and the pressure that had been accumulating for a long time, as well as the fear of death, had reached its limit. I could not bear it, so I was cowardly and hid in a corner, not daring to go to the front lines. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. They had been waiting for Fan Yuan's excuse and reason, and had already prepared how to expose Fan Yuan and expose Fan Yuan. They never thought that Fan Yuan would directly admit it. Any lie, as long as it is not the truth, will have flaws. Moreover, Tai Shuiling is here. Fan Yuan's expression was calm as he lowered his eyes and stared at the wine cup in front of him. Tai Shuiling's eyes flashed with a strange light. He subconsciously frowned, and a sense of disgust rose in his heart. Chapter 176. In the banquet, there was complete silence. Everyone was stunned, looking at Fan Yuan blankly. They did not expect Fan Yuan to answer like this, admitting it directly and being so honest. He is still too young to actually say such words. These words mean the destruction of his entire political future. From now on, this Fan Yuan is no longer a concern. The clan elders' thoughts were in turmoil. At this point in the wolf tide, the outcome was already set. In the next few months, only small wolf packs would appear, and with the continuous recall of the lightning leaken and the elimination of Gu masters, the lightning wolves would basically disappear by the end of the year. But the fights would never stop. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are fights. Under the wolf tide, there are fights between humans and wolves. Now that the most difficult part of the wolf tide had passed, the internal fights between the clans had surfaced, becoming the main conflict. When the wolf tide attacked the village, many Gu masters died, and the old forces were destroyed. The benefits that these forces originally controlled lost their original owners, and naturally needed to be redistributed and divided. In the Guyu clan's upper echelon, there were many elders who originally had a share of the entire village's profit cake. But now, only Fan Yuan and less than 10 elders were left, but the cake was still there. To split this big cake, there was naturally a need to compete. Political fights, although not as bloody as the wolf tide, plots and calculations, cold wind and traps, were deep and dangerous. Originally, Fan Yuan was the only newly promoted clan elder. He had great momentum and was in the limelight. But now that he admitted it, destroying his own political future, it was equivalent to giving up the chance to compete with the other clan elders for the profit cake. In an instant, the threat level of Fan Yuan in the hearts of the clan elders decreased by many times. The many gazes towards Fan Yuan, the pressure contained within was clearly reduced. At this time, clan leader Gyuebo's sighed. Since Fan Yuan has already admitted it, then as the clan leader, I have no choice but to punish you for deserting. According to the clan rules passed down by the ancestors, deserters will be stripped of their clan elder positions. According to the family rules passed down by the ancestors, those who deserted in the face of battle would be stripped of their positions as family elders. However, the final outcome will be decided by me and a few other elders. We will decide according to the circumstances. But no matter the result, I hope you can accept it. The others all had different expressions. Fan Yuan nodded. He did not speak, as if he had already accepted his fate. Guyue and Yao Ji cut off one of their arms. His life was saved. Such ruthlessness and decisiveness. Fan Yuan had won as well. It was just that he gave up even more. He even gave up his status as a clan elder. His biggest problem now was the sudden appearance of the Tai family's father and daughter. If he got involved in the political whirlpool and suffered from political strife, the situation would definitely be even more dangerous. I'm willing. This was life. The identity of an elder was originally for better cultivation. That's why I used it. For the sake of immortality, I embarked on the demonic path and could even give up my life. What else was there to be unwilling to give up? The position of family elder. Fan Yuan did not feel the slightest bit upset or regret in his heart. This was the wisest choice. Moreover, although there would be a punishment, it would definitely be light. After all, there was a lack of clan elders now. As a rank 3 Gu master, his strength had to be taken seriously. The clan leader had to punish him and also borrow Fan Yuan's strength to stabilize the village. Thus, he had to appease him. As for the other clan elders, Fan Yuan had already withdrawn from this crucial political game and was no longer a threat. Moreover, he would not kill Fan Yuan. If he forced Fan Yuan to retaliate, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Although there is a clan system, what is a system? A system is a tool used by those in power to protect their benefits. On one hand, it is used to control and divide the benefits of those in power, and on the other hand, it is the rules of the game used by those in power. Fan Yuan sneered in his heart. Regarding these aspects, he could see them clearly. Right now, the most important thing is still the Tai family's father and daughter. Damn it, they actually came faster than I expected. They arrived before the wolf tide had even retreated. But such actions are in line with Tai Xueling's character of hating evil and risking his life. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan felt pressured. Even though Tai Xueling was injured, his battle strength was not something that Fan Yuan could compare to. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse, this was the logic. I want to leave the village, but I also need to avoid the Tai family's pursuit. How can I get out of this? Fan Yuan was vexed. This Tai family's father and daughter were not as easy to fool as Jia Fu. Moreover, Fan Yuan's cultivation was low. Even if he had thousands of brilliant plans, he did not have the ability to execute them. What could he do? The difference in strength between rank 3 and rank 5 was huge. Everyone, I have something to say. At this moment, the silent Gyuebo Lian suddenly spoke. His face was pale, and he had dragged his heavily injured body here. He could not drink alcohol and could only drink tea. But what he said next was shocking. I have to be honest about something. The reason why Lord Fan Yuan could not appear in time was because of me. What? At once, the other clan elders were shocked. Oh, what do you mean? Gyuebo asked. Fan Yuan also looked over, but he hid his shock. Why would this Gyuebo Lian speak up for him? Even though Fan Yuan had something on him, during this wolf tide, the chief faction's successor, Gyue Qing, had already died on the battlefield. Even though the chief faction had already done their best to protect Qing. But the battlefield was always the place with the most accidents. Furthermore, during the wolf tide, everyone was in danger. Many times, they could not even take care of themselves, much less others. When a person died, the information that Fan Yuan had on him was no longer useful. But why did Gyuyu Lian take the initiative to cover for him? Gyuyu Lian sighed. To be honest, my granddaughter, Gyue Mo Yen, has already fallen deeply in love with Elder Fan Yuan. My granddaughter, Gyue Mo Yen, has already fallen deeply in love with Elder Fan Yuan. Before this, she personally begged me, kneeling on the ground and crying, not willing to see Fan Yuan die on the battlefield. I only have one granddaughter, and because of my selfishness, I forced Fan Yuan to stay in the residence and drugged him. Only when he chased after the Thunder Crown Wolf did I let him out. So it was all my fault. It was all my fault. It has nothing to do with Lord Fan Yuan. What? Oh, is that true? The clan elders revealed doubtful expressions. Gyuebo Lian's words were a bit too far-fetched, and the credibility was not high. It is normal for young people to fall in love. Gyuebo nodded, looking meaningfully at Fan Yuan, trying to find some clues from his face. But Fan Yuan had already lowered his eyes, his expression calm. No emotions could be seen. The clan leader did not know what to say. The other clan elders were also exchanging glances, not understanding why Gyuebo Lian was so biased towards Fan Yuan. His words, exonerating Fan Yuan, was sacrificing his own reputation, destroying his own political future. Guyue Bo Lian continued, Elder Fan Yuan, in order to protect my reputation, was willing to bear the blame. But I have already missed it once. How can I make another mistake? This is the truth. How should I punish him? Please enlighten me, clan leader. I plead guilty and submit to the law. If I am to be stripped of my status as an elder, this old man is willing as well. The clan leader hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Qi Lian has worked hard and made great contributions. This is understandable. Humans are not plants. How can we be emotionless? Now that the clan has many things to do, we need a loyal official like you. But this is a personal affair. How to punish him still needs to be discussed. Today, we have an esteemed guest. Let's not talk about this first. Brother Tai, this one and all the clan elders toast you. Saying so, Guyue Bo stood up. The rest of the clan elders also stood up, raising their wine cups. Everyone is too polite. I will have to trouble everyone in the future. I hope everyone can understand. Tai Xueling did not put on any airs, standing up and drinking a cup of wine. Inside the Qi faction's courtyard, the fragrance of plants, fake mountains, clear springs, the sound of flowing water. In the night sky, the bright moon hung high like a plate. The banquet had ended long ago. Fan Yuan sat in a pavilion in the courtyard, listening to the sound of the spring water as he calmly put down the teacup in his hand. Sitting opposite him was Guyue Lian. After the banquet ended, he invited Fan Yuan over for a chat. Come, drink another cup of tea. This bamboo leaf clear water tea is perfect to cure the hangover. Guyue Lian smiled, personally pouring a cup of tea for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression was calm as he watched the tea being refilled, only saying, It is indeed a tea to cure the hangover. Saying so, he shifted his gaze outside the pavilion. All he saw was a pale white moon, shedding a clear light. Under the moonlight, the courtyard was quiet and elegant, but with the mottled shadows and the wind, one could faintly see that the Qi faction courtyard was in decline. During the banquet, Fan Yuan had already seen through Guyue Lian's thoughts. Now that he saw this scene, he was even more certain. The Qi faction had no one left. With Guyue Cheng's death, the entire Qi faction would lose its heir. Although Qiqing still had a sister, Mo Yen, the clan's rules were passed down from generation to generation, favoring males over females, and the family business would only be passed down to males, not females. Even if Guyue and Mo Yen became rank 3 in the future, they would be promoted to clan elder. But her family business did not mean that the Qi faction was legitimate, it only belonged to her. If she married in the future, the family business would be transferred to her husband's name. If a clan's political power lost its heir, it would have no future prospects, and no one would follow them. The Qi faction was already in a difficult situation, facing the danger of collapse. But the heavens always left a way out. The Qi faction was not in a hopeless situation. There was still a sliver of hope. This sliver of hope rested on Guyue and Mo Yen. Although she was a girl, she could still marry. If this son-in-law entered the Qi faction, his status would be justified, and he could inherit the Qi faction. Seeing that Fan Yuan did not show any signs of speaking, Guyue Lian cursed this sly lad in his heart, but he had no choice but to speak first. I wonder what Elder Fan Yuan thinks of my Qi faction. He had his own difficulties that he could not speak of. Ever since he was heavily injured, his cultivation had fallen to rank 2, and there was no possibility of him returning to rank 3. Right now, he was only relying on goo worms to conceal his true aura. But paper could not cover fire, there would be a day when he would be exposed. His only heir had already died, and he had fallen to rank 2, losing his clan elder status. Guyue Qi Lian was in urgent need of a helper who could hold up the situation. In the past, he had a high status, and the Qi faction occupied a huge portion of the profit pie. Now that the clan's power was reshuffled, he did not seek more benefits. As long as he could protect the portion he had, it would be the greatest victory. Chapter 177. The sunset clouds overflowed with coldness, the silver hand spun silently. Bai Ningbing looked at the night sky through the window. A bright moon, sparkling and translucent, hung in the night sky. Wolf howls could be heard from afar, adding a sense of desolation to the moonlight. In the study room, Bai clan leader sat by the side, his face revealed a despondent expression. Just now, Bai Ningbing had told him about the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, 10 extreme aptitude. Bai clan leader muttered. I feel that I don't have much time left. My aperture is gradually unable to bear the burden. These years I have caused you trouble. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. His expression was calm, the morbid wildness and madness of the past had disappeared. Replacing it was a sense of tranquility and peace. This tranquility came from the heart. He, Bai Ningbing, had found his own path, and was no longer troubled by life and death. Everyone grows up. Under the stimulation of life and death, one could become even more mature. The moonlight was like water, pouring down, shining on Bai Ningbing's white skin. As the light flowed, his blue eyes had a trace of profoundness. A beautiful young man with snow-white hair and white clothes, he was like an immortal in the clouds, attracting the attention of others. How can this be? When I tested your aptitude back then, it was clearly a grade 99%, it was not the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Bai clan leader still could not accept it. That is indeed the case. But in the process of cultivation, there was a day when my aptitude rose. I have checked the clan's records, and this situation was also recorded in the books. 99% of a grade aptitudes have the possibility of becoming 10 extreme aptitudes during cultivation, Bai Ningbing said. 10 extreme aptitudes defy the heavens, the great Tao does not tolerate it. Even the 10 children of Ren Zhu did not have a good ending. Sai, is there really no way to save it? Bai clan leader looked at the beautiful young man in front of him, feeling pity and regret. He was the pride of the clan, the hope to rise. But he did not have much time left, his life was coming to an end. Even though he was becoming more and more resplendent, but like fireworks, he could only be dazzled at the last moment. There is no way to eradicate it, but there are some ways to delay it. But these methods require many years of preparation, and I no longer have the time. At this point, Bai Ningbing smiled faintly. He was calm and collected, as if he wasn't talking about himself, but an unrelated outsider. It doesn't matter. Who didn't die? True immortality does not exist. As long as you live a wonderful life, that's enough. He comforted the chief instead. I can't accept this. Absolutely not. Damn it, my Bai family has been suppressed by the Guyue family for hundreds of years. We finally had hope, but this is the result. No, there's still a glimmer of hope. There's still hope. The clan chief's voice grew louder and louder. Then, a look of determination appeared on his face, as if he had made up his mind. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. He stood up and said. After a while. The moonlight was like water, shining on a deep pond. Could this be the spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. Led by the Bai clan leader, he walked through a long secret passage and arrived at this place. Not bad. This was the forbidden area of the clan, the location of the spirit spring. As you know, the foundation of every clan is a natural spirit spring. They can use it to produce yuan stone for cultivation. Our Bai family is only a small to medium-sized clan. Only after we swallow up the Guyue family and the Xiong family, and possess at least 3 spirit springs, can we be considered a large clan. The Bai clan leader sighed. Then why did you bring me here, clan leader? The Bai clan leader showed a complicated expression. He turned to look at Bai Ningbing, and his expression became hesitant. I never thought of bringing you here. But life is unpredictable. I didn't expect you to have the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Your only chance is in this spirit spring. What's in this spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. There's a great deity. The Bai clan leader said solemnly. Great deity? Bai Ningbing was surprised. Great deity is a respectful title for it. It's a snake goo left behind by our first ancestor. It likes cleanliness, and feeds on the spirit spring water. It has always been secretly residing in the spirit spring, the Bai clan leader introduced. Back then, before the first ancestor passed away, he set up the inheritance treasure and left behind this snake goo as a clue. If you can get the recognition of the great deity, it will lead you to the inheritance treasure. If you can't get its recognition, the Bai clan leader hesitated. Then what will happen? Bai Ningbing asked. The Bai clan leader's expression was solemn. Then it will kill you! At the same time, Guyue village. In the room, Tai Ruonan kept her investigative goo and nodded in satisfaction. The environment here is not bad, it's clean. The clean she was referring to was not the cleanliness of the room, which was clean and tidy. It was because there were no surveillance methods in the surroundings. But there were definitely none, that was impossible. After all, Tai Shuilin was a rank 5 expert, he was too much of a threat, and had to be guarded against. But the defense and surveillance of Guyue family was just right, the level was very low, and did not cause any disgust. It could even be understood as overly enthusiastic and enthusiastic reception. Thus, Tai Ruonan commented that it was clean. Tai Shuilin nodded slightly. Ruonan, you have followed me for so long and have indeed learned many things. But some things have to be done by yourself, just watching from the side is not enough. Thus, I will let you solve this case. Father, I will definitely work hard and do my best. Very good. Then let me ask you, what will be your first step? Tai Shuilin purposely tested her. Tai Ruonan laughed, suddenly turning her body to look at the moon outside the window. The moon is bright tonight, father. Do you have the mood to follow your daughter to tour around this Guyue village? Tai Shuilin's lips finally showed a gratified smile after hearing this. Starting a case was not to be in a hurry to understand the details of the case. Surveying the surroundings was the first step to solving the case. The Tai family father and daughter strolled slowly on the streets. After resisting the wolf tide's terrifying attack, the Guyue village was in a sorry state. The bamboo buildings had collapsed and were covered in blood. Miscellaneous items were piled up everywhere, and from time to time, the soft moans of the injured could be heard. The Tai family father and daughter walked a large circle, and during this time, both of them were silent. Fan Yuan, you stinking brat, get out of here! Suddenly, a roar came from within the courtyard. The Tai family father and daughter could not help but stop. After a while, the door opened, and Fan Yuan rubbed his nose and walked out with a faint smile. It's little brother Fan Yuan. Not far away, Tai Shuilin took the initiative to greet him. This little one greets Lord Divine Investigator. Fan Yuan withdrew his smile and cupped his hands. Little brother, the two of us have just arrived and are not very familiar with some places. I wonder if you can explain a thing or two to us? Tai Shuilin suddenly invited. Tai Ruonan glanced at her father, but did not say anything. Fan Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to meet them, but he did not expect this opportunity to be delivered to him. The two of you have traveled tens of thousands of miles and tirelessly come to solve this case. The entire village should assist you. Both of you, this way please. Fan Yuan spoke frankly with assurance, not showing any signs of guilt as he walked in front. The spirit spring bubbled like boiling water. Suddenly, with a splash, the spring water surged up like a wave. After reaching a certain level, the spring water split apart and splashed everywhere. A slender white snake covered in snow scales stepped on the waves, showing its elegant figure. Its eyes were like jade, indifferent like jade, revealing a cold indifference. On both sides of its head, there was a pair of long whiskers that fluttered in the wind like an immortal's ribbons. Rank 5. White form immortal snake goo. Greetings to great immortal. Bai clan leader excitedly kneeled on the ground and anxiously instructed. Bai Ningbing, why aren't you kneeling as well? I never kneel to a goo. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted, his body straight like a spear. Even though the white form immortal snake goo emitted a faintly cold aura, concealing a dense killing intent, Bai Ningbing had no fear. But Bai Ningbing had no fear, his blue eyes staring straight at the white form immortal snake goo's snake eyes. Time seemed to have stopped. The spirit spring and Bai clan leader became irrelevant in the background. Under the bright moonlight, the blue-eyed youth was like a painting, and the silver-whiskered white snake was like an immortal, gazing at each other. After a long while, the white snake suddenly cried out and turned into a white rainbow, crashing into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's body shook, and the rainbow entered his aperture, turning into a white snake. The white snake occupied the center of the primeval essence, immediately pushing the surrounding goo to the side with a domineering attitude. This situation. Bai clan leader stood up with a puzzled expression. It doesn't match the clan's records. There were corresponding records in the clan's records. Once a goo master is acknowledged, the white form immortal snake goo would carry the inheritor and ascend to the sky, obtaining the treasure in the sky. But the current situation was somewhat strange. The white form immortal snake goo entered Bai Ningbing's aperture, not killing him. It should have acknowledged him. But why didn't it carry Bai Ningbing and directly ascend to the sky? Could it be there was a mistake in the records? At once, Bai clan leader couldn't understand. Time slowly passed. Kuyua village is like this. Then there was the underground karst cave. But that is the clan's forbidden area, outsiders can't enter, Fan Yuan said. He looked at the bright moon in the night sky and continued. It's getting late, why don't you two rest early? You will have the energy to solve the case tomorrow, right? He, Elder Fan Yuan is right. Thank you, Elder Fan Yuan, for your guidance along the way. Elder Fan Yuan, please return, Tai Shuileng said. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Fan Yuan cupped his fists and left decisively. Tai Shuileng looked at Fan Yuan's back with interest, only retracting his gaze when Fan Yuan turned a corner. Ronan, what do you think of this Fan Yuan? He suddenly asked. I don't like him. My intuition tells me that there is a shadow behind him. The young girl Tai Ronan frowned. Tai Shuileng nodded. I know you have the intuition goo, which can increase your intuition. But we pay attention to evidence when solving cases. Intuition alone won't convince people. Don't rely on your intuition too much. Don't use intuition goo to solve this case. Yes, Father. Chapter 178. Tai Shuileng continued. Now, analyze Fan Yuan as a person. Father, are you suspecting Fan Yuan? Tai Ruanan was stunned for a moment before continuing. He is a very rational and intelligent person. When he introduced the village to us, every sentence he said was appropriate and logical. Hiss. Tai Ruanan suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She frowned. I didn't notice it earlier, but now that you reminded me, I realized it. This Fan Yuan is too good with words. Every sentence he says is the objective truth, abandoning his personal feelings. He calmly narrates from a spectator's perspective. No one can find any flaws in his words, nor can they find any clues beyond his words. His words are very, very, very clean. The young girl hesitated for a moment before finally using the word clean. Tai Shuileng nodded, then shook his head. He did not abandon his personal feelings. Everyone has feelings, even the most cold-blooded assassin has feelings. He just hid his feelings very well and controlled them very well. This young man has a demonic nature. Demonic nature? That's right. Think about it, he was frank during the banquet, saying that he was afraid and did not dare to go to the battlefield. Tell me, if it was any other person, would they do that? Tai Shuileng asked. Tai Ruanan shook her head. No. Goo masters view their clan's honor and their own reputation as more important than their own lives. But that might not be the case. There were many people who destroyed their own reputations in history, right? That's right. But who were those people? Tai Shuileng's gaze was deep. Tai Ruanan thought for a while, her expression slightly shaken. They were all outstanding people. That's right. In history, those who destroyed their own reputations only had two goals. One was to have a grand scheme, and compared to the goal, reputation is nothing. As for the other one, it's to protect himself, to avoid suspicion. Tai Ruanan's eyes brightened. Father, you are saying? You are overthinking. I just feel that this young man is very interesting. Unfortunately, he only has C-grade aptitude, Tai Shuileng said. This night, the moonlight was like water. Fan Yuan walked on the empty street, his footsteps heavy but firm. After interacting with Tai Xueling, Xiao Qin knew that Tai Xueling lived up to his name. This Tai Xueling had eyes that could see through the affairs of the world, and his intelligence and shrewdness were unfathomable. He had roamed the southern border unhindered for decades, making a name for himself. He was truly an outstanding person. It was extremely difficult to get rid of suspicion in front of such a person. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely find out the truth. We have to fight for time now. However, the recruitment of the Mo bloodline can indeed be used. Not long ago, in the courtyard of the Mo family, Fan Yuan had asked for an exorbitant price. He could marry Mo Yen, but he would need 100,000 yuan stone and 10 rare gu worms, each of which was at least rank 3. This request enraged Gyue and Mo Qin. I'm going to marry my precious granddaughter to you, but you're still pretending to be obedient? Furthermore, he shamelessly asked for betrothal gifts and was so greedy. This was truly intolerable. Therefore, the negotiation failed and Fan Yuan was chased out. Fan Yuan turned around and left without any hesitation. He knew Mo Chen's thoughts and was certain that he would compromise. As for him asking for an exorbitant price, it was nothing more than asking for an exorbitant price. However, this matter has both pros and cons. Although I have the Yuan stone and can feed it to the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But my original plan of withdrawing from the political whirlpool has also been disrupted. During tonight's banquet, Gyue and Mo Qin sacrificed themselves in exchange for my political future. Next, I'm afraid there will be suppression from the various clan elders. Right now, the political situation of the Gyue village was like this. The clan leader was alive and one of the 2 ministers, Gyue Lian, was dead, but the chief faction was not without people. The heir Gyue Qing was still alive, and there was also a clan elder like Gyue Zhong who came from the same faction. And the Mo faction had lost its heir and Mo Qin was heavily injured, falling to rank 2 and could not even keep his clan elder status. The 2 great forces of the past were now in decline. On the contrary, the medicine faction was mostly made up of healing gu masters and was at the back. There were fewer sacrifices and their strength was preserved, showing signs of rising. The medicine faction was originally part of the clan leader's faction, but now it had the qualifications to be independent. But regardless of whether Gyue and Yao Ji chose to be independent or continue to rely on the clan to strengthen themselves, they would need to snatch and annex. The Qi and Mo bloodlines, which were in dire straits, were the best targets. If they did not act now, when the 2 great forces recovered, it would be hard to say. The whirlpool of the mortal world cannot be controlled by oneself. Riding the wind and breaking the waves for 30,000 li, this is the demonic path. Fan Yuan looked up at the moon and sighed bitterly. He wanted to escape from this political whirlpool, but Gyue and Mo Qin forcefully pulled him back. Pressure from all sides surged towards him. Tai Xueling had already started to solve the case, and on the other side, Bai Ningbing had also obtained a new helper. It was like sailing on a submerged reef, with danger lurking everywhere. How could they make a path? The next day. What? You said Jia Jinxing's killer has been found and even killed? Even killed? Tai Ruanan was astonished. This morning, she woke up early and started to understand the case. But to think that the first news she got was that the killer had already been executed. That's right. The killer is a demonic gu master. He even tried to assassinate our clan's rising star, attempting to kill a genius, but was killed on the spot by our clan's gu master. An elder provided clues. Is it really like this? Did he directly admit that he was Jia Jinxing's killer? Tai Ruanan frowned deeply. Beside her, Tai Xueling wore a bronze mask, standing silently like a statue. That's not true. But if it is not him, who else could it be? The elder shrugged. Tai Ruanan pondered in her heart. These are all guesses, there is no evidence. But no matter what the truth is, this demonic gu master must be investigated thoroughly. Very likely, this is a clue that leads straight to the truth. Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan raised her head. Where is he buried? I want to open the coffin and examine the corpse. In the shabby coffin, there was a corpse. The stench assaulted the nostrils, causing the servants and gu masters who helped open the coffin to hide far away in disgust. But the Thai father and daughter seemed to not smell it. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone with a layer of light, and she bent down to examine the corpse with great interest. On the corpse, there were many traces left behind. Many times, 1 or 2 small traces could be irrefutable evidence pointing to the killer. On this corpse, there were many scars, and the person's appearance could be vaguely seen. He was also wearing his original clothes. Tai Ruanan searched for a long time, before standing up reluctantly. Did you find anything? Tai Shueleng softly asked, testing her. Guyue clan thinks that this person is very likely to be Jia Jinxing's killer, thus they preserved this corpse very well. There is a big problem with this corpse, Tai Ruanan answered. He is a middle-aged man, his right arm is thicker than his left, and both his hands have a thick layer of calluses. The distribution of the calluses is not uniform. His body is full of scars, with many fatal injuries. Before his death, he had an intense battle. But on his body, there are also many internal injuries. Especially on his left foot, he is missing 3 toes. This is an injury from many years ago. Saying so, Tai Ruanan deduced. He is very likely to have been a hunter when he was alive. There is a lot of evidence. The asymmetrical body and the calluses on his hands show that he is a person who often draws a bow. There are many claw and teeth marks from wild beasts on his body, and he often interacts with wild beasts. His clothing is also not that of an orthodox gu master. Especially the straw sandals on his feet, they are even more interesting. The grass used to weave the straw sandals is bamboo hemp grass. This grass only grows around Qingmao bamboo. And Qingmao Mountain is rich in Qingmao bamboo. Other than this, there is no bamboo hemp grass in the surrounding 1,000 li. What do you mean? Tai Shueleng asked. Before this person became a demonic gu master, he must have been a hunter. From his clothing, he is very likely a hunter from Qingmao Mountain. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone with brilliance. How can you be sure he is a native here? If it is straw sandals, he could have killed the villagers here and put them on himself. Tai Shueleng retorted. That's not it. Among all the clothing, shoes are very special. If they were stolen, most of them would not fit well. But look at this pair of shoes, not only do they fit well, they are also tightly knit, as if tailor-made. His left foot is missing 3 toes, so the straw sandals on his left foot are correspondingly shorter. The wounds on his toes are at the base, and are very sharp. I guess it is very likely that he stepped into a trap many years ago, Tai Ruanan said. Tai Shueleng did not comment, either did he confirm anything, nor did he criticize anything. Just like what he said earlier, he would leave everything to Tai Ruanan to solve. Tai Ruanan continued to speak. With this deduction, we can definitely go to the surrounding villages and carry out investigations. We might be able to find more clues, As she spoke, the young girl's expression suddenly froze. She suddenly recalled that Qingmao Mountain had just experienced a wolf tide catastrophe. Even the village had suffered heavy losses, not to mention these villages at the foot of the mountain. She wanted to use this method to find out this person's identity and information, but the chances were very slim. But even if the chances are slim, as long as there is a possibility of success, I will still try. This was the first time the young girl had solved a case on her own, and she was full of energy. However, half a day passed, and she returned in low spirits. This wolf tide was the most terrifying in history, and some villages did not even have any survivors. This made it very difficult for her to conduct her investigation. This clue is broken. What are you going to do next? Tai Shueleng asked at an appropriate time. The young girl gritted her teeth, her tone revealing stubbornness and tenacity. No, it's not over yet. Father, didn't you say that the real clue is hidden even deeper, and as long as we continue to dig, it will appear? This demonic gu master's death is very fishy. First, why did he attack Fangjing? How did Fangjing offend him, causing him to disregard his own safety and risk his life to assassinate Fang Jing amidst many strong enemies. Secondly, he is a local. But why did no one recognize him after his death? Her words caused Tai Shuiling to raise his eyebrows. Child, you have really grown up. The divine investigator sighed, his tone filled with relief. Chapter 179. You're asking me why that Gu master came to kill me? How would I know? Facing Tai Ruanan's question, Fan Jing blinked innocently. If you did something, I really hope you don't hide it. Because your unintentional words could be a huge help in solving the case. The young girl said sincerely. Fan Jing shook his head. I was also puzzled. I was cultivating all this time, how did I attract an assassination? But after that, the people around me analyzed that this demonic Gu master was hired by the other two clans to kill a rising star like me. You also know that Bai and Xiong clans have always hated our Guyue clan. Xiong clan is the most suspicious, they had once recruited demonic Gu masters. Xiong clan, huh? Tai Ruanan could not help but feel dejected. Xiong clan was already swallowed by the wolf tide, it seems this clue is broken again. But at this time, there was a commotion outside the door. Look, isn't that Xiong clan's men? Didn't Xiong clan get exterminated? Why are there envoys here? The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused a huge commotion in the entire village. Everyone was discussing. Soon there was news from the clan head pavilion. Xiong clan still has a large number of survivors. They retreated on their own, using a Gu left behind by our ancestor. At the same time, they concealed many of their figures, deceiving everyone. This group of bastards, passively avoiding battle and letting the wolf tide spread to our side. These Xiong clan people are big and crude, but their hearts are actually very sinister. They want to use the wolf tide to weaken us. Too despicable. Guyue clansmen were filled with righteous indignation. The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused the entire situation of Qing Mao Mountain to change drastically. Originally, they thought it would be a battle between Bai clan and Guyue clan, but to think it would still be a battle between three clans. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Xiong clan was a clan that had stood strong for hundreds of years, and similarly had a deep foundation. Which clan did not have an old ancestor or a trump card? After Xiong clan's envoys left, Guyue immediately called for an elder meeting. These bastards from the Xiong clan village are really despicable. They actually retreated. I really can't look down on anyone. The Xiong clan has always been ranked behind our clan and the Bai clan, and is considered to be at the bottom of the Qing Mao Mountain. But since they have such a scheme, we have to be even more careful in the future. They want to kill us with a borrowed knife, using the wolf tide to eradicate us. If it weren't for that lightning leakin', we wouldn't have had to sacrifice so many elders. These people deserve to die. If not for divine investigator Tai's appearance, I'm afraid that even the two patriarchs would have lost their lives. We can't let these people go for nothing. It's necessary to demand compensation. It was us and the Bai family who worked together to get rid of the lightning leakin'. But as for how to ask for compensation, I still need to think it over carefully. The elders spoke one after the other, and finally came to a conclusion after the discussion. The Guyue clan would send an envoy to the Xiong clan. He must find out the truth about the Xiong family. If the Xiong family was strong enough, they would have to ally with the Bai family. If the Xiong family was too weak, they might just send people to eliminate them and seize their spirit spring. Then, who is the most suitable person to go to the Xiong clan? Guyue looked around and asked. Which elder can take on this responsibility? The hall immediately became silent. The elders looked at each other, no one was willing to go. Now was the time of internal strife, and the crucial time to divide the cake of benefits. If they went to the Xiong clan and caused their own bloodline to be leaderless, others would take advantage of it. When they returned, the situation would be set. I feel that to go to the Xiong clan, there must be an experienced and mature person who can take charge. Among everyone here, only the Mochen clan can take on this responsibility. Guyue Yaoji suddenly said. Guyue Mochen snorted, and immediately retorted. In terms of qualifications, Master Yao Ji is more qualified than me. Especially in terms of popularity, I can't catch up and concede defeat. Looks like we will have to trouble Master Yao Ji to go to the Xiong clan. Elder Emochin is right. I also recommend Madam Yao Ji. A family elder stood up. I feel that Master Emochin is more suitable. Another elder immediately retorted. The scene was chaotic. Guyuebo sat on the main seat and watched coldly without making a sound. The medicine faction already had the intention of leaving him, and was no longer under his control. Therefore, he didn't want to help either side, and quietly watched the situation. This was the first contest between the medicine faction and the Mo faction. Both sides had political allies. It could be seen that the leaders of both sides had made many compromises and exchanges of benefits. But overall, the medicine faction was slightly stronger. Guyu Yao Ji's popularity and the Qi faction's inclination were the main reasons for this situation. Guyuebo watched coldly from the side, secretly remembering everyone's factions. As the clan leader, of course he didn't want to see power fall to someone else. These elders were all his opponents. But he decided to wait and see first, and not make a move. The Mo faction has too many resources and power, and they lost an heir. Therefore, the medicine faction is in a hurry to jump out and take a bite. Therefore, the key to this battle is on one person. Guyuebo thought inwardly and moved his gaze to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had been sitting on his seat, not saying a word. It seems that this Fan Yuan and the Mo faction aren't very close and haven't reached an agreement of benefits. Otherwise, he would have helped already. Is this my chance? Guyuebo couldn't help but think. But at this time, Fan Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. His action instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then he said something shocking. The mission to the village is very important. It concerns the rise and fall of our clan. I am willing to take on the mission and investigate the Xiong clan's situation for the clan. What? Fan Yuan is volunteering to go? What does he mean? Is he really dumb or pretending to be dumb? Isn't he afraid that by the time he returns, the benefits will have already been divided? All the elders were bewildered. Fan Yuan had his own plans. If he went to the Xiong clan, he might be able to find an opportunity to instigate a conflict between the three clans. Even if he couldn't, he would have a chance to leave. Wait a minute! Anyone can be the envoy, but not Fan Yuan. The door suddenly opened and Tai Ruonan rushed in. Fan Yuan turned around and his pupils shrunk. He saw the father and daughter of the Tai clan walking in with two people following behind them. One of them looked very similar to Fan Yuan. It was his younger brother, Guyue Fanjing. The other was Guyue Jianhe. I wonder why Divine Investigator Tai is here. Guyuebo stood up to welcome them. His tone was slightly displeased. This is Guyue clan's internal discussion. How can you just barge in like this? Guyue clan leader and elders, I have already investigated the true identity of the demonic Gu master who tried to kill Guyue Fangjin. Tai Shuelin said. Oh? It's like this. Wasn't that demonic Gu master ordered by the Xiong clan? Could there be some kind of inside story? That's right. This demonic Gu master's true identity is actually a hunter in the village at the foot of the mountain. But due to a coincidence, he became a demonic Gu master. His name is Wang Er, and the reason why he tried to kill Guyue Fangjing was because of Fangjing's brother, Fan Yuan. Saying so, Tai Ruonan stared at Fan Yuan. Brother, to think you are such a person. Fangjing clenched his fists, his eyes showing anger. Little girl, what do you mean? Guyue Mo Chen's voice turned gloomy. Don't tell me, Fan Yuan hired this demonic Gu master to assassinate his brother, Fangjing? Guyue Yaoji said excitedly. Even Guyuebo's expression changed, slightly adjusting his posture in his seat. You are mistaken. Tai Ruonan shook her head. The real situation is that Fangjing killed innocent people, and killed old man Wang's family, causing Wang Er to take revenge. But Wang Er did not know Fan Yuan had a brother, and mistook Fangjing for Fan Yuan, so he killed him to take revenge. Little girl, everything needs to be based on evidence. An elder said. Of course I have evidence. Guyue Jianghe, tell us everything you know. Tai Ruanan came prepared, and was not flustered. Guyue Jianghe sighed, looking at the Tai father and daughter in fear, walking forward while trembling. He then knelt on the ground, crying, "This subordinate has failed in his duty, clan leader, please punish me." Guyue Bo's expression was gloomy. "What's the matter, say it first. Don't hide anything." Back then, when Fan Yuan killed Old Man Wang's family, it was under Guyue Jianghe's jurisdiction, and was discovered by him when he rushed to the scene. Because of the assessment, he had suppressed this matter and concealed it from the public. But to think that today, it was exposed by Tai Ruanan. That's what happened. Jianghe stammered. He didn't exaggerate the details. It was very simple and in line with the truth. At this moment, he did not dare to lie. Fan Yuan was also an elder, he did not dare to exaggerate. I did not expect the truth to be like this. Fan Yuan killed Wang Er's father, Wang Er came to take revenge, and found Fan Jing. So it was like this. Fan Jing suffered an undeserved calamity, and blocked a calamity for Fan Yuan. The elders whispered to each other. Fan Jing clenched his fists even tighter, anger rising in his heart. He finally could not endure it, and shouted at Fan Yuan, "Brother, how can you treat human life like grass? That old man and girl are innocent mortals, how can you do this?" Facing his brother's responsibility, Fan Yuan was indifferent, as if he did not hear anything. Guyue Fanjing was not the main point. Fan Yuan looked at the Tai father and daughter. To be able to dig out the truth in such a short time, they were indeed worthy of the divine investigator title. No matter what gu they used, or what methods they used, to make Jianghe yield and reveal his secret, they were indeed capable. Such ability made Fan Yuan even more certain that the matter of him killing Jia Jinxing would be exposed by the Tai father and daughter. It was only a matter of time. After all, this was the world of Gu. Gu could be used to commit crimes, and Gu could also be used to solve crimes. Chapter 180. Elder Fan Yuan, is it true that you killed Old Man Wang's entire family? On the main seat, Guyue Bo asked in a deep voice. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fan Yuan. The young elder laughed coldly. It is indeed true. Guyue Fanjing closed his eyes with a heavy heart. Although he killed many lightning wolves, he had never killed anyone. When he heard Fan Yuan admit it, he suddenly felt that his own brother was so unfamiliar and distant. This kind of distance was mixed with the fear of his ruthless methods, and also the anger of being implicated by the innocent. Fan Yuan, don't you feel any guilt for killing innocent people like this? Maybe you have some difficulties, you can say it out. Tai Ruanan frowned. She, who was filled with righteousness, hated people like Fan Yuan the most. So what if I killed them? I don't need to tell you my story. But I didn't know that the missing Wang Er was a demonic Gu master. I also didn't know that Fan Jing would be implicated. Fan Yuan said honestly. Brother, are you not going to say anything to me? Fan Jing opened his eyes red. What do you want me to say? Words of consolation or words of apology? Humph, little brother, you are still too inexperienced. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. Damn it, brother, don't think you are so great just because you advanced to clan elder. Let me tell you, I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fan Jing gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so hard that veins popped out. Enough! Guyue Bo couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. Fan Jing, step down. What kind of propriety is it to make such a big fuss here? His words had a hidden meaning, hiding his dissatisfaction. Tai Ruanan couldn't sense it, but divine investigator Tai Xueling reacted immediately. He took a step forward and cupped his fists. Clan leader Guyue and clan elders, my daughter barged into your clan's discussion hall. It is indeed inappropriate. I apologize for offending all of you. The clan elders hurriedly stood up and said that they didn't dare. Guyue Bo's expression softened. Tai Xueling continued. However, this little brother Fan Yuan, because he is involved in Jia Jinxing's case, he is still a suspect. I hope that he can stay in the stronghold and try not to go to the outer stronghold. Guyubo rubbed his temples and sighed. We, the Guyue clan, also hope to give Lord Jiafu an explanation. Since this is what the divine arrestor wants, Elder Fang Yuan will have to suffer a little before he is cleared of suspicion. I hope you can understand. Guyuebo looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was sincere, but his gaze was deep. Although Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's family, they were only mortals. What was wrong with a Gu master killing mortals? Especially when this Gu master was a clan elder. Thus, there was no punishment. Yes. Fan Yuan looked at Guyuebo and replied expressionlessly. Damn it, it's like this again. Tai Ruanan punched the tree trunk, causing the leaves to fall. She was furious and gritted her teeth. He clearly killed someone, but he turned a blind eye to it and didn't say anything. Father, are you saying that mortals aren't humans? Why do Gu masters feel that killing mortals is a matter of course? Tai Shueling was silent like a statue at the side. The weather was gloomy and the wind blew, causing the leaves in the forest to rustle. Tai Ruanan suddenly lowered her head, her expression dejected. I'm sorry, father. She apologized. I didn't listen to your instructions and used the intuition Gu. Sigh. The divine arrestor heaved a long sigh, his deep gaze falling on the young girl. Child, you hate evil so much and have a strong sense of justice, just like me when I was young. As a father, I feel gratified but also worried. Worried about what? Your ambition is even greater than mine. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals in the world and fill up the demon suppression tower. But you want to make everyone equal, to make Gu masters and mortals alike, to make law and reason spread throughout the world. This kind of ambition and ideal is too big and too heavy. Tai Shueling's words were filled with vicissitudes of life. But father, the so-called law, justice, if we don't treat everyone equally, then what is the meaning of justice and law? How could a young man be considered a young man if he didn't have some arrogant ideals? I believe in human effort. As long as I work hard, I might be able to achieve it. Tai Ruanan's tone was agitated, her eyes filled with longing. Tai Shueling was silent for a while before saying, One day, you will understand, Ruanan. But that's good, young people should walk their own path. Setbacks will lead to maturity. Father is old, I won't interfere with you anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want. Saying so, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Tai Ruanan. This is? Tai Ruanan opened the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was Jiafu's reply. It recorded all the information regarding Jia Jinxing's case, including Fan Yuan's stone gambling, possessing the liquor worm, how he used the bamboo gentleman Gu to interrogate Fan Yuan, and even the second time Fan Yuan made a bid, the talent he displayed during the transaction, and the fact that he was recruited by Jiafu. Tai Ruanan read the contents of Fan Yuan's bid 3 times, her eyes shining brightly. This Fan Yuan is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also intelligent and scheming. My intuition tells me that he is very suspicious. If he really is the murderer, then he is really terrifying. His lies did not cause the bamboo gentleman Gu's expression to change. What kind of method is this? Tai Ruanan muttered to herself. What are you going to do next? Tai Shueling asked. Jia Jinxing's case has happened a long time ago. It is full of mysteries and mysteries. Up until now, Jia Jinxing's corpse has not appeared, and we can't even deduce the crime scene. This case is too clean, I don't know where to start. There is only one prime suspect, Fang Yuan. Even though Wang Er's clues are cut off, and there is no evidence to prove that he is the murderer. But without any other targets, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan replied energetically. You feel that there is something suspicious about Fan Yuan? Tai Shueling asked. There are many suspicious points. Tai Ruanan immediately said. This Fan Yuan clearly only has C-grade aptitude. Why is his cultivation speed faster than Fangjing's? Although he has the help of the liquor worm and the relic Gu, this speed is still too fast. Guyue tribe might not have sensed anything wrong, but bystanders can see more clearly. This is one of the suspicious points. Other than this, there is another suspicious point. That is his luck. He gambled on rocks for the first time in his life, buying 6 purple gold rocks and getting 2 live goo at once. One is the mudskin toad, the other is the liquor worm. Isn't his luck a little too good? Tai Shuileng nodded. Yes, continue. This Fan Yuan looks ordinary, but if you look deeper, you will find that he is as mysterious as the thick fog in the mountains. Many things that he accidentally reveals will make people ponder over it for a long time. For example, his stone dissecting technique. He actually used the moonlight goo to dissect the rock, and did not damage the core of the rock. It's really unimaginable for a student to have such fine control. Wait a minute! Tai Ruinan paused. At this moment, she discovered something, and her eyes shone brightly, becoming as sharp as an eagle's. Her gaze focused on a line of words in the letter, and after staring at it for a long time, her eyes became brighter and brighter. I found a flaw. This Fan Yuan is very suspicious. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and shouted excitedly. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose along with the steam, spreading throughout the study. Fan Yuan calmly lifted the teacup, blowing on the floating tea leaves, and drank a mouthful of hot tea, before leisurely letting out a breath. Looking at the leisurely Fan Yuan in front of him, Gyue Emochin painstakingly endured, feeling the veins on his forehead throbbing. Previously, when Fan Yuan asked for an exorbitant price, he was so angry that he chased Fan Yuan out on the spot. But today, he had no choice but to invite Fan Yuan over again. This was because the situation was stronger than the person. The medicine faction was pressuring him everywhere, and the fact that he had fallen to rank 2 would be exposed sooner or later. The MO faction was in a precarious situation, and urgently needed an elder to act as a son-in-law. Stabilizing the hearts of the people was the same as stabilizing their own position. But this little bastard Fan Yuan is too despicable, asking for such an exorbitant price. Does he really think that the MO faction is making money every day? Gyue Emochin fiercely cursed in his heart, while putting on a warm smile on his face, speaking in a negotiating tone. Elder Fan Yuan, your price is too ruthless, it greatly exceeds the bottom line of the MO faction. Can't you lower it a little more? Fan Yuan glanced at Gyue Emochin. This old man in front of him knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was worthy of admiration. Actually, his current situation was getting worse. The Tai family father and daughter were forcing him into a desperate situation. Once they found out that he was Jia Jinxing's murderer, Gyue tribe would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger, and at the same time, exchange for the Jia family's annual trade. The time was almost ripe, and Fan Yuan's tone loosened. Then I'll lower it by another 30%. But there is a condition, you need to pay 40,000 yuan stone in advance. And you also need a pig iron goo and a past life grass goo. Only then can you show your sincerity. Gyue Emochin heard this, and couldn't help but rub his brows, saying in a deep voice, I can give you the pig iron goo first, but my MO faction really doesn't have the past life grass goo. We can't take out all 40,000 yuan stone in one go, so we can only give it to you in installments. Fan Yuan knew that Gyue Emochin, this old fox, wasn't telling the truth, but he also understood that if he continued to be overbearing, it would instead produce the opposite of what he wanted. All right. Wait until you fulfill these first, then we can talk about the marriage. Before that, I will make a statement in the council meeting. Fan Yuan left after leaving these words. The study room fell into silence. After a while, Gyue Emochin suddenly spoke. Come out. The secret door was pushed open, and a young girl with red eyes from crying walked out. Grandpa. She bowed. It was Gyue Emoyen. Gyue Emochin heaved a long sigh. You are quite clear about the clan's situation. Emoyen, the clan needs your sacrifice, can you understand? Yes. The young girl choked with sobs, lowering her head. No matter which world, there was no free lunch. Even Fan Yuan, as a clan elder, had contributed a lot to the clan. It was just that the specific amount of effort and gain varied from person to person. As for these youngsters who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths, they similarly didn't have free rights. To enjoy the clan's nurturing, they had to have the awareness of sacrifice. And this awareness, Guo Yen had long ago. Chapter 181. The live iron goo was a rank 2 goo, shaped like a coal briquette, fist-sized and pitch black, with countless small holes on its surface. Fan Yuan injected his white-silver primeval essence into it, and the live iron goo floated up, spinning on its own before spewing out a black fog-like iron aura from the holes. The chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Fan Yuan's feet, its dark golden carapace full of scars, and the 2 rows of silver serrations were damaged. However, as the iron chi surged over and covered these scars, the scars were actually gradually being erased. The black iron aura continued to deplete, and the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of serrations grew at a visible rate. Healing goo were divided into different categories. Some healed goo masters, some healed all sorts of injuries, and some targeted goo worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the live iron goo was its healing goo. An hour later, the live iron goo became smaller, from a fist-sized coal briquette to the size of a marble, before finally disappearing. It was an expendable goo. But its sacrifice was exchanged for the chainsaw golden centipede's recovery. The chainsaw golden centipede now looked brand new. The 2 rows of silver serrations were as bright as new, shining with a cold light. On the dark golden carapace, the scars had mostly healed. Only 5 or 6 shallow scars remained on his body. But this was not a big deal, as in a few weeks, these scars would disappear due to the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability. But without the live iron goo, relying on the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability, it would take at least half a year for the serrations to fully grow. The chainsaw golden centipede was tough and soft, and although it consumed less primeval essence and had strong attacks, it was too tough and had flaws in its recovery ability. Everything in this world was balanced, and there was no such thing as an all-powerful goo. There were advantages and disadvantages. Even rank 6, rank 7 and above goo followed this law of nature. This way, the chainsaw golden centipede's battle strength has completely recovered. Fan Yuan stretched out his hand, lightly touching the chainsaw golden centipede's cold carapace, his face slightly pale. His pale face was covered in cold sweat. Damn it, at this time. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously covering his abdomen. His consciousness entered the aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was dead silent. The entire aperture was filled with an oppressive force. All the other goo were fiercely suppressed to the side. Only the spring-autumn cicada in the middle of the aperture above the sea was giving off a beautiful yellow and green light. At this moment, not only had the spring-autumn cicada's wings recovered, but even its main body had gained a lot more luster. Just like a falling object, the lower it was, the faster it would fall. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was the same. After surviving the initial difficult and slow period, the more time passed, the faster its recovery speed became. Thus, trouble came. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo master, while Fan Yuan was only a rank 3 goo master. His aperture gradually found it hard to contain the spring-autumn cicada. In the past, spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak and the burden on the aperture was not heavy. But now, the spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, displaying the strength of a rank 6 goo, causing Fan Yuan's aperture to be like a small temple, unable to contain a great deity. If this goes on, before the Tai father and daughter find out the truth, I might die from the spring-autumn cicada. When it rains, it pours. The real solution was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. When he became a rank 6 goo master, his aperture would have the ability to contain the spring-autumn cicada. But this method would take too long. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, he used a total of 400 years to reach rank 6. He was now a C-grade talent with a rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6, he seriously lacked time. Besides this, there was a temporary solution. That was to bring the spring-autumn cicada out of the aperture and let it live outside his body. But this method also had a huge disadvantage. First, the spring-autumn cicada was not a battle goo and had no ability to protect itself, it was safer to hide it in the aperture. Secondly, once a rank 6 goo appeared, it would interfere with the laws and cause a phenomenon in a certain area. As long as it stayed in a certain area for a long time, there would be a flock of strong goo masters attracted to it. Fan Yuan was now in the village. There were many people and he was being watched by the Tai father and daughter. Once the spring-autumn cicada came out of his body, it would be noticed immediately. Thus, he could only endure. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is getting faster and faster. At this rate, I don't have much time left. When I get the 40,000 yuan stones from Gyue and Emochun, I will pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus and leave. As for the Tai father and daughter, I can only take it one step at a time. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. He could only delay the matter of the Tai father and daughter. But now, the spring-autumn cicada did not give him any time to delay. He was already forced into a desperate situation and time was pressing. Every minute and second he wasted was decreasing his chances of survival. The situation of goo masters dying from their own goo worms was not rare. Many goo masters forcefully used their goo worms and died from the backlash of the goo worm's power. Not mentioning the distant, Gyue and Qing Shu's example was right in front of him. 6 pieces of purple gold stones, each the size of a fist. With Fan Yuan's cultivation at that time, he actually managed to open 5 pieces on the spot. How can he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ruonan's gaze was fixated on the relevant line in the letter, as she laughed complacently. Tai Shuileng nodded. You finally found the suspicious point here. Not bad, only by paying attention can you discover things that ordinary people cannot see. But what can you deduce from this suspicious point? Tai Ruonan closed her eyes and activated her intuition goo. In the darkness, she felt a flash of inspiration in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes. Intuition tells me that Fan Yuan already has the liquor worm. But intuition can be wrong sometimes, it cannot represent evidence. Tai Shuileng reminded. Isn't it easy to get evidence? As long as he has the liquor worm, he will have to feed it. As long as it is fed, there will be traces left behind. Tai Ruonan's lips curled into an arc. Let's go. We will go find Gyue Fangjing. As his younger brother, he should be most familiar with Fan Yuan. You are asking about Big Brother's past? Fangjing's expression revealed a complex expression. He sighed and recalled. Big Brother was an outstanding person in the past. He displayed his talents since young and wrote many poems, causing the whole village to pay attention to him. At that time, I was in awe of him and admired him. In my heart, he was like a mountain that I could not climb. Maybe it was because he stood too high and fell. Later on, in the aptitude ceremony, he was tested to only have C-grade aptitude, thus he was dispirited for a long time. He slept in class and did not return home at night, getting drunk all day long. From that moment on, I understood that Big Brother was also a human. Wait, you said getting drunk? Tai Ruonan sharply sensed this keyword and squinted her eyes. Yes, there was a period of time when he was extremely drunk. Sigh, maybe the reality was too cruel. He was a C grade, but his brother was an A grade, he probably couldn't accept it. Actually, if I put myself in his shoes, I can understand his feelings. Fangjing said. Then let me ask you, from that time on, would Fan Yuan buy wine every once in a while? Tai Ruonan asked again. Yes. From that moment on, Big Brother fell in love with the wine, and spent a lot of money on it. There was a period of time when he was addicted to green bamboo wine. That is our village's specialty, a very expensive wine. He willfully robbed his classmates of their yuan stone allowance, just to buy wine. This kind of behavior was too much, to the point that none of the students liked him. Why, is there a problem here? In the end, Fangjing expressed his doubts. There is a huge problem. I suspect that your big brother's liquor worm was not obtained from stone gambling, but he had it for a long time. Your big brother's drunkenness was just a performance. His real motive was to hide the fact that he obtained the liquor worm and fed it. Tai Ruonan replied in a low voice. What? Fangjing heard this and stood up from his seat in shock. This news was too surprising. What you said just now made me even more suspicious. Where does your big brother usually buy wine? I need to investigate further. Tai Ruanan also stood up. She was racing against time, full of energy, and swift in her actions. In the entire village, there is only one place that sells green bamboo wine, and that is the only inn. Then I'll take my leave. Tai Ruanan turned and left. Wait, I'll go with you. Fang Jing hesitated for a moment, then chased after her. Half an hour later, Tai Ruanan walked on the bluestone street, and concluded, I've already asked the innkeeper, the situation is already very clear. Fan Yuan bought so much wine for a deeper purpose. That is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to stone gambling, to reasonably expose the liquor worm in front of everyone. All of this was planned by him. On the side, Guyue Fangjing walked absent-mindedly, his face somewhat lifeless. He did not expect the truth to be like this. There was a time when he looked down on Fan Yuan, thinking that he was decadent and self-deprecating. From that moment onwards he felt that the peak of the past was no longer unreachable. But the truth was, all of this was Fan Yuan's disguise, his performance, his plot. The surrounding people were all kept in the dark, and were running around in circles. And he, Guyue Fangjing, was no exception. Looking down on his big brother in the past, looking down on him now, it seemed like a joke full of ridicule. Big brother, in your heart, what am I? Am I a joke in your eyes when you pretend to be drunk? Big brother, you are so scheming, in your heart, am I so childish that you can sneer at me? Fangjing roared in his heart. He was ashamed, he was angry. He felt like he was being toyed with by Fan Yuan, all along, acting out a laughable and childish play. He could feel Fan Yuan's disdain towards him. Big brother, how can you do this to me? Chapter 182. Once, in Fangjing's heart, Fan Yuan was like a mountain, so high that he could not climb it. Once, Fangjing thought that the shadow of this mountain would shroud him for the rest of his life. But life brought him an unexpected turn of events. Fan Yuan's decadence made Fangjing see his weakness. The mountain in Fangjing's heart collapsed. However, so this was just his brother's performance, a play? The mountain that had collapsed in his heart now seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog. Brother, what kind of person are you? Only then did Fangjing realize that he couldn't figure out his biological brother at all. Fan Yuan's scheming was too deep, such acting skills, and the cruelty of killing, made him feel extremely unfamiliar. This feeling of unfamiliarity was mixed with a fear that even Fangjing did not want to admit. This damned feeling returned to his heart. He tried his best to get rid of this fear, which made him subconsciously follow Tai Ruanan's footsteps. Lady Tai, thank you for letting me discover the truth, and see another side of my brother. Helping you is helping me, tell me, I will tell you everything I know. Fangjing said sincerely. Tai Ruanan nodded, then shook her head. I basically know what I need to know. Now the question is, where did Fan Yuan's liquor worm come from? You're right. This is very strange. Brother's situation at that time, he had not inherited his parents' inheritance, and his aptitude was only C grade, and he had just started cultivating. Where did he get the liquor worm? Fangjing frowned. There are only two reasons for this situation. One is someone else's sponsorship, the second is a legacy. Who would invest in a C-grade aptitude person? If it's a legacy, then what is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan could not help but stop. Legacy inheritance. Legacy inheritance. The word kept repeating itself in her mind. She fell into deep thought. If it's a legacy, then everything makes sense. First, the origin of the liquor worm can be explained. Secondly, we have a motive for Jia Jinxing's assassination. Tai Ruanan's heart palpitated. The main question that had puzzled her was the motive for the murder. There was always a motive for murder. Fan Yuan revealed the liquor worm. Jia Jinxing wanted to buy it. However, the value of the liquor worm was still relatively low and not enough to constitute a motive for murder. But if Jia Jinxing, who couldn't take a loss, insisted on buying Fang Yuan's liquor worm, and then followed him and discovered a hidden inheritance, what would Fang Yuan do? He'd. Tai Ruanan laughed. Fang Jin gave him a strange look. Tai Ruanan turned back. I want to check the history of the Guyue tribe. Fang Jin shook his head and spread his hands. The historical records are kept in the forbidden area of the family. How can outsiders read them? Can you go in then? Fang Jin shook his head. He must be an elder. Is that so? What should I do? Tai Ruanan frowned. Lady Tai, maybe I can help you. A one-armed old woman walked out from the shadows. It was none other than Guyue Yao Ji. She was still the head of the medicine faction. However, ever since she stepped down from her position and was replaced by Guyue Zhong, she had cut off her own arm. Her power had shrunk to an unimaginable degree. But the pursuit of power was deeply ingrained in her bones. She deeply understood that working with Guyue Zhong was only a temporary solution. Only by taking down the Mo faction would she have the capital to take back her position as the medicine faction's elder. To take down the Mo faction, all she had to do was kill their hope. And this hope was naturally Guyue Fang Yuan. Divine Investigator Tai, to tell you the truth, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Please follow me, I will bring you into the forbidden area of the family. If it was any other time, that place would be heavily guarded. But unfortunately, I am in charge of guarding the forbidden area now. Guyue Yao Ji laughed sinisterly. Of course she wanted to get someone else to do her dirty work, but if Fang Yuan was innocent, she would not be stingy in framing and slandering him. In a secret room in the underground cave, Tai Ruanan saw a secret manual that recorded the history of Guyue clan. From the first generation, when the Guyue village was just built, to its golden age, and now it was in dire straits. The secret manual recorded all the big and small historical events in these hundreds of years. It was very detailed. This first-generation clan leader has a mysterious origin. He founded the Guyue village alone. He is very likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruanan flipped through the first few pages and said something shocking. This is nothing. Many demonic Gu masters, when they get tired of roaming, would choose to start a family and establish a clan. Hundreds of years later, they would change from black to white, and these clan descendants would become righteous people. There are many such situations, it is not strange. Tai Xuelin said at the side. Then his previous crimes, are they written off just like that? Tai Ruanan's expression was indignant. These demonic Gu masters commit crimes, and when they get tired, they will settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this letting them off too easily? Tai Xuelin sighed faintly. Ruanan. When I was young, I was like you, thinking that the black in this world is black, and the white is white. But when you see more, you will find that this world is actually gray. Sometimes black can turn into white, and white can turn into black. Some black may not be more sinister than white, and some white may have deeper sins. Moreover, demonic Gu masters also have their own difficulties. Righteous Gu masters control the cultivation resources, while demonic Gu masters are alone, and can only rely on some extreme methods. Like the first-generation clan leader, being able to repent is already a good example. At least he no longer does evil, turning from black to white, and contributing to the righteous path. Tai Xuelin consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruanan was not convinced. She shook her head, saying resolutely, Father, it is wrong for you to sympathize with demonic Gu masters like this. White is white, black is black. If they commit a crime, they should be punished. If they break the law, they should be punished. Otherwise, where is justice? Where is justice? Where is the law? This is not sympathy. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are crimes. As long as people exist, crimes will not stop. My child, you will gradually realize that a person's strength is just too weak. Tai Ruanan's tone was full of vicissitudes and sorrow. Forget it, it is still too early for you to talk about this. You should focus on solving the case. Yes, father. Tai Ruanan curled her lips, not taking Tai Xuelin's bleak words to heart. When people are young, they always think they can change the world. But when they grow up, they will gradually realize that maintaining their own nature and not being changed by the world is already a great success. The young girl continued to read, but her hands suddenly stopped. Fourth generation clan leader. Flower wine monk? Liquor. Liquor worm? Her eyes brightened. Electric currents flickered, and sharp teeth were like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzied lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ningbing, its claws drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ningbing did not move, and in his blue eyes, the frenzied lightning wolf's claws grew larger, but he had no intention of dodging. Suddenly, a white rainbow shot out from the aperture on his abdomen. The rainbow exploded, and white light rained down like rain. In the rain of light, an elegant white snake appeared, its long silver whiskers fluttering like immortal ribbons. Facing this rank 5 snake goo, the frenzied lightning wolf that was howling arrogantly a moment ago immediately became listless and wanted to retreat. But the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and lightly spat out a cloud of mist. The white mist seemed slow but was actually fast, covering the frenzied lightning wolf. The frenzied lightning wolf's vision was obscured by this mist, and it anxiously leapt backwards. But no matter how it moved, this white mist followed it like a shadow, covering its body and preventing it from escaping. The white form immortal snake goo's ability was this maze mist. After covering it, it could cause enemies to lose their sense of direction, and their vision would be filled with white mist. Wild beasts like lightning wolves had strong eyesight, but weak hearing. The frenzied lightning wolf was the same. Right now, its most powerful sensory organ was obscured, and it anxiously howled. As it moved, it crashed through many trees and rocks, becoming more and more berserk. Howl! It suddenly opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a ray of blue lightning. The lightning shot towards Bai Ningbing, but Bai Ningbing did not have any intention of dodging. Crack! The lightning struck Bai Ningbing's chest, piercing through it. Bai Ningbing slowly lowered his head, and the large hole created by the lightning allowed him to see the back from the front. But very quickly, this large wound started to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the wound, and soon the ice melted, turning into flesh and blood. This is the true strength of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. I am ice, and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary goo masters can be healed in a few breaths for me. Bai Ningbing sighed in his heart, and then slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was originally broken, but now with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, it had already recovered to its original state. The white form immortal snake goo also sensed the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, and entered my aperture. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique can attract water-type goo worms. It is so strong, yet so weak. Bai Ningbing sighed towards the sky. These days, he did not suppress his cultivation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique was getting stronger, but he also felt that his death was approaching. Great Immortal is still not moving? At this time, the Bai clan leader walked over and asked in concern. Bai Ningbing shook his head. This snake goo did not acknowledge me, but was attracted by the aura of my Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, and moved from the spirit spring to my aperture. Only when I am in danger, and my life is in danger, will it come out to protect me. But the white form immortal snake was not refined by Bai Ningbing, thus this protection effect was extremely limited. For example, the frenzied lightning wolf's lightning was too fast, and the white form immortal snake could not react in time, and Bai Ningbing was struck. In the end, the white form immortal snake was not a defensive goo. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Jiang Fan and the river-swallowing toad were also like this. Although Jiang Fan obtained the rank 5 river-swallowing toad's help, he was still assassinated by a goo master. Bai clan leader sighed. He felt extreme regret and pity towards this. But he had no other choice, he had done everything he could. Right, the results of the 3 clans' negotiation is out. Xiong clan's strength is mostly preserved, and cannot be underestimated. Finally, the 3 clans decided to hold a 3-clan tournament. Based on this result, the compensation will be decided. This tournament can only be participated by goo masters below 30 years old. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I already have a premonition that my life is coming to an end. To be able to have a tournament, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. No need to thank me. I am only thinking for the clan. By Clan Leader's expression was embarrassed. He was the one who suggested this, and the goal was to squeeze out Bai Ningbing's value to the greatest degree. However, Bai Ningbing's gratitude was sincere. There was no movement from the white form immortal Snake Gu, which meant he had no fate with the first ancestors' inheritance. But if there is life, there is death, so what? Bai Ningbing had already found his own path, and was no longer afraid. But in his heart, there was still a battle that he could not let go. Fan Yuan, you will come to the three-clan tournament, right? Don't disappoint me. Because the current me is really very strong. Chapter 183. The flower wine monk knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The fourth-generation clan leader was kind and merciful. The fourth-generation clan leader killed the flower wine monk on the spot, but he was heavily injured and died not long after. What a pity! The people of the demonic path are indeed treacherous and fickle. As Tai Ruanan read the contents, her eyes gradually dimmed. A pity. The flower wine monk was killed on the spot and could not have left behind any inheritance. If he could, then the timing would be just right. The young girl sighed in her heart. She did not give up and continued to read through the Gyue history book. Only when the time was up did Gyue Yaoji come to urge them. The moment the Tai father and daughter left the main pavilion, Fang Jing went up to them. Did you discover anything? Tai Shueleng was silent. Tai Ruanan shook her head with a bitter smile. But Fang Jing said, I just thought of something that might be helpful to you. Brother was once very close to the Qi faction. The Qi faction elder Gyue Lian had defended him in front of everyone. Miss Tai, do you think this liquor worm was secretly given to my brother by Qi Lian? The Qi faction? Tai Ruanan frowned. That's right. Before the Wolf Tide, the Qi faction and the Mo faction were our Gyue faction's two biggest factions. Fang Jing explained. How did the Qi faction get involved? Tai Ruanan was silent. She felt a headache coming on. This was her first time solving a case. She was originally full of confidence, but when she actually carried it out, she felt that it was extremely difficult. In the past, she saw her father solving cases like spinning silk from a cocoon. It was orderly and clear, as if success came naturally to him. But now that she was putting it into practice, she finally understood how difficult it was to solve cases. Sometimes there were no clues at all, sometimes all kinds of clues appeared randomly, causing people to not know what to do. The truth was always shrouded in fog. She did not know if she was getting closer to the truth or getting further away. Was the Qi faction's clue useful or not? Tai Ruanan could not help but feel lost. She subconsciously looked at her father Tai Shueling. Father must have already found a clue. The young girl's admiration for her father deepened. If it was father, this case would have been solved long ago. I'm still too far away from my father. However, even if I fail, as long as father is by my side, the truth will be revealed and the culprit will be brought to justice. Tai Ruanan felt both ashamed and proud. With Tai Shueling around, she wasn't worried that the culprit would go unpunished. However, the girl quickly shook her head, feeling a little annoyed. These frustrations were all directed at herself. Ruanan, you're such a good-for-nothing. Don't you want to surpass your father? Always wanting to rely on father, this kind of mentality will never be able to surpass the day. Ruanan, you have to work hard. You can do it. The girl pursed her lips and cheered herself on. Her will to fight surged through her again. She decided to overturn her previous assumption and start all over again. If the liquor worm wasn't obtained by Fan Yuan from the relic inheritance, but was given to him by someone else, then the Qi faction was the biggest suspect. But there was one thing. Why would the Qi faction secretly give the liquor worm to a C-grade aptitude student? What special advantage does Fan Yuan have that is worth the Qi faction's investment? Just because he is Fang Jing's brother? No, this value is too small. Wait, it might not be the Qi faction's investment. There is another possibility. That is, the chief faction was threatened by Fan Yuan. If this is the case, what kind of leverage did Fan Yuan have that made the chief faction pinch their nose and obediently compromise with a student who isn't even a Gu master? Tai Ruanan racked her brains and an answer gradually appeared in her mind. But this answer was too vague, like a ray of light behind a paper window. Tai Ruanan could sense it and knew it was there, but she couldn't touch it or see it clearly. Father! The girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tai Xuelin. I want to borrow the immortal finger. Tai Xueling's tone was low and unhurried. This immortal finger gives clues based on the planted person's knowledge. It only thinks for you and might not be correct. Are you sure you want to use it? The girl nodded. The immortal finger was a seed. Tai Ruanan took it and buried it in the soil under her feet, then placed her palm on the ground and poured in her white silver primeval essence. A few breaths later, she retracted her palm. Soon, the soil loosened and a sapling broke out of the ground. The newly born sapling had a translucent green color, and was very fresh and tender. It grew with the wind, growing bigger and bigger. From a tender yellow-green color, it turned into a verdant green color, and finally into a dark green color. It grew into the shape of a cactus. There were sharp black thorns on its surface, its skin was thick and it was overflowing with dark green color. In a flash, a flower bud appeared at the center of its top. The white flower bud gradually grew into a flower bud, tender and beautiful. But the cactus's main body shrunk, as if it was dehydrated. Tai Ruanan stretched out her slender fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The cactus immediately turned gray and died in a few seconds. Immortal Finger was a rank 3 consumable goo. Tai Ruanan took out this flower bud and carefully opened it. The flower bud was not wrapped in flower petals, but instead resembled a ball of paper. Tai Ruanan completely opened the flower bud, turning it into a square piece of white paper with petals. On the white paper there were 2 words, aptitude. These 2 words, to others, were ordinary and inexplicable. But to Tai Ruanan, it was the most important hint. Immortal Finger, a grass goo, was originally used here, to provide inspiration to goo masters who were racking their brains to no avail. It often had the effect of poking through the window paper and allowing goo masters to gain enlightenment. Right, aptitude! Tai Ruanan shouted. She immediately took out a letter from her bosom. This letter recorded all the information Jia Fu had gathered. In this information, there was a line that stated when and at what price Guyue Lian bought the cleansing water goo. Right, this is it. I saw this earlier, but did not think of the deeper meaning. I felt that I had overlooked something. Immortal Finger thought for me and gave me the answer. That's right. Cleansing water goo only has one use, that is to remove the aura of foreign primeval essence in the aperture. Why does Guyue Lian need it? This situation is too common, it happens frequently in many villages. It should be for Chief Faction's inheritor. Chief Faction's inheritor's aptitude is terrible, so Guyue Lian injected primeval essence and raised his cultivation. To get rid of the repercussions, he needs the cleansing water goo. For some reason, Fan Yuan got hold of this secret and used it to threaten Chief Faction, forcing them to compromise and get him the liquor worm. Tai Ruanan mumbled as she spoke of her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are too amazing. Just from this point, you can deduce so many things. But Guyue's city clearly has B-grade aptitude. Fan Jing said. B-grade aptitude, can he cheat? It is too easy to prove this. As long as we check Qiqing's aperture, the truth will be revealed. Tai Ruanan's gaze shone as her lips curled up. No. Tai Xueling shook his head. If the truth was found out, it would be a severe blow to Chief Faction and cause turmoil in the higher-ups of Guyue village, causing political strife. Tai Xueling said, We are here to solve the case, not to cause destruction. We are outsiders after all, unless we have no other choice. We should not interfere in other clans' politics. Tai Ruanan nodded. Father is right. But other than this method, there are other ways to prove it. I remember that for every important sacrificial ceremony, the clan would use the photo-audio goo to record it. This is a tradition. I believe Guyue clan is no exception. I want to check the video of that awakening ceremony. Divine Investigator Tai, you have been working hard for so many days to solve this case. Please have some tea. As for the video you want to check, it is stored in the secret room in the underground cave of my clan's forbidden area. It is not convenient for the two of you to enter, but I have already sent people to retrieve it. Just wait here for a while. Guyue sat and said with a smile. Sorry to disturb clan leader. Tai Shuiling said politely. Tai Ruonan and Guyue Fangjing were standing at the side. Divine Investigator Tai, I have a presumptuous request. Guyue suddenly said. Tai Shuiling said. Oh? Clan leader, please speak. This is our Qingmao Mountain's internal matter. My clan, Bai clan and Xiong clan have always been in a stalemate. Now that the wolf tide has caused the three clans' strength to fluctuate, Xiong clan evaded with evil intentions and tried to use the wolf tide to weaken the other two clans. Our previous negotiations for compensation did not have an ideal result. Thus, our three clans discussed and held a three-clan tournament. Only young Gu masters below 30 years of age will participate, using the future strength of each clan to determine the victor. Saying so, Guyue sighed. I had already sensed something strange with Fan Yuan, but I did not investigate it in detail because of the wolf tide. If he really is the culprit, my clan will not protect him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay it for a few days. After all, the three-clan tournament is the day after tomorrow. Fan Yuan killed old man Wang's entire family. They were all mortals and were not worth pursuing. If he killed them, so be it. It was no big deal. But if Fan Yuan really killed Jia Jinxing, the situation would be completely different. If Guyue clan still protected Fan Yuan, they would become enemies with the Jia clan. No more Jia clan caravans would come to trade with them, and it might even attract the Jia clan's revenge. Organizations would protect their internal members, but if it involved a huge threat to their interests, then they would abandon one or two members. Any mature organization would be familiar with this. The earliest formation of organizations was in the remote antiquity era. Due to the pressure of survival, humans gathered together and borrowed each other's strength to gather more food. This way, hunting would be more successful. The essence of any organization was to obtain more benefits. If one or two members obstructed the obtaining of benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing to do. Thus, even if the Guyue clan had few elders, the clan leader would not hesitate to abandon Fan Yuan. But the three-clan tournament would be held the day after tomorrow. The result of the tournament would determine the distribution of benefits in Qingmao Mountain for the next few years. As a rank 3 Gu master, Fan Yuan was an important battle strength for the Guyue village. Chapter 184. It's about time, I can't wait any longer. Night had already fallen. In the dark room, Fan Yuan opened his eyes. He had already taken off his Gu master attire and wore a black robe that covered his legs. Together with his long black hair, he looked like a specter in the dark. In his previous life, he was already used to having long hair. Some Gu worms needed long hair to display their might. For example, black hair Gu, steel mane Gu, and so on. Long hair was very convenient. Sometimes when he needed to change his appearance, he would cut his hair short. But short hair could only grow in a short period of time with the power of Gu worms. Not long ago, he made an agreement with Guyue and Mo Chen. Till now, the pig iron Gu and the 40,000 yuan stone had been delivered to Fan Yuan in batches. Only the grass Gu for healing was not in his hands. Without healing Gu, I can only forget about it. How can everything go according to plan? Reality is full of helplessness. Fan Yuan sighed and stood up. He lightly pushed open the door and used the stealth scales Gu, disappearing into the night. He was forced by the situation and had no choice but to take action. The Tai father and daughter were pressing harder and harder, and his plan to go to Xiong clan was also stopped. Most of Xiong clan's strength was preserved, causing Bai clan and Guyue clan to not dare to pressure them too much. Thus, their request for compensation ended in failure, and the three sides agreed to hold a three-clan competition. Although the Mo faction wanted to recruit Fan Yuan, this caused Fan Yuan to be caught in a political struggle, causing the other clan elders to view him with enmity. Adding on the fact that Bai Ningbing was getting stronger the closer he got to death, the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous for Fan Yuan, forcing him into a desperate situation. Fan Yuan was a schemer, but his schemes needed to be supported by his own strength. Facing such a situation, even if he tried his best and improved greatly compared to his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to break out of this predicament. The situation is deteriorating. I can only make a risky move and use a strong medicine. Fan Yuan pondered and placed his thoughts on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. As long as he plucked the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be destroyed. The clan would definitely conduct a frantic investigation, but what else could they do other than investigate? The spirit spring had already been destroyed. Even if he retrieved the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and placed it back into the spirit spring, or even destroyed it, he would not be able to restore the spirit spring. If the clan wanted to survive, what else could they do? There was only one way, and that was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs on Qingmao Mountain, and each one was occupied by 3 families. If one of them was destroyed by Fan Yuan, then the Guyue clan would only have one choice. 2 choices. That choice was war. There were 2 choices, the first was the Bai family, and the second was the Xiong family. Only by seizing the spirit spring of one of them would the Guyue clan have the material foundation to exist. Without the support of a spirit spring, a Gu master could not cultivate at all. However, this move was extremely dangerous. Fan Yuan had no other choice. The spring autumn cicada was recovering faster and faster. His aperture could no longer bear the burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back and fight for a chance of survival in the face of death. In the hall, the lights were lit. The Gu master had already taken out the photo-audio Gu, but this Gu was in Guyue Bo's hands. Divine Investigator Tai, what do you think of my request? Guyue Bo smiled. Tai Ruan Nan lightly snorted. Tai Shueleng pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, if we find out that Fan Yuan is the culprit, I will also leave enough time for him to participate in the 3-clan competition. Father! Tai Ruan Nan's eyes flashed with a strange light. This was not Tai Shueleng's style. Divine Investigator Tai's words are worth a lot. He never goes back on his words. I trust you completely, and thank you for your understanding. Guyue Bo's smile became even more warm, but he was coldly snorting in his heart. Guyue Yaoji had secretly led the Tai father and daughter pair into the underground cave to read the clan's official history books. As the clan leader, how could he not know about this? It was just that the competition was near, and at the same time, the clan's political struggles were complicated, so he restrained himself. Although Tai Shueleng was a rank 5 expert, his great strength could not stifle the dissatisfaction in Guyue Bo's heart. Fortunately, the true contents are all recorded in the clan's secret history book, and only the clan leader knows about it. That official history book is only for outsiders to read. Guyue Bo was secretly pleased. Guyue clan's history books were divided into official history and secret history. The official history book was kept in the secret room in the underground cave, and the contents were covered up by the later generations, mixing truth and falsehood to fool people. As for the secret history book, it recorded the true contents without a trace of falsehood. There were even many secrets that could not be divulged, recorded in the records. For example, how to summon the flying guillotine. There was absolutely no such thing in the official history book, only the secret history book recorded it in detail. Clan leader Guyue, my father has already agreed to your request. Can you show us the recording now? Tai Ruan Nan's tone was not pleasant. Even if Divine Investigator Tai did not agree, I would still do my best to cooperate with you in the investigation. Guyue Bo smiled as he clarified, and with a light pinch, the photo-audio Gu was crushed. This Gu was crushed, but it turned into a lump of 7-colored smoke, mixed with all sorts of noises. Guyue Bo opened his mouth and blew lightly, and this smoke floated to a wall, entering it. Like a drop of ink falling into water, the pure white wall soon had a rainbow imprint. The imprint grew larger and larger until it formed an image. It was the scene of the awakening ceremony. In this image, Fang Jing quickly found himself, as well as many familiar faces. These faces were all excitedly looking around the cave, their faces filled with the immaturity of youths. Like a fledgling that had just spread its wings and flew out of its nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruanan also quickly found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked in the group, although he looked around, his gaze was calm and cold. Among his peers, he was like a crane among chickens. But if one did not pay attention to him, normal people would not notice this peculiarity. But now, everyone's gazes were focused on him, causing this peculiarity to be exposed. This Fang Yuan is really strange. At this moment, even Gu Yuebo could not help but show a slightly surprised expression. The image on the wall changed, and the youths arrived at the Sea of Flowers. They were about to awaken. One by one, the youths crossed the underground river, walking towards the Sea of Flowers on the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance rose and fell. The voices of the youths and clan elders could also be heard clearly. The scene of that time was replayed, making people feel like they were there. First, Guiyuan Mobe was tested to have B-grade aptitude, causing a commotion. Next, it was Guyue Qing, who was also tested to have B-grade aptitude. There is indeed something strange. This Guyue Qing's expression is too nervous, his body is stiff, and his skin color is not normal. It is just that the underground cave is not bright, but if you observe carefully, you can see that he has smeared something on his body to attract the Hope Gu. It should be cheating. Tai Ruanan saw this, and was certain. But soon she frowned. Fang Yuan appeared, he crossed the river and went to the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance was not very bright. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The youths and clan elders sighed in disappointment, and entered everyone's ears. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruanan's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's expression was very calm. At that time, his back was facing the clan elders and the youths, thus others could not see his expression. But now, as a spectator, Tai Ruanan found that Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, without any change. It was as if he had already known this result. This is impossible. Putting myself in his shoes, if it was me, a 15-year-old with great potential, but was found to only have C-grade aptitude. How could I not feel a trace of disappointment, and discouragement? How could this be? How could this be? Tai Ruanan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. A huge cloud of doubt shrouded her mind, causing her breathing to become stifled. Her heart was thumping wildly at this moment. Thoughts after thoughts flashed in her mind like lightning. Why? How could this be? Wait a minute, aptitude, could it be? Tai Ruanan raised her head, feeling as if her heart was about to explode. An extremely daring and crazy guess appeared in her mind. The bright light shone on Fang Jing's face. The awakening ceremony, to him, was the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he had a kind of life, humble and insignificant, unknown to the public. After the awakening ceremony, he had a different kind of life, shining brightly and bursting with confidence. In his memory, the awakening ceremony was a blur, and he was muddle-headed. At this moment, Fang Jing looked at the ceremony from the perspective of a bystander. The complicated feelings in his heart could not be described with words. Fang Jing saw himself on the stage, and at that time, he felt so inferior and weak. Following that, he saw himself falling into the river, struggling, and being picked up by his brother, Fang Yuan, his whole body drenched in water, looking extremely battered and exhausted. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was him in the past, the one who was mocked by so many people. Then he saw himself stepping onto the other shore, walking with his head lowered, his body shrouded in the light of hope, shocking countless people. This was a moment of glory, this was a moment of miracle. A great aptitude. From now on, the world was different. Fang Jing, I have a question I want to ask you. Tai Ruanan suddenly spoke, disturbing Fang Jing's mood. What is it? Ask away, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Fan Jing turned back, smiling. It's about your brother. When your brother was supporting you, I saw his lips moving, but the surroundings were too noisy. What did he say to you? Can you tell me truthfully? Tai Ruanan's eyes shone as she asked. At that time, Fan Jing fell into his memories. I think he said the road? That's right. It's the road. Fan Jing's eyes became clear. I remember now. He said to me, the road in the future will be exciting. That's strange, I didn't feel it at that time, but now that I think about it, I feel that my brother's words had a deeper meaning, as if he knew I had a great aptitude beforehand. Chapter 185. Lady Tai, what is the meaning of this? Fan Jing did not understand. Tai Ruanan pointed at the wall. Look at him, Guyue Fan Yuan. Don't you think he is too calm? He was tested to have C-grade aptitude, but his brother was a great aptitude. Any normal person would feel their heart waver. But him? He was not moved, the praises and ridicule from the surroundings could not shake his heart. Don't you think it is strange? During the entire process he was too calm. Tai Ruanan's words attracted everyone's attention. At this time, the scene was replayed, and several gazes gathered on the painting wall, on Fan Yuan's figure. Fan Yuan stood in the middle of the crowd, all alone, standing there alone. A shadow covered most of his body. And this scene was in stark contrast to the other side. His brother, Guyue Fan Jing, was walking step by step, his body bathed in the white light of the Hope Gu. At this moment, the situation between the elder brother and younger brother changed. The former fell from the sky, falling into the lowest point of his life, shrouded in darkness. The latter was favored by fate, shining brightly, climbing to the peak. A 15-year-old youngster, experiencing such a huge change in his life, but there is not a trace of disappointment, bewilderment, or jealousy on him. There is only calmness. He is standing in the crowd, watching quietly, like an outsider, like he is watching a show. Tai Ruanan's voice came at the right time. Yes. Fan Yuan was watching quietly. The shadow covered most of his body, his expression was indifferent, with the unique pale skin of a youngster. Guyue stared at the painting wall, muttering to himself. Fan Jing, however, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Brother, what are you? Even if he expected the result of the awakening, his heart would be shaken, and not so calm. I used the celestial finger earlier, and thought the word aptitude was referring to Guyue City. Now that I think about it, it might not be Guyue City, it might be Fan Yuan. Tai Ruanan said. Lady Tai, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Fan Jing was even more confused. Tai Ruanan raised a finger. There is only one situation that could make Fan Yuan so calm. That was, he had an unknown backing. There was only one situation where he wouldn't be jealous, and that was when he had an even stronger trump card. When two people walked together, one person would pick up a primal stone on the road, and the other would only pick up 10 or 100 primal stones. Only then would he not feel jealous at all, and his heart would remain calm. And Fan Yuan is in such a situation. Are you saying that Fan Yuan cheated and hid his true aptitude? He's actually not a C-grade talent? Guyue heard the meaning behind Tai Ruanan's words. But if he has B-grade or a grade aptitude, why doesn't he openly display it? Fan Yuan has early wisdom. Tai Ruanan's lips curled up, she had a confident expression, giving off an enchanting radiance. These few days I've read some of his poems from his early years, they were grand and grand, even father couldn't help but praise them. Such a genius naturally has his own plans. Guyue shook his head. Just based on this point, it doesn't mean anything. Hiding one's aptitude and revealing it are two completely different types of treatment. Even if Fan Yuan didn't know before, after a year in the academy, he should be clear about it. Of course he knows, that's why he doesn't dare to reveal it. Tai Ruanan's words were straightforward, with a trace of decisiveness. What do you mean? Guyue was also confused. Tribe leader Guyue. Tai Ruanan turned around, and looked at Guyue solemnly. Do you know the 10 sons of Renzu? Gyuebo was stunned at first, but he soon reacted, and understood Tai Ruanan's true meaning. He was shocked. His pupils expanded, and his mouth opened wide, without a trace of his usual demeanor as a tribe leader. This was the first time Fan Jing had seen Gyuebo show such an expression. Renzu's 10 sons, eldest son Verdant great son, second daughter Gyue desolate Een, the 10 sons had heaven-defying aptitude, and were feared by heaven and earth. None of them had long lives. In the Gu master world, the 10 sons represented the top 10 aptitude. That was, the 10 extreme physiques. Renzu's 10 sons died one after another, and Renzu also died of old age. At the final moment, Renzu took the corpses of his 10 sons, and sacrificed himself, throwing them into the stomach of Derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst open, and countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have the aptitude of Renzu or the 10 sons, but they could awaken their apertures and cultivate. Thus, humanity multiplied for generations, forming the scale it is today. Of course, this is all a legend. But according to the legend, every one of us has the blood of Renzu and his 10 sons flowing in our bodies. Tai Ruanan continued. It is just that in some people, the different bloodlines are sparse, and they mutually restrict each other, thus it is not obvious. But some people are born with a relatively dense bloodline. Or as they grow older or cultivate, it slowly becomes extreme, and one bloodline suppresses the others. When it is shown, it is the 10 extreme physique. Then what is this 10 extreme physique? Fan Ling asked. Don't tell me, this Fan Yuan actually has the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques? Gyuebo was shocked. That is very likely. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fan Yuan so calm, and have low requirements for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physiques that surpass a grade can make Fan Yuan feel no jealousy or envy towards Fa Jing. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fan Yuan not dare to reveal it, afraid of being killed in advance, so he chose to cheat and hide it. Tai Ruanan spoke quickly. Even Tai Shuilun would not think of rebirth. The young girl was even more so. Under all sorts of coincidences, she came to a conclusion that was the exact opposite of the truth. After hearing this, everyone was dumbstruck. Tai Ruanan's deduction was backed by evidence, causing everyone to unconsciously believe it. If it was not this reason, what other explanation could there be? That's right, that's right! 10 extreme physiques, 10 extreme physiques, should be the Gyue desolate Een physique. Gyuebo was overwhelmed with emotions, his body trembling in excitement. Others might not understand, but he had the clan's secret history, and knew many secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first-generation ancestor established the village here, and named it the Gyue village. In reality, before this, the first generation was not surnamed Gyue. Why did the first generation take the name, Gyue? This was a mystery. But before the first generation died, he had sighed. Passing down the bloodline, 100-year plan, Gyue desolate Een physique, the world will panic. He left behind a will, and in it, he predicted that in the future, a Gu master would appear in the Gyue village, possessing one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Gyue desolate Een physique. He would make the world panic, and bring Gyue village to glory. The will also told the descendants, if one day, such a physique really appears, they should bring it to the Blood Lake graveyard. As the clan leader, Gyuebo naturally understood the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. But when he looked into the will, he found that the first-generation ancestor seemed to have a method to overcome the drawbacks. And this method was left in the coffin in the graveyard, accompanying him in his eternal sleep. If a genius with the Gyue desolate Een physique really appears, he should be brought to the coffin. To think that Gyue Fan Yuan is that prophesied genius, Gyue desolate Een physique! Gyuebo roared in his heart. This is impossible. How could brother cheat in front of everyone's eyes? Fan Jing's heart was extremely shaken, he shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this deduction. Tai Ruanan looked at him pitifully. Since Jichin can cheat, why can't Fan Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless mysteries, it is hard to imagine. Maybe Fang Yuan had already awakened his aperture, or maybe he was able to deceive bamboo gentlemen because of the 10 extreme physiques. Maybe Jia Jinxing was killed by Fang Yuan because he unintentionally saw through Fang Yuan's secret. Tai clan girl, be careful with your words. Guyu Bo's expression was very unhappy, his voice gloomy. You can't speak so carelessly. Whether Jia Jinxing was killed by Fang Yuan or not, it is still uncertain. Fang Yuan is a member of our clan. Even if he really killed him, how we explain it to the Jia clan is our problem. You are only in charge of investigating the case. The Guyu clan leader's attitude instantly had a complete change. Previously, he thought that Fang Yuan had great talent, and there was no possibility of investing. But now, Fang Yuan actually had Guyu's desolate in physique? When it involved the ancestors' prophecy and will, his value was immediately different. I have to protect him, even if it means offending the Jia clan. I have to do it. Damn it! This Guyu clan leader turned his back on me. He is too shameless. His attitude changed so quickly. I should not have revealed the secret of the 10 extreme physiques so early. The 10 extreme physiques are talents above a great talent. Looks like clan leader Guyu wants to protect Fang Yuan. This will make it very difficult for me to solve the case. Father, what should I do? Tai Ruanan's heart sank. She gritted her teeth and subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where is father? The young girl was stunned. Divine investigator Tai was just there, but in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. This discovery made Guyu Bo instantly nervous. Where could Tai Shuilin go at this time? Clan leader Guyu naturally thought of Fang Yuan. Fangjing, I will go look for your brother first. Go inform the other clan elders to quickly gather and find me. After saying this, Guyu Bo activated his Gu worm and flew out of the window. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly and ran out of the room, rushing towards Fang Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fangjing was left. How can this be? Guyu Fangjing's condition was extremely bad. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapse, as if his spine had been sucked dry. He felt like the world was in darkness. He felt like the sky was about to collapse. How could it be like this? Brother's aptitude is actually one of the 10 extreme physiques? Compared to the 10 extreme physiques, my great aptitude is like a clay chicken or a clay dog. Thinking about it, Fangjing's tears flowed down his face. At this moment, all the energy in his heart was sucked dry. All along, his greatest pride was that his aptitude surpassed Fang Yuan's. His confidence was built on this aspect. But now, someone told him the truth. His aptitude was far from his brother's. His proudest and most confident aspect was suppressed by Fang Yuan. The confidence that he had built up with great difficulty completely collapsed at this moment. Brother! He raised his head, tears flowing down his face. He screamed helplessly in his heart. From start to end, were you just watching the show? Watching me jump up and down, watching my clown-like performance? The corner of his eyes glanced at the painting wall again. The image changed, the figures became modeled, and countless voices exclaimed at Fangjing's performance on the other side. Only Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, calmly watching. He just calmly looked at it. Fangjing suddenly felt that this image of him, wrapped in the light of hope, was so childish, so glaring. And in his heart, Fang Yuan's calm black eyes seemed to reveal the gaze of a god. His figure gradually rose higher and higher, becoming an insurmountable mountain that reached the horizon. That pair of calm eyes looked down at the foot of the mountain, at Fangjing's humble figure. That pair of eyes seemed to be saying, Fangjing, my laughable brother, you can't. Like an echo in the valley, it echoed in Fangjing's heart. He felt stifled. An unparalleled stifling to the point that he could not breathe properly. He once thought that he had completely gotten rid of this feeling, but he did not expect that this feeling would come back to him today. In fact, it was 100 times stronger than before. Ah! I'm going to die! Fangjing's face twitched, and the veins on his forehead popped. He was immersed in his own fantasy, his hand tightly clutching his throat. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Because of the lack of oxygen, his face was red, and he stuck out his tongue. His eyes gradually bulged out of their sockets. No! I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. His other hand gripped the floor tiles, and he used too much force. His nails were peeled off, and fresh blood flowed. The excruciating pain made Fang Jing's desire to live burn even more. His body wasn't injured at all, but his heart had already suffered a fatal wound. He could not get up, and the pride that supported him had been shattered. He felt that he had no face to see anyone, and he could not face reality, and his brother. He had become a huge joke, a bitter satire. His heart was like dead ashes, but within the ashes there was still a little bit of red that had not been extinguished. So what if you have the 10 absolute aptitude? Brother, you've made a mistake. You've killed someone you shouldn't have. Yes, that's right. You have to pay with your life, brother. You killed Jia Jinsheng, didn't you? You've gone the wrong way, you've done the wrong thing, so what if you have the best aptitude? Bang! There seemed to be a soft sound beside his ear. A ball of dark red flame burned in Fang Jing's heart. Resurrection! The hand that was clutching his throat slowly loosened. Fang Jing was covered in sweat. He knelt on the ground, and supported himself with one hand. The floor tiles were covered in blood. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks and nose, and dripped onto the floor tiles. His twisted and horrifying face slowly calmed down. A gust of wind blew into the hall through the open doors and windows. The cold night wind caused his body to shiver. Ha 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 ha. Fang Jing was almost lying on the ground, and laughed out loud. His voice was sharp and strange. Chapter 186. No one is here! After flipping through the house, Guiyuebo could not find Fang Yuan. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. Fang Yuan was missing, Tai Shueleng was also missing. It was easy for him to link these clues together. Speak, where is Fang Yuan? Guiyuebo's expression was gloomy as he shouted at Tai Ruanan who had just arrived. How would I know where Fang Yuan is? Tai Ruanan's attitude was unyielding. Facing a rank 4 expert, she was not afraid at all. Humph, why is Tai Shueleng nowhere to be seen? Tai clan girl, can you give me an explanation? Guiyuebo said as he walked closer to Tai Ruanan. The young girl was slightly stunned. In fact, this matter had been fishy from the start. The original plan was for her and her father to come here next year. At that time, Tai Shueleng was investigating another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane held a letter in its beak and handed it to Tai Shueleng. After Tai Shueleng saw this letter, he suddenly changed his plans and temporarily put down the case on hand, rushing over to Qingmao Mountain. If not for this letter, the Tai father and daughter would not have come here so early. As a daughter, Tai Ruanan naturally understood her father. Normally, only major cases would make Tai Shueleng make such a decision. However, what made her puzzled was that this case on Qingmao Mountain was only about Jia Jinxing's death. Jia Jinxing's death was related to the Jia clan's property dispute. But the severity of it was only ordinary, far from enough for the divine investigator to pay so much attention to it. Tai Ruanan had always been suspicious about this. And now, Tai Shueleng had mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you are injured, you must take care of yourself. Tai Ruanan was very worried. This kind of situation had actually happened a few times before. Every time, it was Tai Shueleng facing a strong enemy and could not split his attention to take care of Tai Ruanan, thus fighting alone. The injuries on his body were caused by a strong enemy in a similar situation. Although father is injured, he is still a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 Gu masters were simply not his match. Father, I believe you. I will wait for you to come back. Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed as she encouraged herself in her heart. Guiyuebo approached her step by step. The girl raised her head and looked at Guiyue clan leader. Explanation? If you want an explanation, will I give it to you? Guiyuebo's expression became even more gloomy. Little girl, you're quite stubborn. Looks like I can only capture you and use you to exchange for my clan's Fan Yuan. Tai Ruanan laughed instead. Clan leader Guyue, do you really dare to make a move? My uncle is the current patriarch of the Tai family. Do you want to fight with our Tai family? Guyue Bo stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious that he almost forgot. Tai family. That was a super clan that had existed for thousands of years. The Demon Suppression Tower in Tai Clan Village imprisoned countless demonic Gu masters. It was the symbol of the righteous path. Guyue clan was only a small or mid-sized clan. It could not compare to Jia clan. And Jia clan was only a rising clan. It could not compare to Tai family. Even in the whole southern border, Tai family was a top-tier force with deep foundations. It was a colossus. Tai Ruanan's voice slowed down. Clan leader Guyue, I am not here to be your enemy. Please believe my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave. I will not sneak away. Tai family only has ghosts that die in battle. There are no cowards that run away. Not only will I not escape, I will also capture Jia Jinxing's murderer. Fan Yuan might not be the murderer. Guyue Bo frowned, his eyes revealing a fierce light. But he could be. Tai Ruanan stared, her heroic spirit surging. She did not back down on this point. Both sides glared at each other for a long time. Tai Ruanan said, Fan Yuan is missing now. He could very well be on the run, making him even more suspicious. But I will not let the innocent suffer injustice. I hope so. Guyue Bo flicked his sleeves and left. 15 minutes ago, gurgle gurgle gurgle. The spirit spring whirlpool rose and fell. A lotus was faintly discernible in the spring water like an illusion. Piece after piece of Yuan stone were thrown in by Fan Yuan, causing the heavenly essence treasure lotus image to become clearer. The 10,000 Yuan stone that was offered during the gathering with my classmates, in addition to the 40,000 Yuan stone that Guyue and Emotion provided in installments, have all been thrown in. Why has this heavenly essence treasure lotus not materialized yet? Fan Yuan focused, looking at the center of the spirit spring through the crystal wall. He felt slightly doubtful. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was very precious. After advancing to rank 6, its value would not lose to autumn cicada. Even in Fan Yuan's previous life, he had only heard of it, he had never come into contact with it. Thus, this was his first time coming into contact with it. He could not help but feel doubtful. But he quickly calmed his emotions, laughing. A total of 50,000 Yuan stone is more than enough. Why am I worrying about personal gains and losses? So what if the refinement fails? Thinking so, he no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and jumping, crashing into the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the moat Gu. When Fan Yuan crashed into it, it was like jumping into water. Ripples appeared on the wall, instantly engulfing him. Spring water immediately surrounded Fan Yuan from all directions. Fan Yuan opened his eyes in the water, but could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Before the heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, it could only be seen through the crystal with the naked eye. Fan Yuan had already expected this, so he was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance, and even calculated the refraction of light, grabbing forward according to his memory. This grab was like magic, creating something out of nothing, creating a lotus. This lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, full like a lamp, filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and although it was grabbed by Fan Yuan, it faintly resisted. But this was nothing. A trace of autumn cicada's aura leaked out, and this rank 3 flower Gu was instantly refined by Fan Yuan. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was in his hands. In the spring water, Fan Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a blue and white light, shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the countless whirlpools in the spirit spring immediately dissipated. The spring water that was filled with life force had now turned into a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. The spirit spring has been destroyed. I cannot stay here for long. I need to take this chance to escape. Fan Yuan's expression turned solemn. But just as he was about to return, a change occurred. In the depths of the spirit spring, a dazzling blood light burst out. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, catching Fan Yuan off guard, and he was sucked into the depths of the spring. The spring water suddenly turned red, turning into blood water, tightly wrapping around Fan Yuan and pulling him down. Sky canopy goo! Thunderwings goo! At the moment of danger, Fan Yuan roared in his heart, and a layer of white armor shone on his body, and at the same time, a pair of large lightning wings appeared on his back. The lightning wings flapped continuously, giving Fan Yuan a driving force to move upwards. But as the blood water wrapped around him, the suction force became stronger and stronger, and he could not resist it. Whoosh! The sound of rushing water could be heard, and Fan Yuan was pulled down by a huge force along the water channel. Just as he was about to die, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. Fan Yuan took a deep breath, and at least he did not die from lack of oxygen. Then, he found himself falling from a high altitude. He subconsciously flapped his wings, but the Thunderwings goo was extremely dispirited. The originally strong wings were now extremely weak. Fan Yuan's heart sank, and he tried his best to maintain his balance in the air, slowing down the speed of his descent. This was an underground space. It was not dark, and was filled with red light. Fan Yuan fell from a height of 15 meters, and below him was an underground lake. But this underground lake was not the usual transparent color, but was dark red, like blood water. No, it was blood water. The pungent smell of blood assaulted Fan Yuan's nose as he continued to descend. This situation was strange no matter how one looked at it. To be safe, Fan Yuan did not want to easily fall into this blood lake. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. He summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and his palm entered the centipede's mouth, using it as a whip. The golden centipede's body extended to its maximum length, and its sharp tail pierced into the mountain wall. Under Fan Yuan's control, the golden centipede shrunk its body. This way, Fan Yuan's body landed on the mountain wall. This mountain wall was somewhat slippery, and was not easy to land on. But Fan Yuan relied on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and barely found a rough section of the wall, and placed his feet on it. What the hell is this place? After stabilizing his body, Fan Yuan immediately assessed his surroundings. According to his calculations, he should be even deeper underground, right below the underground karst cave. How can there be such a place? Fan Yuan was surprised. In his previous life, his level was not high enough, and he did not come into contact with the secrets of the upper echelons. In fact, this was the Blood Lake Graveyard, the secret forbidden land where the first-generation patriarch's coffin was buried. Even among the patriarchs, only one or two knew the secret. Fan Yuan looked down, and the blood lake reflected a sky full of red light. The area was larger than the village, and it exuded a strange and terrifying aura. And at the top of the cave, there were hundreds of holes, and water constantly flowed down, bringing along the scallops, turtles, snakes, fish, and other wild animals in the underground river. Whoosh, 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 waves of water flowed down from the holes on the top of the wall, smashing into the blood lake. As the blood churned, countless fish and prawns flopped and fell into the blood lake. After a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies had been sucked out, and they became dried corpses, faintly discernible on the surface of the lake along with the bloody waves. The blood lake became even redder. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked. If he fell into this blood lake, even with the protection of the sky canopy goo, he would not be able to survive. He looked carefully, and other than fresh dried corpses, there were some bones in the blood waves. There were broken fish bones, large bear bones, and clearly human skeletons. This was a huge graveyard, strange and bloody. The waves of the blood lake surged, washing the surrounding walls. The bright red and shiny blood seeped into the surrounding soil, causing the surrounding soil to be dyed crimson red, forming the red earth. To be continued. Chapter 187. Wait a minute, red soil? Fan Yuan saw this and his heart jumped. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone wall beside him. With a forceful pull, he dug out a piece of red soil. This red soil was soft and gave off a faint red glow. Fan Yuan squeezed it lightly and effortlessly crushed it. So that's it, he realized. He remembered the first time he entered the secret cave. He found that the secret cave was filled with this kind of red soil. It gave off a faint glow and did not need any other illumination. He felt it was strange at that time because Qing Mao Mountain's soil was all greenish black. He thought this was the flower wine monk's arrangement. But now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fan Yuan felt that something was wrong. The 500 years of experience from his previous life had settled into his intuition. This place is not only strange but also full of danger. I don't have much time. How do I leave this place? Fan Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave wall. There were hundreds of caves on the wall. Which one was connected to the spirit spring? Fan Yuan hesitated. Water could flow in, but it did not mean that the underground river was wide enough for a person to pass through. Also, Fan Yuan's expression was solemn as he tried to flap his wings. The lightning wings weren't as easy to control as before. The originally blue electric current was now mixed with strands of strange scarlet color. It revealed a contradictory feeling of weakness and strength. The Thunderwing's goo was not reliable in this state. It was very likely that it would screw up during flight and cause Fan Yuan to fall from the sky. Swoosh, in the blood lake, an undercurrent surged. The huge aura of a rank 5 goo seeped out from the blood lake. That is... Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw a long black shadow gradually appearing in the blood lake. It was more than 40 meters long and more than 6 meters thick. This was a huge python that lived in the depths of the blood lake. Now that it smelled Fan Yuan's flesh and blood, it seemed to be coming out to hunt. Damn it! Fan Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Right now, his long hair and black robe were relying on the chainsaw golden centipede to pierce through the mountain wall, barely hanging on the soft red soil. Compared to the vast sea of blood, it was like a black ant. Hundreds of black dots also appeared from the bottom of the lake, rising up like a school of fish. So, they were even faster than the giant python and flew out of the lake in an instant. This was not a fish, but a bat. These dark red bats had long pointed ears and 2 pairs of wings. One pair of main wings was larger, while the other pair of secondary wings was slightly smaller. They were located below the main wings. They didn't have claws, but the edges of their wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3 Bladewing Bloodbat Goo? Fan Yuan suddenly thought of an answer. Looking at the swarm of Bladewing bloody bats pouncing toward him with a murderous aura, the first thing that appeared in his mind was that scene. In the photo-audio Goo's image, the flower wine monk was bathed in blood, heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was impossible for the moon shadow Goo to cause such injuries, but this group of Bladewing blood bats was a perfect match. Could it be that the flower wine monk had been here before? In fact, he was injured by the Bladewing blood bats here? For a moment, Fan Yuan's thoughts spun like lightning. The cause of the flower wine monk's death had always been a mystery. But now, it seemed that it was most likely the case. Bladewing blood bat. Fan Yuan muttered in his heart. He was actually not unfamiliar with this goo. Although this goo was only rank 3, it was extremely easy to feed and only needed blood. In his previous life, he established the Blood-Wing Demon sect with the Bladewing blood bat as its symbol. With the resources of the demonic sect, he was able to raise close to 10,000 Bladewing blood bat goo. They were ferocious and fearsome. More accurately, he established his career with the Bladewing blood bat goo. In his previous life, 400 years later, he accidentally obtained an inheritance of the Blood Sea ancestor. Relying on the Bladewing bloodbat group and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord. This Blood Sea ancestor was a rank 7 demonic goo master with a notorious reputation. He killed people like flies, and his name was recorded in the annals of history. He was originally immortal, but by chance, he became a demonic goo master. He climbed all the way from the lowest level, and used 800 years to become a demonic overlord. His aptitude was not high, and the primeval essence in his aperture was limited. He always had a fanatical research interest in goo fusion. Wild goo had a natural will, and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air. But when a wild goo was refined by a goo master, and its body was dominated by the human's will, it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence, and could only absorb the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. The Blood Sea ancestor had always wanted to research a goo that could be refined by a goo master, but could also absorb natural primeval essence. The righteous goo masters were extremely afraid of this, and were extremely worried that the Blood Sea ancestor would succeed. They had organized several righteous goo masters to surround and kill him. The Blood Sea ancestor did not succeed in the end, but he did not fail completely. He explored the fusion recipes of the Bladewing Bloodbat, Blood Guillotine, and Blood Frenzy Goo. The rank 3 Bladewing Bloodbat Goo was his first achievement. It was extremely easy to raise, but it still required the goo master to provide primeval essence. However, this Bladewing Bloodbat group was a very special group. The goo master only needed to control the male bat to indirectly command all the other female bats. The Blood Frenzy Goo was his second achievement. This goo was formless and was a lump of blood chi, and could only survive by attaching itself to other objects. This goo was rank 4, and its effect was very special. Any goo worm that came into contact with its aura would be able to absorb natural primeval essence from time to time. But it had a huge drawback. The goo worms affected by the Blood Frenzy Goo would gradually lose control of the goo master. After a period of time, they would turn into a pool of blood. The Blood Guillotine was the Blood Sea ancestor's final achievement. This goo was rank 5, and was undoubtedly more mature than the previous two. It combined nurturing and usage, using battle to nurture battle, and devouring the goo master's blood to reproduce and divide. It no longer needed the master to provide primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the Blood Sea ancestor created the Blood Guillotine, he was besieged by the righteous goo masters in the chaotic battle, and was exhausted and defeated. He suffered a fatal injury that could not be healed, and escaped from the heavy encirclement using blood escape. The righteous goo masters were worried that he would counterattack at the last minute and endanger themselves, so they did not have the intention to pursue him, and watched as he escaped. From then on, every time these righteous goo masters thought back, they would regret their actions of letting the enemy go so easily. The Blood Sea ancestor knew he was going to die for sure, and started to spread his inheritance. Using the limited time before his death, he used his rank 7 goo master abilities to set up hundreds of thousands of secret inheritance grounds, located in Central Continent, Southern Border, and other places. Before his death, he laughed strangely. The blood path is not lonely, leaving behind a venomous legacy for all ages. His words were not false at all. From then on, countless goo masters benefited from this, and the demonic path flourished. Be it the Bladewing Bloodbat Goo, the Blood Frenzy Goo, or the Blood Guillotine, they were all extremely easy to raise and reproduce. Maybe in some unremarkable valley, in a shabby village, in an uninhabited desert, beside a mountain path, there would be 2 or 3 goo left by the Blood Sea ancestor. These goo were easy to raise, and did not require much primeval essence, so they were easily used by goo masters with ordinary aptitude. Surviving in such a world, where one's life was precarious, which goo master would not desire more power? The goo worms left by the Blood Sea ancestor represented a completely new kind of power. This kind of power was fast and convenient, and was undoubtedly more popular than other goo worms. Power itself was not sinful, it was good when used for good, and evil when used for evil. But in this world, how many people could have a firm heart, to be able to control the sudden increase in power? Just like when a man is rich, he would often become a playboy. The sudden increase in power would nourish the wild ambitions that they had never had before. Thus, many goo masters, after obtaining the Blood Sea ancestor's inheritance, became demons who killed in all directions. There were even many righteous path members who changed sides because of this. The inheritance of the blood goo brought great turmoil and harm to the whole world. In the inheritance that the Blood Sea ancestor set up, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo. But these inheritances were like a spark, and if one was not careful, they would start a prairie fire. Almost every once in a while, there would be demonic goo masters who grasped the blood goo, causing trouble. Some of these people failed, and were killed in the village. Some succeeded temporarily, and formed a general trend, causing harm to one side. Whether they succeeded temporarily or failed, they would unwillingly leave behind a new blood inheritance at some point in time. Thus, the blood calamity was endless, and not only did it not decline because of the Blood Sea ancestors' death and the Righteous Path's all-out attack, it instead became even more prosperous, with a deep foundation that could not be eradicated, and had a trend of never-ending. As a result, the Righteous Path members would often curse in pain. "These damned blood goo masters! I clearly remember that I have already killed wave after wave. But if I am not careful, and look up again, who knows where, a new batch will appear." By now, the Blood Sea inheritance was publicly recognized as the world's most popular and most numerous inheritance. There was no other. Strictly speaking, in his previous life, Fan Yuan had also received the Blood Sea ancestors' inheritance. "In my previous life, I only found a Blood Sea inheritance after 400 years, and started to dominate it. If I can subdue these blood bats in this life, it would be equivalent to advancing my efforts by 400 years. The blood bats rushed over, but Fan Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. He had the spring-autumn cicada, and his rank 6 aura was enough to make these bats collapse without a fight. The only thing he needed to be wary of was the rank 5 snake python that was hidden in the blood lake. But something is not right with this situation. Back when the Blood Sea ancestor set up his inheritance, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo. Why are there more than 100 blade-winged blood bats here? Could it be that the rumor is true?" Rumor had it that the Blood Sea ancestor had set up a deceptive formation. Although he had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritances, there were only a few that he wanted to pass down. In these few inheritances, there were the Blood Sea ancestors' proudest goo worms, research insights, or fusion recipes. Could it be that this is the true inheritance ground of the Blood Sea ancestor? Fan Yuan naturally thought of this, and his heart pounded. His thoughts raced. Although he thought of a lot of things, not much time had passed in the outside world. The blade-winged blood bats swarmed towards him. Fan Yuan's expression was calm. With his long hair and black robes, he climbed up the mountain wall and was about to summon the spring-autumn cicada. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. "As expected, there is a blood calamity hidden here." A deep and firm voice that sounded like iron and stone came from the top of the cave, and then it reverberated above the Blood Sea. Chapter 188. Tai Xueling, why did he suddenly appear here? Fan Yuan heard this voice and was shocked. This loud sound reverberated in the air above the blood lake, causing turbulent waves of blood to surge. "This is the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Goo?" Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. The loud voice entered his ears, making him feel as if his whole head was buzzing. The Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Goo was a rank 5 sound-type goo. Once activated, it could form a sound wave attack with a wide range. It was an extremely strong AoE-type goo. The voice that Fan Yuan heard now was just Tai Xueling's small test. He shouted softly and did not really activate it. This degree was like Fan Yuan using the moonlight goo to grind the purple gold rock. It was just a subtle control of the goo worm. Of course, the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Goo had its drawbacks. If activated for a long time, the goo master's vocal cords and throat would be overly burdened. Once these burdens exceeded the limit, the goo master would become mute and lose the ability to speak. Bam! A huge force suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The upper body of the giant python appeared in Fan Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. This python's body was covered in glossy blood-red scales and its head was as huge as an elephant. There was a patch of golden bone spikes on its eyebrows, showing off its ferocious and violent aura. Blood River Python. I remember in the Guyue clan's history, not long after the first clan leader established the village, a Blood River Python appeared and posed a huge threat to the Guyue village. Legend has it that the first clan leader killed it. Could it be? Fan Yuan's heart moved as he thought of something. The Blood River python was huge, and its head was tall. Its purple eyes stared at Fan Yuan with a cruel gaze. It was cruel and unruly, feeding on blood. Even using the spring-autumn cicada's aura to intimidate it would only make it more violent. Among the rank 5 goo worms, it was one of the hardest to be refined by a goo master. However, after glancing at Fan Yuan on the mountain wall, the blood sea python raised its head high and turned to the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, an equally tiny figure slowly floated down from one of the caves. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, and his gaze was cold. Although compared to the Blood River python, he was as small as an ant, a majestic aura emanated from his body. An enormous invisible pressure filled the surroundings, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Righteous goo. It was a mental goo and could only be activated by someone who upheld justice. Scoundrels and weak-willed people would often tremble in fear under the influence of the righteous goo and have a guilty conscience. Their battle intent would rapidly drop and they would feel like they could not fight Tai Xuelin, thus collapsing without a fight. Creak, creak, creak. Under the oppression of morality, the blade-winged blood-bat goo panicked and let out a sharp cry. As if a heavy burden had been placed on their bodies, their 2 pairs of wings flapped repeatedly as they struggled to fly in the air, sometimes up and sometimes down. They could not even take care of themselves and did not approach Fan Yuan. Even the ferocious Blood River python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tai Xueling's supreme might. What a righteous goo! Fan Yuan sneered as he climbed on the mountain wall. This righteous goo's oppression had no effect on him. Only those with weak wills would be severely weakened. He was a demonic path overlord and had a heart as strong as steel. How could he be frightened by this illusory aura? Eh? Fan Yuan's nonchalance caused Tai Xueling to gasp in surprise. The righteous goo had been with him for many years, and he deeply understood its effect. The righteous goo's effect could be big or small, attacking the heart. Sometimes it could achieve miraculous results, but other times it would be useless. But there were very few situations where it would be useless. Even righteous path figures would feel the pressure in their hearts. After all, factions could not determine good or evil, and no one was perfect. But Tai Xueling knew Fan Yuan's sins. When he first met him, he had already placed the goo on Fan Yuan's body to track him. From then on, Tai Xueling could faintly sense the changes in Fan Yuan's surroundings. Most people who committed sins would have their wills shaken under the influence of the righteous goo. However, Tai Xueling had met many demonic goo masters who fought fiercely under the influence of the righteous goo and were not affected. There is only one type of person who will not be affected by the righteous goo even if they commit a crime. These are people with true demonic nature. From the deepest part of their hearts, they are paranoid and crazy, not treating their sins as sins, but as something that should be done. To think that this Fan Yuan's demonic nature is so deep. Humph, let's get rid of this great demon first. If he is lucky enough to survive, we can deal with him later. Tai Xueling hated evil and snorted, turning his gaze towards the Blood River python. The moment he appeared, he was locked on by the Blood River python. As long as he diverted his attention to kill Fan Yuan, he would definitely reveal a flaw. Tai Xueling had terrifying injuries, and with a strong enemy hiding behind the scenes, he could be spying on him. At this moment, he did not dare to divert his attention. He stared at the Blood River python for a moment, then his gaze went past it and landed on the blood lake behind it. Not long ago, he had received a mysterious letter. The letter had concrete evidence, pointing out that there was a blood calamity hidden in Gyue village. This letter was carried by a white crane and dropped from the sky. Its origin was also very suspicious. But Tai Xueling would rather believe it than not, because the blood calamity was not a small matter and could not be careless. If he was not careful, it would suddenly expand and spread everywhere, bringing disaster to all living beings. The best way to deal with it was to take advantage of the fact that the blood calamity had yet to take shape and extinguish this seed of chaos. Coincidentally, he had another request on hand. It was Jia Fu paying a huge sum of money to investigate the cause of Jia Jinxing's death. Tai Xueling brought his daughter and rushed to Qing Mao Mountain in advance. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinxing's case. On one hand, it was to nurture and train Tai Ruanan. On the other hand, it was to deceive others and stall for time while he investigated the details behind the scenes. The first time he met Fan Yuan, he had used the touching sensation Gu on Fan Yuan. Although it was done casually, it came from the experience and intuition he had accumulated over a long period of time. The touching sensation Gu was formless and colorless, like an imprint. He had set up dozens of them. The one that was truly effective was the first one he had set up casually. First Gen Gyue, I know you are not dead. You have hidden for close to 1,000 years and set up this trap. Unfortunately, all your efforts are going to be in vain. Tai Xueling opened his mouth, and the whole space buzzed. But there was no change in the blood lake. Instead, the blood river python opened its mouth and roared. It had a cruel nature and could not tolerate any pressure. The morality Gu had stimulated its ferocious nature. Bang! It suddenly stretched its body, and its huge snake body created a blood wave that soared to the sky. With a killing intent that could pierce through the horizon, it pounced towards Tai Xueling, who was in the air. Tai Xueling was already on guard against the blood river python. His body moved quickly and dodged the blood river python's bite. The blood river python's body was too long, and its momentum was too fierce, causing it to crash into the cave ceiling. With a loud bang, a large part of the cave ceiling collapsed. Large amounts of rubble fell down, and immediately created a huge wave in the blood lake. First Gen Gyue, do you think you have nothing to worry about just by leaving a blood river python to protect you? You better show yourself. Tai Xueling sneered and moved in the air. The blood river python's violent attacks were like a light breeze and drizzle in front of him. The blood river python roared crazily and became even more irritable. It had unparalleled strength and recklessly used it to cause huge destruction. The whole space became more and more turbulent. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The blood lake also had huge waves. Damn it! Fan Yuan was caught in the crossfire. The red soil was soft, and his original foothold was already destroyed. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede and the thunder wings Gu to move along the mountain walls. The rubble fell down piece by piece, like a dense rain. As he had expected, the thunder wings Gu was not in a good state. The thunder wings Gu on Fan Yuan's back was extremely weak and dispirited, unable to provide a strong force of ascension. But the strange thing was, the thunder wings Gu was absorbing less primeval essence from Fan Yuan. While Fan Yuan was moving, the thunder wings Gu actually started to absorb the primeval essence in the air from time to time. At first, this phenomenon only happened for a short period of time and very few times. Fan Yuan tried his best to dodge and did not notice it. But gradually, the number of times increased and the duration of each occurrence also became longer and longer. At the same time, the thunder wings Gu became weaker and weaker. I understand, it's the blood frenzy Gu. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. Only when one was contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu would such a phenomenon occur. Plop! Fan Yuan used all his strength, but still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was smashing around, using its thick tail to whip around. Gravel fell like rain, ceaselessly crashing down. Fan Yuan activated the sky canopy Gu, and his body was covered in a layer of white armor. His swimming ability was not bad, and in his previous life, he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long period of time and received ample training. He tried his best to dodge the huge rocks that were as big as houses. Sometimes he swam, sometimes he sank into the blood lake, using the blood water to cushion the impact. But those small rocks ranged from the size of a fist to the size of a stone mill. He had no time to dodge. The white armor was as solid as a rock, but it could not slow down the impact. When it smashed onto his body, he felt waves of pain. At the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was slowly decreasing due to the impact. Fortunately, the morality Gu's power enveloped the whole area, causing the group of Blaewing Bloodbat Gu to still fly around and not find trouble with Fan Yuan. but Fan Yuan's expression was grave. The Thunderwing's goo was already half crippled. After being contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, without a special goo to cleanse it, it would turn into a puddle of blood and become a new source of contamination. How did it get contaminated by the blood frenzy goo? Fan Yuan thought about it, and only had one explanation. That was, this blood water had the blood frenzy goo attached to it. The Thunderwing's goo was getting weaker and weaker, showing signs of losing control. Luckily he activated the white armor in time, or else the blood frenzy goo would have contaminated his body, and its aura would have seeped into his aperture. Most of his goo worms would have been contaminated. But if his primeval essence was depleted, or this armor was broken, then the consequences would be severe. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and floated in the blood waves, looking around for a way out. Large amounts of red soil fell from the mountain walls. The top of the cave was also beyond recognition. Tai Shuelong was floating in the air, fighting with the Blood River Python. A battle between rank 5 Goo Masters was not something Fan Yuan could interfere in. The higher the Goo Master's rank, the more obvious the difference in battle strength between different cultivations. Maybe a swing of the Blood River Python's tail could shatter the armor, the Sky Canopy Goo would be heavily injured by the backlash, and Fan Yuan would have fractures all over his body. Maybe a casual strike from Tai Shueling could put Fan Yuan in a desperate situation. The current situation was like a battle between two giant elephants, and Fan Yuan was a nearby tabby cat. Although he had small claws, it was hard for him to fight. Chapter 189. This cave entrance was not big, and should have been buried by the red soil. But this time, the blood lake unceasingly surged with monstrous blood waves, causing the surrounding scarlet soil to be washed away and collapse, sinking into the lake. Thus, the cave entrance was revealed. No matter what, this cave entrance seemed to be a source of hope. Fan Yuan immediately changed his direction and swam towards the cave entrance. Boom! In the air, there was another intense explosion. A huge air current rushed towards the surroundings, pushing Fan Yuan forward fiercely. Damn it! He cursed. Large amounts of red soil collapsed and buried the cave entrance again. Iron hand grappling goo. In the air, Tai Shueling took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his right hand. In front of him, ripples appeared in the air and a huge black iron hand appeared, pressing down on the Blood River Python's tail. The Blood River Python struggled with all its might, but its scales were wet and slippery. The iron hand could not hold on and slid through the snake's scales, causing golden red sparks to burst out as it escaped. But Tai Shueling had rich battle experience, and was not discouraged. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and puffed his cheeks, blowing at the Blood River Python. Whoosh! A jet of black oil poured down like a waterfall. In the air, it turned into a dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it coiled around the Blood River Python. Oil dragon goo! The Blood River Python was furious, roaring and biting. The black oil dragon's size was not inferior to the Blood River Python's, but it was only a rank 4 and did not have a physical body. In a short while, it was torn apart by the Blood River Python. Tai Shueling laughed instead. Beasts were beasts. If a Goo Master was controlling it, they would be able to see through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. But the Blood River Python was only refined. Although it had a Goo Master's will, it did not have the intelligence of a normal person. The oil dragon was destroyed and the oil dragon goo in the aperture also suffered a backlash. Tai Shueling did not care and stopped activating the oil dragon goo, starting to activate the fire dragon goo. He shouted and his body shook. A flame-like goo shot out from his aperture and quickly turned into a fire snake, coiling around his body. The fire snake flew out and became bigger. In the blink of an eye, it grew scales and extended eagle claws, antlers, a horse's face and sharp teeth. It turned into a giant fire dragon. This fire dragon goo was only rank 4, but when it fought with the Blood River Python, it made the Blood River Python roar in pain. Because the oil dragon had been destroyed, a large amount of black oil had stained the Blood River Python's body. Now that the oil was tangled with the fire dragon, the python's body was suddenly set on fire, roasting the blood river python. Other than the snake's body, the black oil was also floating on the surface of the lake. At this moment, it was ignited. The scarlet lake of blood ignited into a sea of fire that soared into the sky. The temperature of the air rose rapidly. The fire dragon was no match for the blood river python. It suffered heavy injuries and its body became smaller and smaller. But every time this happened, it would dive into the sea of fire and roll around, and its body would regain some of its majesty. In this sea of flames, Hualong had the geographical advantage. The blood river python and the fire dragon fought for a while. The snake's body was constantly being burned, and the smell of charred flesh wafted through the air. The blood river python was violent by nature. Once it was oppressed, it would erupt with a powerful counterattack. But at this moment, it had no choice but to retreat. He abandoned the fire dragon and plunged into the depths of the blood sea. Man is the spirit of all living things, possessing the wisdom to innovate. Under Tai Xueling's tactic, 2 rank 4 Gu were able to force the rank 5 blood river python to retreat. But Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, containing the code of heaven and earth and a corner of the laws. The blood river python's ability was its super strong self-recovery ability. It sank to the bottom of the lake, and the blood water nourished it, rapidly healing its injuries. The fire dragon Gu had the geographical advantage, but it had the geographical advantage. As long as this blood lake existed, it would be an unkillable cockroach. Fan Yuan's situation was even more dangerous. The flames on the surface of the blood lake continued to spread, burning fiercely. Tongues of fire licked and roasted his body. The sky canopy Gu's pressure was even greater. The most important thing was not this, but that Fan Yuan's breathing was becoming more difficult. The flames burned and consumed a large amount of air. This underground space was originally a half-closed space, and it was hard to replenish the air. Fan Yuan gradually felt suffocated. Although the oil dragon Gu and fire dragon Gu can force the blood river python to retreat if they work together, it is only temporary. As long as there is a large amount of blood water, the blood river python's recovery ability is extremely terrifying. When it rushes up again and recovers to its peak condition, the fire dragon Gu might not be its match. No, this is too obvious, Tai Xueling must know. Then he... Fan Yuan floated in the burning lake, his thoughts moving at lightning speed. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. If he was not wrong, Tai Xueling had achieved his tactical goal by forcing the blood river python to retreat. Tai Xueling wanted to gain sufficient time, and there was a situation where he needed to do so. That was to prepare his killer move. As expected, at the next moment, Tai Xueling floated in the air and suddenly spread his arms, letting out a deep roar. The righteous aura that was suppressing all directions was retracted by him, and he poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the bronze mask with full concentration. The bronze mask gradually lit up. At first, it was only a faint light, but in a few breaths' time, it gave off a dazzling green light, like a fragment of the sun. The green light shone in all directions, like a monarch descending to heaven and earth. For a moment, the red soil, blood-beard, and the sea of fire were all dyed with a layer of ancient green. Within the green light, there was a mystical power. Under the guidance of this power, the mountain rocks started to shake and collapse. At the top of the cave, huge rocks fell and flew towards the bronze mask. The surrounding red cliffs also had large amounts of soil and rocks slowly flying up from the bottom. Tai Xueling's expression was already shrouded by the bronze mask's light. Large amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the bronze mask, condensing together and forming a human figure. The soil and rocks continued to gather, and the rockman became bigger and bigger. From the initial 1 meter, it rapidly grew to 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, finally reaching 18 meters. Giant Hill Puppet Gu. A giant that could support heaven and earth descended upon the battlefield of the Blood Lake. Its 2 legs stood in the depths of the Blood Lake, the lake water only reaching its waist. Its body was extremely majestic, its arms could run carriages, and its fists could stand on top of an elephant. Its face was simple and unadorned, an enlarged version of the bronze mask. "Fire dragon, come!" It opened its mouth, its voice shaking the heaven and earth. The fire dragon that was tumbling in the sea of fire flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, its head resting on the giant puppet's right shoulder. Then, the oil dragon goo flew out and turned into a pitch-black oil dragon, coiling around the giant puppet's left arm and resting its head on its left shoulder. The two dragons on the left and right, the giant hill puppet, descended like a mighty deity. Fan Yuan swam towards the cave entrance with all his might. Just now, the soil and rocks had gathered to form the giant puppet, causing the red soil that was covering the cave entrance to disappear, revealing the cave entrance again. This battlefield was getting more and more dangerous. The cave entrance could be buried again at any time, so Fan Yuan did not dare to stay for long. The sea of fire gradually extinguished, and the blood lake suddenly surged with towering red waves. Blood River Python attacked from the lake, coiling around the giant puppet and slithering upwards. The giant snake's head was like a battering ram, aiming at the giant puppet's face. This attack was extremely powerful, and if it were to hit directly, half of the giant puppet's head would be smashed into pieces. "Iron hand grappling!" the giant puppet shouted, and the air split open as an iron hand flew out, grabbing the snake's head. With a loud bang, the iron hand was destroyed, and the Blood River Python's attack was also stopped. Tai Shueling won a breather, and the giant puppet grabbed the Blood River Python's body with both hands. The oil dragon and fire dragon waited for an opportunity, climbing onto the Blood River Python. The two dragons merged together, forming a blazing flame that roasted the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python roared in pain, struggling with all its might. But this time, how could Tai Shueling allow it to escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like iron pincers, tightly restraining the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python could not escape, and its body was roasted black, emitting the smell of burnt flesh. Its ferocious nature was stimulated, and it did not try to escape anymore. Its slender body coiled around the giant puppet's body again, and it started to contract fiercely, launching a strangling attack. Although the giant puppet was made of mountain rocks, the red soil was soft, and after being twisted by the Blood River Python, its waist quickly shrunk. Cracking sounds could be heard, and rubble flew everywhere. Under the stimulation of death, the Blood River Python exploded with great strength. Fan Yuan finally reached the edge of the cave entrance with one hand, and the giant puppet suddenly coughed a few times. Tai Shueling's old illness had relapsed. The giant puppet's hands loosened, and the Blood River Python hissed, its body moving forward by a large margin. The giant puppet tightened its grip, and the Blood River Python opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. The snake's head moved forward crazily, but it was just a short distance away. The Blood River Python's counterattack failed, and it gradually lost its strength, about to be burned to death. But at this moment, a dense blood mist suddenly rose from the center of the blood lake. "Blood frenzy goo!" A trace of fear flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes, and he quickly climbed up the cave entrance, moving deeper into the depths. The blood mist quickly spread, and the flames on the surface of the blood lake were completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the blood lake. The whirlpool became larger and larger. At first it was only in the center, but it quickly spread, and the edges of the whirlpool touched the surrounding walls. First generation Gyue, you finally couldn't endure it anymore. The giant puppet snorted coldly. At the center of the whirlpool, a huge wave suddenly surged 10 meters above the surface of the lake. In the wave of blood, a vertical red coffin slowly rose, revealing itself. Hee. A dry and strange voice came from the coffin, making people feel a chill down their spines. "Junior, you dared to spoil my plans. You are courting death. I will fulfill your wish." Before the voice finished, the coffin lid was ejected, and a shriveled corpse appeared. He had a scarlet face and sharp fangs, his hair was red like blood, and in his deep eye sockets, his eyes were like burning charcoal that was about to be extinguished. He had no skin, and red strips of withered muscles were attached to his white bones. He looked thin and capable. Junior, thou art injured, yet you still dare to provoke me. Thou shalt die today. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement from his mouth, it was his abdomen. He kept saying I, thou, this was the habit of the ancient people from 1,000 years ago. Rank 5 blood white goo. Is he really the first generation? Fan Yuan was astonished, but not shocked. In this mystical world, there were many goo masters who had lived for hundreds of years. Other than using the most orthodox lifespan goo to increase one's lifespan, some unorthodox methods could also allow people to live forever. For example, the rank 2 roaming zombie goo. If this goo was used for a long time, the goo master would completely turn into a zombie, and as long as they drank blood regularly, they would be able to move freely and live forever. The first gen Guyu in front of him was using this method. Blood white goo was an important branch of the rank 5 roaming zombie goo. Together with Azura zombie, heavenly demon zombie, nightmare zombie and plague zombie, they were known as the 5 great flying zombies. Chapter 190. In the blood lake, 2 strong opponents faced each other. Even if it is a rank 5 blood white corpse, it is still a zombie. First generation Guyue, you are no longer a living person, your body is filled with death energy. Your aperture is also dead. Although it can store primeval essence, it will be less every time you use it. It will no longer be able to recover itself. The giant centipede said coldly. He, although primeval essence cannot recover itself, so what? I can still absorb primeval essence through Yuan stone. You are injured and still dare to disturb me, die! First generation Gyue shouted. In an instant, blood fog surged and waves of blood soared to the sky. From the blood lake, a large group of insects flew out. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, groups of blade-winged blood bats flew out from the caves on the mountain walls, coming out from the depths of the blood lake. They gathered and attacked the giant centipede. The enormous bat group numbered over 1,000, forming an army in an instant. Although they were only rank 3 and belonged to close combat type Gu, their numbers made up for their quality. Even the rank 5 Gu master Tai Shueling would have a headache dealing with them. But this was far from the end. First generation Guyue's consciousness had completely awakened. Under his summons, new bloodbat groups appeared one after another and gathered here. He had operated here for close to 1,000 years and had hidden plans. He had already turned this place into his nest and had a strong geographical advantage. The bloodbat group was organized in a strict formation, continuously circling in the air like an elite army, surrounding the giant centipede. The blood river python no longer struggled and instead tried to shrink its body. This made Tai Shueling feel some fear and put his full attention on it. Although Gu masters were strong, they had low intelligence. With a Gu master controlling the bloodbat army, the effect was like heaven and earth. First generation Guyue has just appeared, but he has already turned the situation around and is showing signs of suppressing Tai Shueling. He has a huge geographical advantage and is waiting for the enemy to exhaust him. Tai Shueling is also injured, the situation is not looking good. Fan Yuan had already shrunk into the cave on the mountain wall, and was secretly observing the battle using the shadows. But Tai Shueling has roamed the southern border for so many years and still dares to enter this demonic cave despite being injured. No matter what, there will be an intense battle soon. If things went wrong, this area might even collapse. Should I stay here and watch the battle? It was very dangerous to stay. This was deep underground, and they might be buried alive. If we stay and watch the tigers fight, what are the chances of us reaping the benefits? Fan Yuan's brain spun rapidly as he weighed the pros and cons. His cultivation level was only at rank 3 initial stage. It was very risky for him to watch the battle. It was very likely that he would be heavily injured from the shockwaves of a single clash. However, if Fan Yuan was able to reap the benefits and have the last laugh, then the benefits would be great. After all, he was a rank 5 Gu master. If he could gain something, he could save 100 years of hard work. High risk, high profit. Fan Yuan let out a long sigh and retreated. The situation was already out of his control. The risk of staying was too great. Birds die for food, and men die for wealth. He had seen this kind of thing many times in the 500 years of his previous life. He was cautious by nature. Where there was life, there was hope. Moreover, he knew countless secrets. There were many inheritance locations that had not been exposed, and all of them had great profits. Why would he risk his life here? Just as Fan Yuan was about to leave, a group of blood bats separated from the army and flew towards him. There were close to 100 blood bats in this group, and Fan Yuan quickly turned around and retreated. My clans, Junior, don't worry. There are traps set in that cave, and there are fierce beasts lurking underground. These blood bats can ensure your safety. Zhen Guo's voice came from afar. Fan Yuan heard this and ran even faster. Zhen Guo gasped in surprise. He did not expect Fan Yuan to be so slippery at such a young age, seeing through his evil intentions. Immediately, he willed in another group of close to 100 blood bats chased after Fan Yuan. His distraction allowed Tai Xueling to see a small flaw that could not be considered a flaw. Heaven and earth grand sound gu. Howl! The giant centipede opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens. In an instant, it formed a vast and powerful sound wave that swept through the surroundings like rumbling thunder. The blade-winged blood bat gu that were close to it were immediately killed by this majestic sound wave, falling to the ground one after another. The blood bat group that was further away was also shaken by the sound wave, flying up and down in the air. The originally densely packed blood bat army collapsed in an instant, unable to do anything in a short period of time. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu was a rank 5 Gu, and it was a group attack weapon, most suited to dealing with attacks like the blood bat group. When Tai Xueling used it earlier, its power was not evident, as he had purposely restrained it. Now, with the help of the giant centipede's body, the true power of the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu could be unleashed. Even the flying guillotines that filled the sky were blown to smithereens. The blood fog dissipated, and everything became clear again. The sound wave struck the surrounding mountain walls, causing the entire space and the entire mountain to shake intensely. With the giant centipede as the center, the blood lake's water surface was compressed downwards, forming a bowl shape. Blood water flowed into the cave, pouring into it. But before this, the sound wave had already spread over. Fan Yuan also suffered because of this. His white armor flickered and almost collapsed. In order to resist this sound wave, the primeval essence in his aperture decreased by more than 10%. The sound wave reverberated in the narrow cave, causing Fan Yuan's ears to buzz. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. But this sound wave was of help to him. Of the 2 waves of blood bats chasing him, the second wave had already been annihilated, while the first wave was shaken by the sound wave and flew around the cave, unable to chase after Fan Yuan. There was no time to lose, so Fan Yuan took the chance to run, pulling apart the distance between him and the blood bat group. This wave of blood bats was the furthest away from the source of the sound wave, and quickly recovered, flapping their wings and resuming their pursuit. There were close to 100 blood bats, all rank 3. Fan Yuan could not contend against them, and could only run away. Earlier, he felt that the cave was dark, and he did not know where it led to. But as his eyes gradually adapted, he could see the situation in the cave clearly. And it was all thanks to the faint light emitted by the red soil. Although the Thunderwings Gu was no longer reliable, it could still provide some help, and Fan Yuan used it with all his might. But even so, the difference in speed between them was huge, and the distance between them was quickly closed. The distance is about right. It's time to use the spring-autumn cicada. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. Seeing the blood bat group getting closer, he could only use this method. The blade-winged blood bat Gu was only rank 3, and the aura of a rank 6 Gu could completely suppress them. But Tai Xueling and Guo's generation were not far away. Once the spring-autumn cicada appeared, it would definitely cause a phenomenon, and the commotion would be too big, enough to attract their attention. But Fan Yuan was also helpless. In the current situation, he could only hope that they were in a stalemate, and could not be distracted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The blood bat group closed in, and was already less than 100 steps away. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and said in his heart, "Spring-autumn cicada, come out!" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Fan Yuan was in a daze, standing on the spot. The spring-autumn cicada was in the center of his aperture, not moving at all, emitting a dazzling yellow and green light. How can this be? Fan Yuan was shocked. The distant sky was dimly lit. Dawn had arrived. On the hillside, Guyu Bo and the 3 clan leaders of Bai and Xiong clans stood side by side. Although the true competition between the 3 clans is still tomorrow. But the qualifiers are still unavoidable. Both of you, the time is just right, can we start? Xiong clan leader smiled. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Guyu Bo absent-mindedly replied. He shifted his gaze, looking at the Gu masters gathered at the hillside. He searched carefully, but still could not find Fan Yuan's figure. This caused the worry in his heart to grow even deeper. These Gu masters were all below 30 years of age, and they stood together, forming 3 distinct groups. Looking at them, the strength of the 3 clans could be seen clearly. Xiong clan had the most Gu masters, and they had taken the initiative to retreat, preserving most of their battle strength. Guyu clan and Bai clan had fewer people, but Bai clan had Bai Ningbing. Just him alone was enough to pull Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the 3 clans. Xiong clan leader shouted, "This competition has a circumference of 100 li, and will last until night, ending at sunset. There is no life and death involved, but I hope you can restrain yourselves. Each of you will be given a nameplate, and those who collect 30 nameplates will have the qualifications to participate in the following 3 clans competition. Let's begin." A life and death battle. As long as the criteria were met, there was no limit to the number of people, and the circumference of 100 li was the competition arena. Even participating in the middle of the competition was allowed. This was not a fair competition. But the 3 clan leaders had no objections or complaints. In this world, survival depended on one's fists and strength. The stronger one had the qualifications to occupy more benefits. The weaker one could only blame their bad luck and keep a low profile, accumulating strength in secret and becoming a strong expert. In just a few breaths of time, Fan Yuan felt like 2 to 3 years. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. What was going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was his vital Gu. It was very important. It was rank 6 and his final trump card, but he could not control it. This situation was too serious. Fan Yuan had to pay close attention to it. In the dark cave, he squinted his eyes. The panic in his heart only lasted for less than half a second before he forced himself to calm down. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. His mind entered his aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada did not show any changes. It was still recovering rapidly. But no matter how Fan Yuan moved it, it remained in the center. Its body did not tremble at all. I understand now, Fan Yuan realized. Once this spring-autumn cicada becomes my vital Gu, it will stay in my aperture and cannot move anymore. Gu were the essence of all living beings. It had endless profundities. It could be said to be of all kinds. Raising, using, and refining Gu, these 3 aspects were broad and profound. There were often special standards in these aspects. In terms of raising, Gu would only consume specific food. In terms of refining, there were all sorts of requirements. In terms of using, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a Gu master who had never lied in his life. And to use the morality Gu, the Gu master had to be righteous. Another example was the photoaudio Gu. It would die after one use. Its image would remain on the wall for a period of time. Chapter 191. Water screen Skyflower Gu was only rank 4. Once used, it would turn into a huge spherical water barrier. The water barrier's defense was outstanding, and could even block the attack of a rank 5 Gu. However, it had a huge drawback, and that was that it could not be moved or stopped. The water barrier isolated the inside from the outside. Even the owner of the water curtain Skyflower Gu could not enter and exit freely. Many forces used water curtain Skyflower Gu to protect their cities. Fan Yuan was not familiar with the spring and autumn cicada. In his previous life, he had just successfully refined the spring-autumn cicada when he was surrounded by the righteous path. He had no time to experiment with it. At that time, the spring-autumn cicada was not his vital goo, so this characteristic was not revealed. In this life, his cultivation level was low, so he didn't dare to release the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada was one of the mystical goo in the world. It was extremely mysterious, and there was no user's knowledge or experience that was passed down in the world. Moreover, goo worms that reached rank 6 and above were unique in the world. There was only one of them. If others wanted to fuse it, there would only be a possibility of success if the previous one died. Otherwise, there was a 100% chance of failure. As a result, Fan Yuan only found out about this characteristic today. Rebirth is not an easy thing. Spring and autumn hide calamities. The recovery speed of the spring and autumn cicada was getting faster and faster. Even if one had a great cultivation base and had access to a large amount of resources, the speed of the cultivation base's growth would not be able to keep up with the speed of the spring and autumn cicada. Sooner or later, a goo master's aperture will burst from the spring-autumn cicada. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. Although being reborn was wonderful, possessing the spring-autumn cicada was equivalent to possessing half of the 10 extreme physiques. They were born to be hung under the gallows, and when the time came, they would be executed. I can't release the spring and autumn cicada. Could it be that I can only use it to be reborn? Fan Yuan frowned deeply. This seemed to be the only way. If he were to be reborn again, the spring and autumn cicada would once again fall into a weakened state, and at the same time, Fan Yuan would be able to escape from this dangerous situation. However, the above situation seemed ideal, but in fact, there was a huge problem and the risk was huge. First of all, there was no guarantee that every rebirth would be successful. Fan Yuan had been reborn once, and he often reflected on his only precious experience. He combined his understanding with the concepts on Earth. The world was a three-dimensional space, and time was an axis that ran through the ages. There was no time. Space was still. The movement of all things required a process, which meant that it consumed time. There was only one world, and there was no parallel space. Using the spring and autumn cicada to be reborn was to cross from a point in the second half of the timeline to a point in the first half of the timeline. However, Fan Yuan's aged body in the future did not exist in the past. Restricted by the great Tao of heaven and earth, his body could not be brought to the past. He could only self-detonate. The energy produced by the explosion was the driving force, and the spring-autumn cicada contained the fragment of the law of time, like a lonely boat. It carried Fan Yuan's consciousness from the future to the past. Consciousness was not like the human body, which was not purely material. But strictly speaking, this future consciousness did not exist in the past, at that point in time. But this was the ingenious part of the matter. The consciousness of the future would guide the goo master to change themselves and influence their surroundings, gradually spreading to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect occurred, the world would be different from what it was before. The consciousness of the future would also have a meaning of existence, and be recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Someone once said, history was like a long river. Changing the outcome of an event upstream would cause the downstream to change beyond recognition. This mystical goo world was like the water in a long river. Most people could only follow the current from upstream to downstream. But Fan Yuan's consciousness relied on the spring-autumn cicada to go upstream from downstream. When he made a change upstream, the river water downstream also changed. But the river water was still the river water, and the goo master world was still the goo master world. It was just that history had taken a turn, and changed into another possible outcome. Such an analogy could be easily understood. However, the spring-autumn cicada had not recovered completely, and could only be compared to a broken boat with a hole. Fan Yuan's cultivation was only at rank 3 initial stage, and after self-detonating, there was an unimaginably huge difference from his previous life's rank 6. He could not push the spring-autumn cicada to go against the flow of time for too long. If I self-detonate and rebirth, I might not succeed. Maybe the broken boat will be stranded in the river, and my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly eroded by time, turning into nothingness. If I want to increase my chances of success, it is best to wait until the aperture's limit. I need to stall for as much time as possible, and let the spring-autumn cicada recover better, and the broken boat will have fewer holes. At the same time, my cultivation will increase, and after self-detonation, I will be able to provide more power to reverse the flow. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh. The change in the spring-autumn cicada was somewhat out of his expectations. But he had always been cautious, and had made preparations. Behind him, the blood-bat group flew over, but Fan Yuan's consciousness sank into his aperture. The aperture was filled with yellow-green light, the spring-autumn cicada's aura was majestic, and the white-silver primeval sea was as calm as a mirror, but the aperture walls were showing signs of danger of cracking. All the other goo were suppressed to the bottom of the sea by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Under Fan Yuan's will, a goo withstood the pressure, and slowly flew out of the sea. This goo was shaped like a die, square, grayish-white in color, and was extremely hard. Back then, Fan Yuan had used the plunder goo to forcefully take some goo worms from Bai Ningbing's aperture, and obtained them. This goo was a consumable goo, disappearing after one use. But its effect was extraordinary. Once used, it would completely squeeze out the goo master's foundation and potential, causing the goo master's cultivation to instantly reach the same rank peak stage. Stone aperture goo explode. Fan Yuan's will moved, and the stone aperture goo immediately exploded, turning into grayish-white stone powder, like smoke or fog, instantly spreading over the primeval sea. The aperture walls were originally light walls, but when the grayish-white stone powder came into contact with it, the light immediately dimmed. The stone powder adhered to the surface of the light walls, and the light walls gradually thickened, turning from light to stone. A few seconds later, the four walls of Fan Yuan's aperture thickened by several times, turning into a thick and heavy stone aperture. The spring-autumn cicada's yellow-green light was still fluctuating, but its aura was temporarily bearable. Fan Yuan was originally only at rank 3 initial stage, and had light silver primeval essence. Primeval essence was like water, with a faint silver light. But at this moment, his cultivation rose sharply, leaping from initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture goo is equivalent to cutting off my path forward, and the aperture's potential is completely squeezed out, making it very difficult to step into rank 4. But with the increase in cultivation, the aperture has turned into a stone wall, becoming several times thicker and sturdier than before, and can temporarily withstand the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. Bai Ningbing probably wants to use the stone aperture goo to overcome the limit of the northern dark eye soul physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme physiques are even more troublesome than the spring-autumn cicada, with almost limitless potential. Even if it turns into a stone aperture for a moment, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this time, the blade-winged blood-bat group had already pounced over. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, taking out the chainsaw golden centipede and retreating as he killed. Fortunately, the cave was narrow, and Fan Yuan relied on the canopy goo's defense and the chainsaw golden centipede's wide body to block the blood-bat group, preventing them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, the cave was filled with banging sounds. The chainsaw golden centipede's attacks, as well as the blade-winged blood-bats smashing into the white light armor and piercing into the cave walls at high speed, created a cacophony of sounds. The primeval essence in Fan Yuan's aperture was being consumed rapidly. Although there were close to 100 blood-bats, without a goo master to control them, there was a lot of internal friction and they could not coordinate well. In reality, Fan Yuan only needed to deal with 34 of them at the same time. But this number was not something he could handle, and he could only retreat while fighting. The awkward thing was, although he had advanced to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still had initial stage light silver primeval essence. Just relying on AC grade aperture to produce snow silver primeval essence was simply too slow. The current situation also did not allow Fan Yuan to take out a yuan stone and divert his attention to absorb natural primeval essence. Using a yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, this method could not be used in a real battle. Being distracted in a life and death battle was asking to be humiliated. It was extremely stupid, and was the same as courting death. At the same time, the efficiency of absorbing natural primeval essence was greatly reduced. This method could only be used during normal cultivation, or to quickly recover primeval essence in the short interval between battles. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had obtained a grass gu not long ago, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce yuan stone, and was extremely rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was known as a mobile spirit spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. This primeval essence, after condensing together, would form yuan stone. Fan Yuan had a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and when it was submerged in his aperture's primeval sea, it was like a miniature spirit spring had appeared in his aperture. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus recipe was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Only Gu masters who reached rank 9 were respected by the world. In the righteous path, they were called Immortal Venerables. In the demonic path, they were called Demon Venerables. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who had lived for thousands of years, was known as the first person to recover primeval essence since ancient times. In this aspect, he was superior to other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables, and the reason was because of Genesis Lotus. Fan Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only rank 3, and he had just refined it, so it was the lowest grade. But it could already provide Fan Yuan with an endless supply of natural primeval essence. Once this natural primeval essence appeared in his aperture, it was automatically refined by Fan Yuan's aperture, turning into snow-silver primeval essence. If Fan Yuan absorbed the primeval essence in the yuan stone, he would have to split a portion of his mind. However, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was his gu. Activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was as easy as waving his fingers. Fan Yuan retreated as he fought. With the help of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery was already on par with B-grade aptitude gu masters. Kill! He suddenly shouted, and changed his fighting style, charging into the bloodbat group. The chainsaw golden centipede went berserk, and its silver sawteeth rotated crazily, slashing at a blade-winged bloodbat that was hiding behind it. This bloodbat was stronger than ordinary bats of the same species. It was the only male bat in this bloodbat group, and had been refined by the first-generation Gyue. By controlling it, one could indirectly control this bloodbat group. Fan Yuan had secretly stored his strength for this attack, and after observing it for a long time, he used an unintentional move to counter it. The first-generation Gyue was not present, and immediately obtained a miraculous effect. The male bat was killed on the spot, and turned into a pile of blood paste. Chapter 192. In the bloodbat swarm, there was only one male bat. The rest were all male bats that received orders from the male bat. Male bats and female bats were similar in appearance, and there was not much difference. However, Fan Yuan was extremely familiar with the blade-winged bloodbat gu in his previous life. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to differentiate them. Without the male bats, the bloodbat swarm fell into chaos. Fan Yuan took the chance, and waved the chainsaw golden centipede to kill. In a short while, more than 20 blade-winged bloodbats were killed. It could be said that the battle was fruitful. However, the intense battle also consumed a lot of primeval essence in Fan Yuan's aperture. It's time to retreat! Fan Yuan decisively retreated, breaking into a run. By the time the bloodbat swarm reacted, Fan Yuan had already escaped 100 steps away. More than 20 blade-winged bloodbats were still chasing after Fan Yuan, while the rest scattered. Huff, huff, huff! In the narrow cave, Fan Yuan panted heavily as he sprinted while activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. After the battle, there was only snow-silver primeval essence left in his aperture. At the same time, the low primeval sea level was slowly but resolutely rising. The longer the battle dragged on, the faster Fan Yuan's battle strength would recover. Suddenly, the thunder wings on Fan Yuan's back flapped, and the momentum pushed Fan Yuan's body, almost causing him to crash into the cave wall. The thunder wings goo had been contaminated by the blood frenzy goo and had reached a certain limit, showing signs of losing control. Not long after, the Thunderwings goo will turn into a pool of blood and become a new source of contamination. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan no longer hesitated. He urged the Thunderwings goo 3 times before the disobedient Thunderwings goo left his back. Go! Fan Yuan resolutely abandoned the Thunderwings goo and threw it behind him. The Bladewing bloodbats swarmed behind him immediately surrounded the Thunderwings goo, and then they swarmed up and killed the Thunderwings goo. This obstruction gave Fan Yuan some time to catch his breath. By the time the Bladewing bloodbats caught up to Fan Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered by half. Snow Silver True Essence was many times more durable than Light Silver True Essence. Fan Yuan's current battle prowess was far beyond the initial stage. He laughed heartily and waved the chainsaw golden centipede again. After killing 8 or 9 Bladewing bloody bats, the remaining ones flew away with a loud rumble. It's a pity I don't have a goo worm like the Iron Hand grappling goo. The Bladewing bloodbat goo flies too fast, and its wings are as sharp as blades. It's really hard to capture it with bare hands. If we can catch 2 or 3 of them, that would be good. Fan Yuan put away the chainsaw golden centipede and walked deeper into the cave. He had snatched the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but he had been swept away by the blood water. This was definitely the doing of Guyue's generation. Guyue first generation used blood-white corpse goo to turn into a flying zombie. The aperture was dead, it could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used yuan stones to replenish it, the amount of primeval essence in his aperture would be limited. However, if he had a heavenly origin treasure lotus, it would make up for his weakness to a large extent. Thus, not long ago, he had specially mobilized 2 groups of Bladewing bloody bats to fly towards Fan Yuan in an attempt to capture him. Fortunately, Fan Yuan saw that the situation was not good and moved away in time. At the same time, Tai Xueling had indirectly helped him. I wonder how the battle between Tai Xueling and Guyue's generation is going. Fan Yuan's gaze was solemn. No matter which side won, they would find trouble with him. Tai Xueling wanted to capture him and bring him to justice, while Guyue's generation coveted the heavenly essence treasure lotus that he had obtained. Although the Bladewing bloody bats had dispersed, Fan Yuan's crisis had not been resolved. I need to escape from Qingmao Mountain as soon as possible. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. He could not go back, so he could only move forward along this cave to see if there was really a way out. This cave clearly had signs of human activity, but it had been a long time, and there were some areas that had caved in. Fan Yuan moved forward with his head lowered. When he encountered these cave-ins, he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature, and was good at digging holes. It was extremely useful now. Fan Yuan himself had the strength of 2 boars, so he dug through the soil and continued to move forward. This greatly slowed down his speed. After 3 to 4 hours, he reached the end of the cave. A solid rock wall completely blocked his way. Even if he used the chainsaw golden centipede, he would not be able to drill through this wall. Could this cave have been sealed by Guyue's generation? Fan Yuan's heart sank. Bam! Both sides' palms met, and the Xiong clan Gu master was like a broken sack, flying high and landing heavily on the ground. Puff! The Xiong clan Gu master vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately fell unconscious. In the sky, the sun shone brightly, shining down its warm radiance. The sunlight shone through the trees, and mottled spots of light shone on Bai Zhongshui's fat face. This young elite of the Bai clan laughed smugly. Humph, so what if you are a Xiong clan Gu master? You dare to compete with me in strength? She moved her fat delicate body, and was about to go forward to finish off the Xiong clan Gu master and take the nameplate, when suddenly a moonblade attacked. Bam! Bai Zhongshui's body turned, and she spat out a water bullet. The water bullet and moon blade collided in the air, and both exploded. With Fan Jing at the lead, 3 Gu masters jumped down from the treetops. Guiyue clan, this person is my spoils of war. Bai Zhongshui squinted, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Fan Jing's bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhongshui. So what? You are our prey now. At this time, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the forest. A few figures walked out. It was Xiong clan's genius, Xiong Lin. His bald head reflected the sunlight, looking dazzling. Hee, this situation is much more interesting. Bai Zhongshui laughed loudly, but at the next moment, her laughter stopped. Both sides launched their attacks at the same time, catching Bai Zhongshui off guard and surrounding him. Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood, her expression extremely ugly. What? Guiyue clan, you actually allied with the despicable Xiong clan? Fan Jing was expressionless, but his killing intent soared. Without saying a word, he closed in on Bai Zhongshui. Xiong Lin snickered. This battle concerns the 3 clans for the next 100 years. I'll tell you the truth, Guiyue clan has formed an alliance with our Xiong clan. Bai Zhongshui, today is the day you die. Pui! Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood. She raised her head and looked around in disdain. So what if I die? He, joining hands, you are afraid of my clans, Bai Ningbing. It's no use, this is just the first battle, there is still the individual battle. Which of your clans is Bai Ningbing's match? Our Bai clan is destined to be number 1. So we have decided, in this first battle, we will join hands and get rid of Bai Ningbing. Xiong Lin laughed loudly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chainsaw golden centipede's silver edges grinded against the stone walls, causing noises to echo in the cave. This stone wall was hard and thick, appearing very strangely. Fan Yuan was sweating profusely, using the chainsaw golden centipede and the blood moon goo to attack. After half a day of effort, he could only grind half a meter. Is it really a dead end, eh? Fan Yuan's heart jumped, suddenly feeling a life force in the stone wall. He quickly used the earth communication eargrass, sticking close to the stone wall and listening. There was indeed a mysterious creature hiding on the other side of the stone wall, but its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fan Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious creature revealed itself. Its whole body was black, emitting a metallic luster, like steel or iron. Whether it was its chest or back, they were all thick and hard lines, showing off its dominance. It had 3 pairs of tentacles, and the tips of each pair of tentacles were in a spiral shape. Fan Yuan could not help but think of the spinning of a ball. So it's the 1,000-li earth wolf spider! Fan Yuan suddenly realized, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The fog in Fan Yuan's heart dissipated by half. Back then, the flower wine monk came to the Guiyue village to cultivate the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But at the last moment, he was stopped by the first generation of Guiyue, who used a method to drag him into the Blood River graveyard. The flower wine monk was also a rank 5 ranker, and must have had a fierce battle with the first generation of Guiyue. The first generation of Guiyue had operated for hundreds of years, and had the geographical advantage. The flower wine monk was no match for them, and could only escape. He used the 1,000-li earth wolf spider to open up this cave, but after leaving the battlefield, he was already heavily injured. At the last moment of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance, and carried out his final revenge. He attempted to let his descendants pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and destroy the foundation of the Guiyue clan. This explained why the flower wine monk was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. But why did the 1,000-li earth wolf spider sleep here, and seal itself, was still a mystery. Also, what was the first generation of Guiyue planning? This was also a mystery. These questions are only minor details, let's leave this place first. Fan Yuan stretched out his hand, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined the 1,000-li earth wolf spider. This sturdy stone wall was actually a stone cocoon of the 1,000-li earth wolf spider when it was in hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the liquor worm that Fan Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower. Thus, although it was a rank 5 goo, it was easily refined by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan lost the Thunderwing's goo, and was worried about his own weakness in terms of movement. But now that he obtained the thousandly Earthwolf spider, it was like a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This thousandly Earthwolf spider was a type of giant goo that could be used as a mount. It fed on soil, and was easy to raise. Fan Yuan poured his snow-silver primeval essence into it, and the thousandly Earthwolf spider gradually recovered, its aura becoming stronger. It began to eat, swallowing large amounts of soil. When its condition recovered to a certain extent, Fan Yuan, who was worried that a long night would bring trouble, jumped onto its back, and drove it forward. Although the thousandly Earthwolf spider had only recovered a portion, it was still a rank 5 goo. Its 3 pairs of antennae alternated, and its speed was very fast. Moreover, after the stone cocoon broke, the cave would appear again. This path was opened by the flower wine monk when he escaped. The predecessor planted the tree, the posterity enjoyed the shade. The predecessor opened the path, the posterity fled. This was extremely convenient for Fan Yuan. The only thing that worried Fan Yuan was that the goo master's primeval essence would be consumed whenever a mount goo moved. The thousandly Earthwolf spider was a rank 5 goo, and rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain it. Every once in a while, Fan Yuan had to stop and sit on the thousandly Earthwolf spider's back, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus while taking out Yuan stone to extract natural primeval essence. With this two-pronged approach, along with his C-grade talent's recovery ability, Fan Yuan's primeval essence recovery speed became extremely fast. It was completely different from before. Chapter 193. The setting sun shone down, the sky was red like fire. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope with white clothes and snow-white hair. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his eyes, as if hinting at his life that was about to end. Such a beautiful sunset, I don't know how many more times I can see it. I have only seen a tiny speck of dust in this world's wonders, what a pity. Especially around me, there are still some eyesores making a ruckus. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and looking around. Guyue and Xiong Tribe's alliance, the remaining 100 Gu masters gathered together and tightly surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you withdraw from this preliminary round, we can spare your life. That's right, if you know what's good for you, we might as well show mercy and let you live. Your Bai Tribe's Gu masters have almost all been killed by us. The remaining ones have been blocked by us. Bai Ningbing, don't place your hopes on reinforcements. They won't come. With Fang Jing, Xiong Jiaosa, Xiong Lin and Qichen as the leaders, the young Gu masters spoke one after another, trying to destroy Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit. But Bai Ningbing did not take these words to heart. A bunch of rats actually running in front of an elephant, what a joke. Bai Ningbing laughed, his gaze looking around with disdain. Among you guys, only Guyue and Fan Yuan are interesting. Too bad he hasn't appeared yet. Hee, come at me together. Bai Ningbing said as he condensed an ice blade, using his hand to touch the transparent blade that was emitting cold air, not even looking at his surroundings. This person is too arrogant. Humph, he doesn't even put us in his eyes. Brothers, let's attack together. If everyone attacks once, even 10 Bai Ningbing would be turned into meat paste. The Gu masters clamored, but no one acted rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was shocking, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Everyone calm down, don't listen to Bai Ningbing's instigation. We haven't practiced before, so our teamwork is not good. Once we attack at the same time, it will instead cause serious internal friction, allowing him to take advantage of us. Xiong Lin shouted. Then who should go first? Qichen asked. Although he had joined hands with the Xiong family to fight against the Bai family. However, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever made the first move would be in greater danger. The party that made the first move also had to guard against the other party taking advantage of the situation. No worries, let me go first. Bai Ningbing, to be honest, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Xiong Jiao crossed her arms and took a step forward. She blew a loud whistle, and as soon as the whistle fell, the sound of stampeding beasts could be heard from afar. Very quickly, black shadows appeared in the forest. They were more than 200 black bears. The black bear in the lead was larger than its peers. It was 100 Beast King level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Sister Xiong thus advanced to rank 3, and the bear enslavement Gu also advanced to rank 3, allowing her to control bear-type 100 Beast Kings. This was Xiong Jiao's trump card. Big sis is mighty! Oh my god, there are so many bears! With these bears and over 100 of us, hee, Bai Ningbing is dead meat this time. Xiong tribe's Gu masters were in an uproar, excited. Guyue tribe, however, had complicated expressions. After Xiong Li's death, this Xiong Jiao Sa became Xiong tribe's #1 genius. In contrast, in Guyue tribe, after Qingshu died, Emochen also died. Although Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3, his aptitude was only C grade, and there was no hope for him. Thankfully, our tribe still has the A grade aptitude Guyue Fangjing. Many Gu masters looked at Fangjing. Thinking of this, they felt much more at ease. Especially in this 3-clan competition, Fangjing seemed to have become more mature, his attacks were fierce, and many by tribe Gu masters died in his hands. Fangjing's performance made many of the tribesmen feel gratified. This was how an A-grade genius should act. The outcome is set. Even if he is rank 3 peak stage, no matter how talented he is, he will not be a match for over 100 people. Lord Qin Shu, let me take revenge for you this time. And then, if Big Brother appears... Fangjing stared at Bai Ningbing, his thoughts churning in his mind. Just 100 Beast King, such a boring trick. Seeing the bear group charging towards him, Bai Ningbing was calm and unruffled, yawning leisurely. His whole body was emitting a white cold air. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. I can't hold on any longer. Bai Ningbing felt that his life was coming to an end, his body had reached some kind of limit, and not long later he would die. Even now, he could feel that his body was on the verge of collapsing, his flesh and blood showing signs of turning into frost. But even so, Bai Ningbing was still calm. His gaze was heavy, and after looking at the setting sun, he slowly turned his head, facing the charging bear group. Since you are seeking death, then I shall be merciful and grant you your wish. Maybe this way, I can add some brilliance to my life. He sighed lightly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and a group of Gu masters stood silently. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ningbing will be the greatest victory. The Xiong clan leader was secretly excited. Humph, we were plotted against. They actually joined hands to deal with me, you underestimated Bai Ningbing. Just wait for the big surprise. Bai clan leader's expression was grim as he plotted in his heart. Guyuebo had a worried expression. Until now, either Fang Yuan nor Tai Shueleng had appeared. Although the 3-clan competition was important, he was becoming more and more absent-minded. Guyue's desolate in physique. If Fan Yuan really has such aptitude, then I must protect him and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking of this, Guyuebo secretly glanced at Tai Ruonan. This girl from the Tai clan had a deep background, but she was already by Guyuebo's side, subtly under his control. Tai Ruonan was not worried about her own situation. She also believed in her father, and now all she wanted was to catch Fang Yuan. What aptitude Fang Yuan had, as long as she put her mind to it, she would be able to detect it. If he really had one of the 10 extreme physiques, then he would be the biggest suspect. Damn it! Fan Yuan cursed in his heart, lying on the back of the thousandly earthwolf spider, sticking close to it to prevent himself from being thrown off. He originally wanted to use the path that the flower wine monk opened to move forward easily. But good times did not last long, and not long after, the thousandly earthwolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the primeval energy in the air, turning it into its own. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to move, digging new tunnels and moving around randomly underground. This made Fang Yuan understand. This thousandly earthwolf spider, under the command of the flower wine monk, had a fierce battle with Gyue's generation. During the battle, it had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu. The flower wine monk used the thousandly earth wolf spider to escape, and hurriedly created a secret cave in the mountain, leaving behind his inheritance, before dying with regret. The thousandly earth wolf spider lost its master, and became even more uncontrollable. In its frenzy, it returned to the tunnel that it had dug before escaping. Death was imminent, but fortunately the thousandly earth wolf spider sealed itself, and fell into a deep sleep, delaying its death and preserving a chance of survival. Hundreds of years later, Fan Yuan came here, dug open the stone cocoon, and awakened it once again. But the problem with the blood frenzy Gu was not eradicated. As time passed, it relapsed again. Fan Yuan was deep underground, and with his own strength, he could not escape to the surface. He needed the thousandly earth wolf spider's ability. The thousandly earth wolf spider started to go crazy, and became more and more uncontrollable. Fan Yuan could only ride on its back, and gamble on his luck. But it was just the beginning, and the frequency of the thousandly earth wolf spider's frenzy was not high. Fan Yuan still had some control over it. Although the degree of control was getting smaller and smaller, overall, he was still in control of the general direction. He let the thousandly earth wolf spider burrow into the ground as much as possible, but the exact location was not something Fan Yuan could control. The setting sun in the western sky was like blood, and broken corpses and limbs could be seen everywhere. Bai Ningbing stood proudly on this battlefield, a layer of frost covering his feet, and the edges of the frost continued to expand outwards. There were less than 30 Gu masters left, and they huddled together, as if trying to find a sense of security from each other's body temperature. The Xiong group was already dead, and even Sister Xiong was beheaded by Bai Ningbing. Her beautiful head flew far away, and blood spurted out from her neck like a fountain. Xiong Lin's body was pierced by Bai Ningbing's icicle, and Gyu's city was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the ice coffin, he still maintained his dodging posture before he died. His face was full of panic, fear, and shock, as if he was still alive. Fang Jing's body was riddled with wounds, but there was no blood. Instead, his wounds were frozen by the ice. He breathed roughly, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Everything that happened just now was like a nightmare. Bai Ningbing clearly had a rank 3 aura, but the battle strength he displayed was close to rank 4. Humph, although you are similar to him, you are not him. Too boring. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Jing, walking towards him step by step. The reason Fang Jing could live until now was because of Bai Ningbing's intention. The Gu masters were in an uproar, and their morale was at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leader was watching from afar, they would have collapsed long ago and fled for their lives. Damn it, damn it! Why is there such a huge difference in battle strength? I am an A-grade talent. Am I going to die here? Fang Jing gritted his teeth, roaring in his heart. Die! Bai Ningbing leaped into the air and raised her ice blade high up. Slash! The ice blade expanded by 5 to 6 times, and with an unstoppable aura, it slashed towards the crowd. I am going to die! Ah! Facing this blade, many Gu masters broke down, crying out in despair. Damn it, it turned out like this! Xiong clan leader's face was ashen. Gyue Bo was about to make a move, but was stopped by clan leader who sneered. Gyue clan leader, no one is to interfere. Are you going to go back on your words and go against the agreement? Gyue Bo squinted. Bai Ningbing is only rank 3, he cannot have such battle strength. You are openly admitting that he is cheating. Cheating? Hee, I will tell you the truth, my clan's Bai Ningbing has the northern dark eye soul physique. Bai clan leader shouted. What? 10 extreme aptitude. At once, Gyue Bo and Xiong clan leader were shocked. Report. Clan leader, there was a sudden earthquake, many bamboo buildings in the village collapsed, and blood is seeping out of the ground. There are not many casualties, but everyone is panicking. A Gyue clan Gu master rushed over. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.